Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, man!
What? It's a bold strategy. God, let's see if it pays off for him.
Consequences.
Yeah!
Do you know what we're here for?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Cyclone Cheeto.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl. A fucking bitch.
No, be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I'm staying in the race.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interesting. Just crazy enough to work, yeah.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction in the 20th century.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Jesus, I say that.
I feel like I'm taking crazy now.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I see that you know your judo well.
Winter is coming.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing?
Precision of language, please.
China. Have to have China. China!
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's science.
Well, here we are again, floating through this void, which we call space. So much for us to talk about here tonight, so we better get right to it. As always, remember to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. Safety first while we take these road trips through the unknown. Good to see all of you people. Let's see, who won medals today? Aaron W. first, Moanob second, and Del Sol Verde in third. I see Mozart was a close fourth. Advisory, Bob Carmody, Hermit Horologist, Atticus Among Us, Sarah Layla, Morbius Dragon, Soul Life, Orb Rumor, and The Scared Crow. If I missed you in chat, I am sorry. I'm doing my best. As I mentioned, we have a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, so we must not tarry on and get on to the space news. So much to do, so much to see. Do we have time? I guess we'll find out here. Well, unfortunate news we're going to start off with here today. All sorts of it, but let's first remember very quickly a man who has just apparently passed. Filmmaker David Lynch.
David Lynch, the filmmaker celebrated for his uniquely dark vision in movies such as Blue Velvet and Mulholland Drive, has died just days before his 79th birthday. His family announced his death in a Facebook post Thursday. The cause of death was not immediately known, but Lynch had been public about the effect emphysema had on his life. The Montana native broke through in the 1970s with the surreal Eraserhead. Lynch rarely failed to startle and inspire audiences in the following decades. He went on to direct the 1990 series Twin Peaks that revolutionized American episodic TV. His other credits include the crime story Wild at Heart, the biographical drama The Elephant Man, and the G-rated, aptly straightforward The Straight Story.
Well, there we go. A film icon has passed. We are going to get into that more later. It's a decision. Because there are some, well, there's some more to talk about, really, with it. But I just figured we'd start off with that. Perhaps not the highest stakes news, but, you know, I usually like to start off with something that's not necessarily political news. All right, let's talk, God, I just remember that multiple of these to actually touch the same subject. It's kind of funny. Oh, God. We got a real fucked up world right now, people. I don't know if you noticed. Alright. If you haven't heard, the U.S. has made a decision. I believe it was the Surgeon General who made... I can't remember if it was the FDA. Somebody did. It must have been the FDA, actually. Because the red dye number 3 has now been banned officially from the U.S. food supply, meaning that it is illegal to put it in food and sell it to U.S. consumers. Let's go here to Global News, talk about that.
It's a decision by the FDA that's being applauded by many consumer groups. On Wednesday, the agency announced it would no longer allow for the use of red number 3 in food and ingested drugs in response to a 2022 petition, one that referenced 2 studies showing cancer in male lab rats exposed to high levels of the compound.
Over 3 decades ago, a series of industry-conducted studies in rats clearly showed that this chemical, red 3, was associated with thyroid cancers. And the law is also clear that when a chemical causes cancer in humans or animals, it is not supposed to be in the food supply.
The FDA notes.
Well, there we go. This is unfortunate for many people, technically, in terms of like enjoyers of velvet cake, what have you. But the fact is that red dye number 3 is, has been found to be a carcinogen. And according to the FDA, putting carcinogens in food intentionally, not good. Can't do it. Oh, the volume. I fucked up. I'm sorry. Turned it down. Now it's back. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But if you're not aware, red dye number 3 is actually a compound essentially derived from oil. So remember that when you're thinking, oh, it's really sad I don't have red dye number 3 anymore. Well, be glad you're not putting a compound made from literal oil. It is no longer in your body. Speaking of health-related stuff. Oh shit! I have these backwards. I was gonna do this and then that. Why did I? No, don't do this to me. Let's not do. Let's not and say we didn't. How's that sound? Let's go here. We're gonna talk about health some more. A new study is also bringing light to some serious issues here among a number of cohorts, essentially. Let's go here. CBS News from earlier today. Apparently cancer in women and young people is increasing.
Three years ago, Tiffany White was diagnosed with endometrial cancer, a type of uterine cancer. She was 28 years old.
For years, I was actually misdiagnosed. So I would go to the doctor often and have these really chronic menstrual cycles. And no one could figure out what was wrong.
She had 6 surgeries, radiation, and then suffered a stroke.
When it was over, I'm in menopause at 31. So a lot of the things that other people my age are experiencing, I can't experience. Can't carry children, and so emotionally it has been a roller coaster.
While overall death rates for all cancers are declining thanks to early detection and treatment advances, the American Cancer Society says progress is being threatened by increases in several cancers, including uterine cancer, especially among women and younger adults.
Really striking in this report is an increase in the number of women being diagnosed with cancer in the 50 to 64 age. It's particularly striking in younger women.
Rates in women under 50 are now 82% higher than men.
Wow.
The report also highlights death rates rising for oral cavity, pancreatic, and uterine cancers.
Uterine cancer, it's a cancer with a very large disparity in outcomes between Black and white Americans. It's a cancer because of the importance of estrogen driving it, that there are also links to obesity, but there aren't deep population-based studies that we can say that for sure.
So like someone is not listening to you, go to someone else. If I had not gone to multiple doctors, I probably wouldn't be sitting here talking to you all.
It's fucked up. But this is a fact, and, health outcomes are getting worse and worse in the United States. Now, we could point to all sorts of different things for that. I mean, the human health can be affected by all sorts of stuff, right? Health, environment, genetic factors, and a whole lot more stuff. And the fact is, we keep putting a bunch of terrible stuff in our foods, in our environments, and what's really exciting is that we're about to have you know, people in government at the head of the U.S. government, at the helm, if you will, who don't think regulations are a good thing, right? So, you know, are you worried about microplastics? Oh, I'm sorry. Those are making people a lot of money. You know, plastics industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. You're less important. I'm sorry. Now I know that because Donald Trump is putting in oil executives into his own government. But yeah, it's a fascinating situation that we are faced with here. You know, forever chemicals, all that kind of stuff. You know, and people are more stressed, right? You know, it's just a fact. So, you know, young people, women, take care of yourselves. Really, everybody, just take care of yourselves. $20 likes. My God. We must go to the Galactic Cantina. It's a Cisco. That's a Gary. Starting off with a Cisco and a Gary. Okay, let's go to this next one. And I was weighing putting this one into the second half of the show during the environmental half. But this fits in both places, so we're going to go here. Let's talk about homelessness. ABC had it on a documentarian to discuss the topic earlier today.
Award-winning documentarian and Emmy-nominated filmmaker Andi Timoner is known for capturing unique slices of life in her stories, spending months, if not years, with her subjects. She's won Sundance's U.S. Grand Jury Prize twice and is now out with a new documentary, The In-Between, about the only hospice for the homeless in America, located in Salt Lake City. Let's take a look.
Things can go haywire in a hurry. I've seen attorneys end up on the street. I've seen engineers end up on the street. Students, you name it, they're all out there. People with some education that just, something happened.
Andi, thank you so much for joining us. And before we get to the in-between, I understand that you recently lost your home in the LA wildfires. Just give us a sense of how you're doing.
I mean, it's an unfathomable loss for so many people and for our beautiful town of Altadena. Everything I ever had was in the house. I was in Europe shooting a film about the Nazis at the time, so I wasn't able to pull anything out. So I'm just sort of grappling with the chaos of it and the loss. And you know, of course, having made this film and have so many dear friends who are homeless, to be among them now is something. It feels very, very intense and very scary.
I think that part of the film just deals with the idea of just how unexpected homelessness can be. You have one gentleman who's there who talks about how he lost his house in a divorce. The wife got the divorce, and all of a sudden he was homeless. And many of us think, oh, they are different. What did you learn about the people who were without a home?
Well, I think what is really a unique sort of opportunity with the In-Between, which is the name of the actual place, is that it elevates the people that are in there. They have community. They have a resident council. They go on field trips. They are treated with love and care, and so they're able to really express what it is to be homeless from a very different perspective than I've ever seen in a film before. It's quite an uplifting experience to be there. Like every time we would go there to shoot, we'd never want to leave. And what I learned is they're just like us. You know, I mean, here I am homeless now as well. It happens in an instant.
We see often many scenarios of nursing homes or hospice centers or places, shelters for the homeless, where a bunch of people who live nearby say, not in my backyard. How is the In-Between able to get past all of that?
You know, it was a real struggle for them. And now those same neighbors are volunteering there, doing jewelry making classes and, you know, sing-alongs, and there's a piano there.
Why do you think we don't see more of these inns? Because when we talk about in broad strokes in our country about how we have a problem with homelessness, we have a problem with drug addiction, we have a problem with mental illness, but this seems to be in small part a solution if we could have this across the country.
That's why we made the movie, and that's why it's going to be, out on the LA Times site and hopefully get even further with distribution. We hope that everyone will see this. We hope that mayors will realize that if they actually help an in-between happen in their town, then they will see such a great result. Not only will there be less people on the streets, there'll be no one dying on the streets anymore, and the emergency rooms won't have the kind of, constant flow of people in need who just can't get care otherwise.
It feels like you're on to something, that they are, and by you magnifying it for the world to see, really, it feels like it does offer some opportunity of hope for us all.
I feel like there's such a stigma attached to homelessness, like you talked about, and I hope that this film is such, it's just such a enjoyable experience to watch the film.
Andy, we thank you so much for this and wishing.
Okay. Oh, shit. Narwhal by Nature with the massive super chat. For all of the birthing people in chat, Medicare covered people don't get their annual OBGYN visit for free anymore because the government doesn't want to pay for the chaperone needed for a safe exam. Yeah, I'm sure all that's going to get much better under Donald Trump. Wait, where's my... Why can't I almost forgot. You deserve this. We can do it now. We have the technology. Look at that. Sweet, sweet. Super chats. We can see them now. Isn't that exciting? For those of you who haven't seen it, for me, it's very exciting. I'm very excited about it personally. I like that I get to at least highlight your messages. Oh my god, Scared Crow just giving away galactic memberships to the Space Fams. Vincent Morales, multiple, 5 galactic gifted memberships. Utterly amazing. I love you all. Really, really mean it. All right. Now, let's go. Wait, all right, we're doing okay in time, right? Yeah. Let's go here. More Perfect Union. Talk about furniture.
What? What you talking about?
So I've been looking for a coffee table recently, but shopping for furniture online sucks. You can't tell what anything really looks like or feels like. You can't test the couches. I've also heard a lot of horror stories about new furniture falling apart quickly.
6 weeks in, this couch pills so badly. I'm sitting here and all of a sudden, crack. Ow, another nail!
I regret it so much. It makes me literally want to cry. I don't want this sofa anymore.
I figured I needed to shop in person, so I came to Wayfair's new brick and mortar.
You know, this one's hitting me very close to home right now because a couple weeks ago, I there was no concern or care when I sat down. I plopped myself onto my tiny space couch here and broke whatever they are passing for as a spring inside of this thing and caused a giant sinkhole to form on the right side of this freaking couch. Oh, God.
Store in Chicago. I also asked a furniture expert to...
Oh my God.
Me. Coco Ree Lemery spent years as a furniture designer for places like Pottery Barn and Williams-Sonoma. I have to say, looking around the store was super fun. Way better than scrolling on their website. You can connect your TV sound to the table via Bluetooth, just like you always wanted. But right away, Coco noticed two big things about the furniture there. First, almost everything was a cheap copycat of another design.
This gets very close to a Windsor chair. The wishbone chair is that one.
And second, a lot of stuff was low quality.
This is actually designed to go here.
Wow.
Here you go, little buddy.
Wow.
It's not just Wayfair. It's becoming
Jesus
harder
Christ.
to find well-designed quality furniture, even if you're willing to spend a little extra.
Price absolutely does not indicate quality in the furniture industry.
I wanted to know what does indicate quality. So I bought this little guy from Wayfair and this vintage table online with similar design features. I took them both to Coco's studio to run a few durability tests. What we found used to be made versus now, and what the future of furniture might look like. There was no Wayfair or Overstock or Amazon when my parents bought their first home in the late 80s in Ohio. In our town. They relied on their neighbors and community to get used furniture like this side table. I found the exact same one on a furniture resale site. It's worth over $1,000. Definitely not something they'd have been able to afford at the time. When I moved into my first apartment in the city, they gave it to me.
Why are you doing this to me? I'm sorry. I just noticed this thing is lagging hard right now. Let me attempt to fix this for you all. Not sure why we're being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yeah, it's buffering right now. I'm trying to fix it. Trying to fix. I think we've solved it. I'm fairly confident.
There's still a little bit of water damage, but it still looks good and it's standing sturdy. But when I look around at the furniture I bought myself, it's mostly boring IKEA designs, some Eames dupes, and literally outdoor furniture from Amazon. I doubt any of it will last till my next apartment, let alone the next generation.
It comes in pieces. If you have to like re-screw it, you've already ruined it because it's not actually wood.
I was talking about this with my coworker Gerald, and he showed me this beautiful table his grandmother bought in the 90s.
Damn, when did it become rare to actually have a solid wood table? When did this kind of thing stop being accessible to someone like my grandma, you know, average income, and has this like heirloom table? There's nothing rickety on that table at all.
If you bought furniture in the US before the mid-2000s, chances are it was made in North Carolina. Both of these tables were, this one by a company called Broyhill, and this one by Henderson, founded by former Broyhill employees. These days, North Carolina's furniture industry isn't doing so well, but when Broyhill was founded in 1926, it was kind of the perfect place to get into the furniture business. The state's first furniture factory had opened in the 1880s in a city called High Point. Then, at the turn of the century, High Point started holding a huge furniture expo, where buyers spent billions of dollars on furnishings to sell in stores across the country. By the 60s, a full 60% of all furniture made in America would come from this 125-mile radius, and by the 80s, it had earned the nickname the Furniture Capital of America, beating out Chicago, New York City, and even Grand Rapids, Michigan, which was literally called Furniture City at the time. How did they do it? Well, making furniture comes down to 4 things: design, material, production, and transportation. North Carolina furniture makers were uniquely positioned to have an edge on all 4 of those. They didn't spend time or money on design, they just copied the pieces made by popular furniture companies of the day. And as for materials, half the state is forest, full of hardwood trees, pine, oak, chestnut, and maple, perfect for making sturdy furniture. They found ways to cut production costs by making the furniture with cheaper woods and then covering it in hardwood veneers. Other ways to cut costs? Those early furniture companies focused on mass producing a few basic items, and they had access to a huge pool of cheap labor willing to do it. After low crop prices in the late 1800s ushered in an agricultural depression, North Carolina's black sharecroppers and poor white tenant farmers quit farming and got better jobs in furniture factories. They were paid about $821 per year, about half of what the furniture workers in the North were paid. Race was a huge factor in keeping wages low. As one economic geographer wrote in 1934, "A great black laboring force has always done the hard labor of the South and is willing to do so and oftentimes do it better for less wages than those paid the white man." Factory owners also exploited the racial divide to prevent workers from unionizing, allowing them to pay both black and white workers less. Obviously, having such low wages was a big part of why North Carolina could make furniture so much cheaper than New York and Chicago and Michigan. But this exact pattern, the industry moving its center to wherever the cheapest labor was, would repeat itself in less than a century. We'll get to that in a minute. The other big reason High Point became America's furniture.
Hold on. We're going to skip past some of this historical stuff, talk more about the state of things now.
Be located close to the retail stores. Remember how North Carolina's cheap labor made it the manufacturing center of the US? Well, you know who has even cheaper labor than North Carolina? China. That became extremely relevant in 1999 with the US-China World Trade Organization agreement. The US agreed to cut tariffs on Chinese imports, and China would do the same for US imports. This was meant to foster more trade.
We'll be able to export products without exporting jobs.
What actually happened was the opposite of that. Through the 2000s, American furniture makers started moving factories from North Carolina to China, laying off more than 1,000 American workers a year. By 2005, 36% of their sales came from furniture they imported from China. But don't worry, that backfired for them pretty quickly. The Chinese factory owners they contracted with learned how to make American-style furniture and started their own companies competing directly with US manufacturers. Here's how important cheap labor is. Chinese companies could import US lumber, make the furniture, ship it back to the US for assembly, and still afford to sell it for less than American companies could. Within 7 years, 60% of the US furniture market was controlled by Chinese companies. There were 700,000 Americans working in furniture manufacturing in 2000. By 2010, it was down to about 350,000, half the industry gone in a decade. Factory closures hit North Carolina the hardest. Entire towns were left unemployed.
That is what we live off of here in this county is furniture.
And in 2007, as if to put salt in the wound, IKEA opened a warehouse just an hour away from High Point. There's one more important part of IKEA's strategy that the Moose didn't mention, but you can see it in this IKEA ad from 2002 that Spike Jonze directed for some reason.
Many of you feel bad for this lamp. That is because you're crazy. It has no feelings, and the new one is much better.
In other words, forget heirlooms for your grandkids, throw away your old furniture, and buy new. And they
Yeah, and that's been the paradigm pretty much ever since. You know, the true embrace of pure consumerism, profits only, profits certainly over quality, and that's where we're at now, right? We could have stuck with, you know, being more focused on quality, but of course, you know, multinational companies were able to, you know, capitalize on all of this, right? Wayfair, Temu, all these other places, not Temu, Amazon, you know, IKEA, but even IKEA is now kind of losing out to the drop shippers, right? And meanwhile, everybody else is losing out on quality for the money that they spend on goods. Just continues to go down in search of more and more profits. All right, let's talk about somebody who has been attempting to protect American consumers from stuff like this to some degree, but will probably no longer be doing that in the future. It's very unfortunate because this woman is maybe I actually made one of the only FTC chairs I could name, and also certainly one of the best people to sit in that position in my lifetime, Lina Khan. She went on to Zateo earlier to talk to Mehdi. See what they had to discuss.
She was 32 years old when she was appointed the youngest ever chair of the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, by President Biden in the summer of 2021. But Columbia law professor and antitrust crusader Lina Khan didn't hold back once she was appointed. Over the past 3.5 years, she has taken on the likes of Google, Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft and helped bolster the Biden administration's populist credentials with new rules on everything from getting rid of junk fees to making it easier to cancel your subscriptions. She's won praise even from some big-name Republicans in Congress in the process, but she's also made a lot of enemies in boardrooms across corporate America. And Donald Trump is now planning on replacing her as FTC chair. Surprise! So what does she make of what's coming down the line, and how does she define her own legacy? Joining me now for an exclusive interview with Mehdi Unfiltered is the outgoing FTC chair, Lina Khan. Lina, thanks so much for joining me on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Under your leadership, Lina, the Federal Trade Commission has gotten rid of junk fees, made it easier to cancel subscriptions, worked to lower drug prices, struck down a recent merger that would have raised the price of groceries. I mean, the list goes on and on. You've done a lot in a short space of time, but I just wonder, how do you see your accomplishments impacting on the everyday lives of ordinary Americans? What do you think the highlight has been? What would you like your legacy at the FTC to be?
At its core, the FTC's job is to promote fair, honest, and competitive markets. We've done that job faithfully and vigorously. We've won big victories in court, and we have materially made life better for the American people, from bringing down the cost of asthma inhalers and other drugs, to taking on junk fees by major corporate landlords, to blocking a major grocery merger that would have led to higher prices and worse jobs, to making it much easier to cancel a subscription. And I think if you step back, the FTC has really demonstrated to the American people what it looks like when a government agency is fully serving the people and fully in their corner, even when it means taking on powerful vested interests and law-breaking corporations.
As someone who's just founded a subscription business, I'm sad about the subscription rule. No, I'm kidding. I know you've held commission meetings. You've traveled across the country to hear from Americans directly.
Three assholes who just...
What are you hearing from them? What do you think the issues that matter to everyday Americans are?
Like, the only people who are sad about this making it easier to cancel subscription fees are like 6 dudes who were just recently chortling until very recently, right? You know, I'm assuming like the CEO of LA Fitness and Planet Fitness and all these other idiots who tried to force you to come, to shame you into not canceling your gym subscription, forcing you to have to go into their businesses just to do something that pretty much in almost all other cases you could cancel your subscriptions online with just a click. And the fact is, it's a disgusting tactic to just steal money from people, essentially.
The FTC deals with, because we're often told that the average American is actually small c conservative on issues related to the economy. They're very free market, they're very low tax. Is that what you hear?
So you're absolutely right that I made it a priority to make sure we were opening our doors and hearing from Americans all across the country. It's very easy in these types of jobs to become very insulated and just hear from, very small number of constituencies. I traveled to places like, Baraboo, Wisconsin, to Ames, Iowa, to Silicon Valley. I mean, really just all across. And what I heard was a real concern about lack of fairness in the marketplace. I think all too often people feel like they're not getting a fair shake just in their day-to-day economic transactions. And a lot of the work that the FTC has done has been about making sure that we are taking on some of those daily indignities, be it the junk fees, be it the higher prices and worse jobs because of extreme consolidation. You're absolutely right that questions of monopoly power and extreme concentration of economic power is not a partisan issue. I mean, I think there's deep concerns on both sides of the aisle. And I would get handwritten letters from people who would say things like, I'm a lifelong Republican, but the FTC's work to eliminate non-compete clauses is by far the best thing that the government has ever done in my life.
Yeah, because Lina Khan, as the head of the FTC, actually took her job seriously and actually, tried to make trade fair for consumers in the United States. Oh, God, I'm going to miss her. Donald Trump and the rest of the Republicans are she's going to be gone in like 3 days.
So I think the work that the agency has been doing has enormous public support, and we've seen that in countless ways.
I'm guessing you were better received in Ames, Iowa than in Silicon Valley. What is it about antitrust that you think big corporations, tech corporations, for example, the CEOs of those corporations who don't tend to be fans of yours, what is it that they don't get in your view? How does going to court, for example, to stop grocery chain Kroger's from acquiring rival Albertsons, which you successfully did in court just last month?
Yes, she did. We talked about it.
Consumers and help workers in your view?
So the premise underlying our antitrust laws is that it's fair competition that is best for Americans rather than extreme monopolization or consolidation or centralization of markets.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, we've had an economy that has been delivered enormous benefits to people when firms, even big firms, even incumbent firms, are having to look over their shoulder and see, am I about to get lapped? And does that mean I need to go even faster? I need to deliver even better prices. I need to deliver better quality. I need to deliver better jobs. And it's true that monopolies and some incumbents would rather keep that competition out, would rather shut those rivals out of the market. But the whole premise of our antitrust laws is that actually the best ideas should win, and gatekeepers should not just be able to lock in their dominance. And
absolutely. And the problem is, in the last 30 years, the increase in M&A, mergers and acquisitions, in our corporate structures in the United States have been, in my estimation, one of the major reasons why people are doing as bad as they are, right? Because, I mean, think about it. It kind of started off Walmart types, going around and, destroying small businesses everywhere, right? If they couldn't buy them, they'd destroy them by taking losses that small businesses couldn't, right? But as our economy has been sort of removed from Main Street, as it was often referred to, right? And is now on mainstreet.com. The tech companies have used mergers and acquisitions in the last 25, 30 years to eliminate competition, increase their profits and their control over the consumer, to be able to, just to suck up profits from literally anywhere. And that, at this point, there's such a few tiny fraction, of what used to exist in terms of companies now control the entire marketplace. And when people talk about fair markets these days, I mean, pretty much ever, but just none of it is based in reality. Okay, and fair for who? All right, let's keep talking about Lina Khan a little bit. Mergers and acquisitions.
This is a full capitulation to Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, in a book.
That's a good point, Jules. Mergers and acquisitions really started taking off in the 80s, but I think if you looked at a graph of how many mergers and acquisitions occurred in between 80 and now, right, you'd notice like a serious, I mean, until recent, you know, like I'm pretty sure it's something of an exponential curve. Until recently, right? Like where Lina Khan stepped in and started blocking M&A, like during the Biden administration, I feel like is around the time where it sort of tapered off, like plateaued a little bit.
He put out, what was that earlier, around the same time? It had a quote that he said that he would put Zuckerberg, quote, spend the rest of his life in prison.
Right, read that whole thing.
Illegal. Former President Donald Trump writes in the new book set to be published next week that Mark Zuckerberg plotted against him during the 2020 election and said the Meta chief executive would, quote, spend the rest of his life in prison if he did it again.
What an amazing coincidence that just days before Donald Trump is inaugurated, right after he is made president again, that Mark Zuckerberg does this.
And you know, another coincidence is that Meta has an antitrust lawsuit in front of the government in April. What a complete coincidence that
totally
coincidental to conservatives during this time period.
Nothing to read into there.
This is Lina Khan actually this morning asked about it on CNBC.
What do you think, though, of the relationship that we're seeing between big tech and the next administration? What do you make of the meetings and pilgrimages with which we're seeing Mark Zuckerberg go to Mar-a-Lago, or we're seeing a Jeff Bezos or a Tim Cook? I mean, this is a very different kind of relationship than the administration, the Biden administration had, and specifically what you represented to the business community.
So I approached my job with a focus on faithfully enforcing the law and making sure we were doing that across the economy without fear or favor. There has been, as you know, a lot of concern about dominant digital gatekeepers, again, on both sides of the aisle. And even as we've seen the president-elect announce some of his future appointments, he's noted that he's making these appointments with a view that they're going to continue to maintain a tough line against some of these big technology companies.
Do you think they are, given the meetings that we're seeing, given the $1 million donations to the inaugural? I mean, on a very personal basis, there's only 8 business days left in your role. What do you make of that?
Well, look, I can't predict what future people in my position are going to do. It is true that the FTC has been very successful, including in its ongoing litigations against Amazon and Facebook. And so it's only going to be natural that those companies are going to want to come in and see, can they get some type of sweetheart deal, right? Can they get some type of settlement that's cheap, that settles for pennies on the dollar and lets them escape from a liability finding in court.
Do you see that happening? Is that what you think is happening?
I hope it won't, but again, I can't predict that. And we are set to go to trial against Facebook this spring, against Amazon in fall of 2026. Of course, they would want a sweetheart deal, and I hope future enforcers wouldn't give them that.
Okay, I got some very bad news.
Carl Icahn, Ivan Boesky, Michael Milliken, sure, all those assholes, they were certainly behind that much of the initial wave of M&A. Then people after, I think Icahn, I think most of those guys are dead now. But now you got people like Warren Buffett and Mark Zuckerberg and, Elon Musk, all these people, all these massive asshole billionaires to keep carrying the torch. Keep the torch lit of monopolization of the world economy. Oh shit, somebody just resubscribed.
When she says, I hope, she goes, what she's really saying is they probably will.
Looney Tunes with the resub. Got a dancing alien on screen 8 months in a row. Really impressive.
But I want to put it on record that they're that this is wrong.
They're screwing my investigation.
And when we talk about the way that these tech billionaires, they're oligarchs. This is like, you want to know what an oligarchy is? We've been saying for years, we're headed towards an oligarchy. This is a genuine oligarchy.
These are the oligarchs in charge of our communications.
This is it, right here. We're there. This is a cartoon from Pulitzer Prize winning cartoonist Ann Telnace, who was the Washington Post cartoonist until 2 days ago, when Bezos said, we're not going to allow this ad to run, which depicts Bezos and other tech executives, including dead Mickey Mouse, bowing at the altar of Donald Trump and bringing him money as a tribute. I mean, this is where we're at. This is it. You have these people are buying up all of our media, and they are essentially, I mean, brainwash is too strong of a word, but they are completely changing the information, the flow of information, and changing what information is. And they're not doing it for the entire country. They may not even be doing it for the majority of the country, but they're doing it for enough people. And just look at the data. There is no doubt the Democrats failed to deliver a message. But it's also quite clear that those people who did not consume political information voted for Trump overwhelmingly because they didn't see a problem or have any insight into what policies he was actually going to pursue or not going to pursue. And we have the biggest online platforms completely reversing themselves a day after Donald Trump is certified as president.
Politico asked that question in a...
I mean, more than reversing themselves, it's like they're doing backflips, you know, contorting themselves to somehow, I don't know, make it into a different timeline where they were, you know, it's just... It's like it's mind-boggling to watch some of the utter, you know, gymnastics these people are going through to try and appease future King Trump. Oh, no problem. I'm glad I could explain that to you. Technically, yeah, it's my body. I mean, it's my head on the body of 007. 31 likes. We need more support. We need more support. We've got Gary. We've got not Cisco. Yeah, Cisco. Benjamin Cisco. 8. Who is that? I think I know who that is. Okay. Let's go on. Talk about some more people that aren't going to be around anymore. First, let's go to the AG's office. Merrick Garland delivered his farewell address earlier today at the Justice Department. Is Carl Icahn still alive? Why did I think he died?
I want to take you now to Washington, where Attorney General Merrick Garland is delivering his farewell address to the Justice Department.
Each of us who comes to work at this...
You know, I love, if that is true, and I'm assuming it is true, that Carl Icahn is still alive. You know what's great for our society is that the health expectations, like the lifespan of billionaires continues to go up. It is so good. It makes me, sometimes I get worried, and then I remember that the lifespan of billionaires is continuing to go up. So, it's so good. They continue to live indefinitely while the rest of us have our lifespans going down.
Help! I'm being repressed!
So refreshing. You want to play?
His farewell address to the Justice Department.
Each of us who comes to work at this department begins our period of service with an oath. It is an oath that I have taken many times in my career, and an oath that I have administered to others many more times. We swear that we will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, and that we will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. But bearing true faith and allegiance to the Constitution is not the end of our obligation. It is just the beginning. It is just the beginning because, as Attorney General Robert Jackson warned in this very hall 85 years ago, the same powers that enable the federal prosecutor to pursue justice also create the potential for grave injustice. Although our Constitution and laws include important constraints on law enforcement, they nonetheless grant law enforcement considerable discretion to determine when, whom, how, and even whether to investigate or prosecute for apparent violations of federal criminal law. To ensure fairness in the administration of justice, we must temper this grant of discretion with a set of principles and
Oh yes, I'm sure we will have that. What was it? What did you say? The fairness of the prosecution of justice? Yes, I'm sure Donald Trump's. I'm sure Pam Bondi will be very fair in her prosecution of justice, which is going to be the future AG. Oh yes, I'm sure that will be fine. She hasn't, outwardly said anything insane about prosecuting people for non-crimes or just being, just being Democrats, I guess. That won't happen. Everybody calm down. It's the preservatives. Are you talking about Carl Icahn and Chad still? What you think they're dipping him in formaldehyde every morning or something? Pops out of the cryo chamber into a vat of formaldehyde. All right. Now this was actually, in many ways, I found this somewhat, what's the word? Not refreshing. That's not quite what I'm looking for. Really, how do I put it? This one gave me a tiny bit of hope, okay? Like a modicum of hope for the future. Now, of course, we all are kind of probably, maybe you're not still stuck as I am, upset at Democrats. Broadly speaking, for, how the 2024 campaigns were run, but in Minnesota, Democrats did something that I appreciated. Let's see what happened here in the Minnesota House earlier on, I think it was Thursday.
There being 67 members present, there is no quorum as required by the Constitution of the State of Minnesota.
Mr.
The House
Secretary.
may not conduct any further business, and the House of Representatives
Mr.
is
Secretary,
adjourned.
I move to appeal the ruling of no quorum under Mason's 504 paragraph 5 and request a roll call.
And I therefore declare
Didn't get
Representative Lisa Damuth duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the state of Minnesota for the 20.
I love that. This guy, after the gavel was hit, this guy's like, there's a thing I want to do still.
Paragraph 5 and request a roll call.
And I therefore declare Representative Lisa Damuth duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the state of Minnesota.
Wait, let me check something here.
Constitution of the State of Minnesota.
Mr.
The
Secretary.
House may not conduct any further business, and the House of Representatives
Mr.
is
Secretary,
adjourned.
I move to appeal the ruling of no quorum under Mason's
Can't
504
appeal it.
paragraph 5 and request a roll call.
Too late.
And I therefore declare Representative Lisa Damuth duly.
Yeah, I was right. If you were listening closely there, the reason I went back is to hear the voice of the Speaker of the House in Minnesota here and compare it to the words we were hearing right now. I also don't know why a fucking child is inside of the house right now on the floor. That's confusing me. Why is this little girl here sitting next to what I assume is her very dumpy looking father? The voices are clearly different. Somebody just walked up to the speaker's chair and decided to try and and take over the house. If you're not understanding what's going on here, let's go back and look at this picture to kind of explain. So as you can see, there's a real lack of people on one side of the Minnesota House, and that is because Democrats in Minnesota decided to boycott this hearing so as to not have a quorum in the House. Without a quorum, you cannot legislate. You can't do anything. You need the majority, at least a tiny fraction of a majority of representatives in the House to be able to conduct the business of the House. But Republicans attempted to just continue on regardless. Look at them clapping for their illegal attempt at appointing a speaker without a quorum. It's very cute.
Are you the legal speaker? I am the legal speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives.
No, you are not.
Very honored
Nope.
to have been chosen.
I'm sure you're honored,
this
but
body
she is not the legal speaker of the House. Republicans basically just did. This is like a soft coup, right? That's what I would call it, right? It's not a full. I wouldn't call it a hard coup. Like nobody brought guns out or anything, but they're attempting to do something legally or legislatively illegal.
Illegal.
And appoint this woman as the Speaker of the House, even though they did not have the members present with which to do so.
in this role, and we look forward to the work that is ahead of us.
We saw something on the floor of the Minnesota House of Representatives today that we have never seen in Minnesota history, a completely sham proceeding. We will deny quorum for three important reasons. First of all, Representative Tabke won. And the Republicans made clear that they are going to try to kick him out of the House anyway. The will of the voters on election night was an equally divided House of Representatives, and we know we're going to return to that in the special election on January 28th when our 67th member is sworn in on February 3rd.
That seat in Roseville belongs to the voters of Roseville until it is decided. And to think that House Democrats...
My God. Oh, these Republicans are willing to do anything to get their agenda done, even if it's against the law.
Illegal.
All right. Now let's go back to talking about people who are no longer going to be in government. Specifically, one person I have in mind. One Joe Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
This was a clip of his final address to the nation.
I have no doubt that America is in a position to continue to succeed. That's why my farewell address tonight, I want to warn the country of some things that give me great concern. And this is a dangerous that's a dangerous concentration of power in the hands of a very few ultra-wealthy people. And the dangerous consequences if their abuse of power is left unchecked.
Follow the rich white man.
Today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms, and a fair shot for everyone to get ahead. You know, his farewell address, President Eisenhower spoke of the dangers of the military-industrial complex. He warned us then about, and I quote, the potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power, end of quote. 6 decades later, I'm equally concerned about the potential rise
oh my God.
of a tech-industrial complex that could pose real dangers for our country.
Oh God, I'm still so mad at Joe Biden. I don't think I'm ever going to stop being mad at this man. Oh God, he ruined his legacy for sure. He started off good in the United States, kinda, and then the last couple of years have been a fucking disgrace. But this is bugging me so much. Like we heard earlier about how Joe Biden wasn't even sure in a recent interview that he could have gotten through the next 4 years. I mean, he's barely getting through this goddamn speech, but he decided to run anyways. If we had just had an actual election, a normal election cycle, I still feel like we wouldn't be where we're at. I know that's not the only reason why Democrats lost the election. I'm certainly not going to say that it is, but I think it would have given Democrats some time to figure some shit out that they did not have in this election. And I think that's, you know, whatever. Well, like rehashing the past.
As well. Americans are being buried under an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation, enabling the abuse of power. The truth is smothered by lies told for power and for profit. We must hold the social platforms accountable to protect our children, our families, and our very democracy.
Which ones?
From the abuse of power.
All of them?
We have to stay engaged in the process. I know it's frustrating. A fair shot is what makes America America.
Yeah. If you only knew how frustrating it was, Joe.
Frustrating. A fair shot is what makes America America. Everyone's entitled to a fair shot. Not a guarantee, but just a fair shot. An even playing field. Going as far as your hard work and talent can take you.
For fuck's sake. Oh, God. It's almost as if this was all foreseeable. Yeah.
You know, in the years ahead, it'll help to be, it's going to be up to the president, the presidency, the Congress, the courts, the free press, and the American people to confront these powerful forces. We must reform the tax code, not by giving the biggest tax cuts to billionaires, but by making them begin to pay their fair share. We need to get dark money. That's that hidden funding behind too many campaigns contributions.
Oh, yeah.
We need to get it out of our politics.
Yeah.
We need to enact an 18-year...
Do you know what would make that stuff easier? I don't know. If we had control of the Supreme Court, right? Citizens United got decided by the Supreme Court, right? You know, so many of these things he's talking about would be so much easier if we had the White House right now. Oh, my God.
Limit. Term limit. Time and term. For the strongest ethics and the strongest ethics reforms for our Supreme Court. We need to ban members of Congress from trading stock while they're in the Congress. We need to amend the Constitution to make clear that no president is immune from crimes that he or she commits while in office.
Yeah, well, that's not going to be happening. Today, literally now, as it's 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, today is going to be the last session in which that could possibly happen. We're not getting a constitutional amendment done in 24 hours, Joe. It's just not feasible. And this face of his right now, I feel like is how I feel inside right now. Broken. It's a broken man we're looking at right now. And it's just, it's insane. It's insane. To be talking about this like, oh yeah, we're going to get rid of Citizens United and we're going to make a constitutional amendment in 24 hours. Okay, everyone, totally doable.
The president's power is not limited. It's not absolute, and it shouldn't be. And in a democracy, there's another danger to the concentration of power and wealth. It erodes a sense of unity and common purpose. It causes distrust and division. Participating in our democracy becomes exhausting and even disillusioning. And people don't feel like they have a fair shot. We have to stay engaged in the process.
God, hearing him tell us to stay engaged in the process it's honestly offensive a little bit. Because I feel like he's kind of the reason why many people on the left disengaged. His policies, his foreign policy created that disengagement. Not entirely, of course. Americans were already pretty fucking disengaged going into this election. But that, oh God. That's a very frustrating finger wag from Joe Biden to tell us to stay engaged. I mean, I'm going to be staying engaged, but I'm going to be pissed off while I'm doing it for the next day, at least after hearing that. Okay. let's talk Donald Trump. Let's talk Donald Trump because he's the president-elect. He is going to be inaugurated on Monday, which I'm planning to do live here. That's at least my plan for now. Write that down. We'll be ushering fascism in sometime. I think it's like in the afternoon, right? I don't even know what time it's supposed to happen. On Monday. But let's remember that the person that's going to be inaugurated is a felon 34 times over. Something he's very upset about.
Donald Trump was sentenced today.
Oh, was he held accountable for the crimes he committed?
Well, sort of. Not really.
423rd times the charm. I don't know.
Well, he did get sentenced, and at least it was like, they did basically edify the fact that he's going in as the first president, convicted felon ever. He, of course, is not going to get any fine or parole or probation or jail time for that matter. What was it? He got a dishonorable discharge. What did they call it?
Unconditional discharge.
Unconditional discharge, and that was because it was the only sentence that the judge could give him. Typically, people who are convicted of 34 felony counts of this manner either go to jail for a short period of time or pay extensive fines. Or lose their ability, lose their ability to have a corporation in the state that they're found to have done this. There's a bunch of different array of penalties for this, but Trump got it discharged. Here he is speaking in the court, being irritated that he even had to deal with that.
Now, if you look, my attorney alluded to it, the top legal scholars and legal
pause it.
pundits.
Incidentally, that's audio from inside the court, but Donald Trump is not inside the court. He also didn't have to go to court, which I got news for you. When you have a sentencing hearing and you've been convicted of 34 felony counts, you generally have to show up in court unless, I don't know, you're strapped to a gurney somewhere.
Or the president-elect?
Well, apparently now that's the case. Go ahead.
Now, if you look, my attorney alluded to it, the top legal scholars and legal pundits in this country, the ones that are quoted all the time on television, that are making their views felt and highly respected people, have said, virtually everyone that I know of, haven't seen any to the contrary, not one. And none of these people are not exactly friends of mine, to put it mildly. But they all said this is a case that should have never been brought. It's an injustice of justice. Illegal. Very respected. Jonathan Turley.
Justice of justice.
Andy McCarthy. Judge David Rifkin, a wonderful man who just passed away, by the way.
A dead guy.
Rick Jarrett. Ellie Honig from CNN, of all places.
We will only have the very best dead guys in my administration.
CNN said that. Paul Ingratian.
He is the TV president in so many ways. So many ways.
A dead guy said I shouldn't be prosecuted. It's a justice of injustice, injustice of justice.
It was so poetic. He has a prepared list of all of the TV legal experts on cable news that have defended him.
Judge Judy.
Yes, I mean Judge Janine. She's always got my back. I'm a little creeped out by it, but
Dr. Phil. He's not a lawyer, but he's a doctor. So
he's a kind of doctor.
He's a professional.
He knows things about
he's
stuff.
The TV
My architect also said This is an injustice of justice.
It's true. It's true. I also heard that his architect said it was an injustice. And you wouldn't, you wouldn't say that that's an invalid opinion. I mean, architect, that's another professional. It's almost like a lawyer. You have to know how to read. It's very similar. Some might say it's the same job. Interchangeable, really. Lawyers, architects, I'd be fine in any circumstance, just sort of, changing those two out. I'll have a lawyer build my house and a architect defend me in court. That all makes perfect sense, right?
I don't want reality.
Hush, Mark Wayne. All right, let's talk about another legal situation going on in the Trump world.
Glad you're streaming with us. Former New York City mayor and one-time lawyer for President-elect Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, gets to keep all his properties and personal belongings after failing to show up in court today. How does that work?
Yeah, well, we're going to find out. Giuliani was scheduled to be the first witness in a civil case that was meant to determine if he had to turn over his Florida condo to the two former Georgia election workers that he was found liable for defaming. But his failure to appear in court today led to both sides to agree on a settlement. Giuliani's lawyers say they've been negotiating over the past 3 days on this.
Senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky joins us now with more details. All right, tell us about this settlement and how did this come about?
Yes,
well, apparently it had been negotiated over the last couple of days, Kira, as you noted, but it really came out of nowhere because Giuliani was supposed to be testifying today in Manhattan federal court about the debt that he owes Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, those two Georgia poll workers that he defamed by saying they helped steal the election for Joe Biden in 2020.
Illegal.
And the issue was whether he would have to turn over more of his property. He's already turned over a lot of stuff. And it turns out they were working on a settlement all day that did not require Giuliani to be in court. It was announced later in the afternoon, and the terms were not disclosed. But we know that Giuliani gets to keep everything he owns, including a couple of apartments, a whole bunch of baseball memorabilia.
Wow.
In exchange, he agreed never to defame Ruby Freeman or Shay Moss again and to pay them some undisclosed amount of compensation.
Well, that's kind of surprising.
Yeah, it is surprising. And there's a lot of sort of speculation going on. I'm going to do a little bit of speculating myself here because, Rudy Giuliani has claimed to be broke, and I believe proved it technically in court in terms of cash. Did not have $184 million in cash or anything near it. And I'm speculating right now, as some others have, that he got some sort of a benefactor of some sort. And why he would get a benefactor in this moment, I was reaching for ideas, and then I landed on one, right? Of course, Rudy Giuliani was a lawyer for Donald Trump. Has very close ties to the future president. Maybe somebody thought that was worth some, $100 million to them. They're like, you know what? Here you go, Rudy. Let's be friends. What do you think? Because if he doesn't have to turn over his property in this apparent settlement, then somehow the money is, because I am assuming, since both parties, well, technically in this case, all three parties, including the lawyers, need to agree to this, settlement, right? He can't just decide unilaterally not to pay them. So somehow they are getting compensated, and not by way of his selling his property, his fancy World Series rings, his what was it, like a Cobb Cy Cobb jacket or Yankee? I can't remember who it was. Somebody's uniform, some signed Yankee uniform, and a bunch of other shit. So he's keeping his apartments and the rest of his stuff that he hasn't sold. And yet, that they have come to a settlement. So where all that money came from, I do not know. I could speculate on that too. Elon. Could be anybody, though. Could be anybody. All right, keep talking about Trump. Let's go into the media sphere. See how things are going on MSNBC as it relates to Donald Trump.
The messaging is so blinkered around Trump and the Republicans. I mean, first of all, the whole Maga stuff, it's Republicans is the problem. The Republicans are the problem. Democrats are a problem, but I'm saying from the perspective of Democrats winning elections, Republicans are the problem, not Maga. Are they all MAGA in the House and the Senate? Maybe, pretty close.
Thank you for the correction, Godcat. That's right, Ty Cobb, Cy Young. What's up with the 2-letter Y ending names in baseball in the 30s or whatever that was back then? I guess it was a little later than that, but what's up with that? Thank you for the correction, though. Whoops, what did I do?
In terms of what they're voting for, there's also another way that say they're Republicans. You can't pretend they're good Republicans and parade around Lynch because it doesn't work. I think we just saw. There was we've seen the polling on that. We've seen the polling on Gaza and how it hurt Biden too, for that matter. Here is Michael Steele on MSNBC. Michael Steele, former Republican.
Yeah.
Former Republican chair.
Didn't he also run for president at one point?
And some of these guys, they seem to be like the most angry at the failure of the sort of mainstream Democrats from dispatching Trump because A, they're left with absolutely nowhere to go. And B, I think they're also used to working with people who know how to win with garbage. And this feels like Michael Steele, and maybe I'm projecting, basically calling out Joe Scarborough for being just a vapid, careerist, lapdog, bootlicker, who doesn't believe in.
And let's not forget Joe Scarborough is also a Republican, even though he's on MSNBC, a supposedly liberal network. This guy has been on there for what, like decades now, it feels like. I don't know exactly when he got the job, when Morning Joe started, but I mean, this guy was also a Republican in Connecticut, right? He was a Republican House rep, wasn't he?
Anything other
did he
than
run?
What
I can't
thinks he's going to get his ratings at a time. Now, I may be projecting some of that on there, but it sort of feels like this, and I think certainly Scarborough sort of felt like that.
Proper conversation.
Michael, I'm not saying we're walking in a winter wonderland.
Joe, you had your moment. Let me just finish the point. I get that.
Tell us something we don't know.
Well, I'm telling you something that you seem to forget. And so let me make my point. You may not like it, but I'm going to make it. And the reality of it is, I take your civility argument, and you like to say 78 million people voted for Donald Trump. Well, 82 million people voted for Joe Biden. Right. And he didn't get that civility that you're talking about from Donald Trump.
I'm sorry, not Connecticut. He was a representative in Florida. I'm pretty sure he's from Connecticut or something like that.
Joe Biden. Right. And he didn't get that civility that you're talking about from Donald Trump in those 4 years. Right. So now the expectation is, because he's won again and he got 78 million people, we all got to be civil to Donald Trump. Well, okay, I'm prepared to be civil.
Nobody said that.
You did.
No, I didn't say it. I didn't say everybody has to be civil.
Same thing. Same thing, Mika. I love how Mika's like, I said it, not my husband. You two are a package deal, okay?
No. You're using the term civil. I've never used that term. I'm using your term. You put civility on the table.
You said we all have to be civil. There is a pushback that you have to have.
But Joe,
I'm just talking about Barack Obama.
I'm not. Fine. I'm not talking about that. My main point is, everybody's looking at this from a one-way perspective. How we need to approach Donald Trump. How the hell is he approaching us?
Yeah.
I love this. This is hilarious because, like, you have one Republican yelling at another Republican about You know, I mean, they're both, neither of them are actually like in, you know, government anymore, but just two Republican talking heads on, you know, going at it over this. Oh, it's cathartic.
Wants to lock up citizens. The man wants to turn the government against them. How are we to respond to that? Are we supposed to be civil?
Michael, do you think
Good question.
we don't know that?
Doesn't seem like it.
What are you talking about? Oh my God, the fake outrage from Joe here, dude. Look at him and Meek over here. They're so taken aback. So taken aback. You see, oh God, you see how Joe's almost, he's clutching his stomach. He's it's almost as if Michael has wounded him. It's like he's just been stabbed with a sword. Oh, and Mika's here and protecting her husband. Oh God, so hard for them. But of course, these two idiots just got in line at Mar-a-Lago. Was it a month ago? And then came back on Morning Joe to tell us about it and be like, "Oh, actually, it was we're just being civil."
Doesn't seem like it.
Michael, why do you...
Not you. I'm just saying the broader you.
Oh, he is saying you.
To create false choice.
He is saying you.
I'm not creating a false choice.
If either of them...
you have created...
If either of them were wearing pearls right now, they'd be literally clutching them, okay? Mika's, honestly, I can see Mika's face right now. You can see it on her face. She's regretting her outfit choice because she does not have a set of pearls to be clutching right now. And she's realized that this moment really could have used some of that. It's okay. They'll do it. They'll do it with words.
I'm using your words.
You have created...
I'm using you. You put civility on the table.
My words. You took me saying that it's not the end of the world, that Barack Obama smiled and talked to Donald Trump, and you're turning that into that we have no idea what's before us.
I'm not.
You will play very well today on Blue Sky and Threads and X. Congratulations.
You have wounded me, sir.
I don't have an audience here. I'm just saying.
You do have an audience.
I don't have a particular. I'm talking to the American people just like you are. I'm using the words you use.
No, you're twisting.
And so I'm not twisting your words. So let me.
I think Joe is on the verge of using, you know, like he's like one step away from saying you besmirched my honor, and a duel must happen now. How dare you say this about me?
You are. I'm using the words you use.
No, you're twisting.
And so I'm not twisting your words. So let me untwist them.
Okay, good.
Civility is a two-way street, as I said at the very beginning, and then you attacked that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
That.
You did.
Yes, Michael.
You did. So you didn't. No.
You need to go back and look at the tape.
We can look at the tape.
There we go. Joe Scarborough, very sensitive.
So sensitive
about that stuff. I'll tell you what's fascinating to watch MSNBC right now.
It's a weird vibe, undoubtedly.
And I'm not going to pretend like I'm watching it, but I mean, I'm watching it from afar. Let's put it that way. I'm looking at these clips and I'm reading the news, and I'm because Maddow's coming back for the first, I don't know, 6 months or something like that. 100 days. Is that what she's working?
Do we need her? I don't think we do.
Hayes is up there talking about what a disgraceful legacy that Biden has left in this regard. And Scarborough's like scurrying around, trying to figure out like where he fits in. MSNBC is being sold off by,
is that true?
Its parent company. It's going to be.
Wow, I'm actually shocked that Comcast has decided to sell MSNBC. I've been wondering to myself ever since I heard Sam say this. I think I heard this one live on the stream, but. Wow, Comcast clearly doesn't care about the journalism, so maybe somebody else will care about journalism more. I highly doubt that the new owner of MSNBC will care about journalism. Just saying, you know. I wonder what Comcast is going to try and sell them for.
Off into a new company. I think they're actually calling it SpinCo. Or maybe that's just the name of it now to describe it. And it's like getting packaged with like Golf Channel and stuff like this. Somebody else is going to buy MSNBC. I don't know if it's going to be, you know, I mean, Elon Musk could probably just drop. But regardless, they're not going to want to pay huge contracts for people who only work 1 day a week. I mean, I think the writing is on the wall at that place. People are concerned about it. And this is my imagine. I haven't talked to anybody there. This is just from afar. But you can sort of see like where, people are a little bit unshackled is my point. And you see what they're...
It's true. It's true. Mergers and acquisitions, creating all sorts of chaos in our society. Some of it's more amusing than others. Okay, now let's talk about a group of people who are definitely going to be more affected by Trump's entering office than people like Mika or Joe Scarborough. That being migrants in the United States.
Jorge Lopez Giron has lived in Austin, Texas for nearly 25 years. The 47-year-old food delivery and rideshare driver says he fled Honduras in his early 20s because he was under threat of violence and discrimination for being gay. He's been living in the U.S. without legal status since 2000.
Yes, I crossed the border. These are dates that are etched into my memory. These are dates that I think I will never forget. It was on March 17th that I crossed the border illegally at the border between Laredo and Laredo, Texas.
For Lopez Giron, the expectation of mass deportations under President-elect Donald Trump presents a clear danger. A misdemeanor domestic violence conviction means Lopez Giron could be at even greater risk.
Pues no estoy exactamente 100% preocupado.
Well, I'm not exactly 100% worried, but at the same time, I do worry that one day I'll be driving and for some reason, because of something, that a policeman stops me and starts to check my record.
He was ineligible for asylum because he spent years in the U.S. without applying. An Austin-based advocacy group helped pause Lopez Giron's removal based on his fear of anti-LGBTQ discrimination in Honduras. But an attorney with the group says that order could be reinstated if he commits another crime, if conditions in Honduras change, or if a third country agrees to take him. About a third of the 1.4 million people...
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the Trump administration is going to find it as any reason they can find on every migrant. They've basically said it as much, to deport them. Fucking hell. And guys like that are going to be left in a real problem situation here. Real stressful state of mind, most likely. I mean, already, I would guess. I'm sure he's been, like obsessing over making sure that he doesn't violate any laws, but even that may not be enough, because if a country decides to open their doors to Donald Trump's immigration plans, essentially, that's the way that deportations work, right? Not everybody understands how deportations work, but you can't just fly a plane somewhere and drop a bunch of people off right outside the country. The country where you're dropping those people off, legally speaking, international law, all of that, requires that country to agree to actually accept that. And, otherwise it's basically, like a literal, it's a literal invasion. But I have been wondering to myself, we even heard a comment from Claudia Scheinbaum earlier this year, I think, that disturbed me. And it was probably a little, being disturbed by it may have been a little bit premature, but I think I'm just sort of primed for it, because anybody saying that they're willing to take immigrants from the United States is something of a green light for Donald Trump and his administration here in the future, because the second they have somewhere to deport them, they're going to. That's my estimation of it. They've as much as said it. All right, let's get to talking about Trump's nominees. Actually, wait. You know what? No. Let's go. Before we get to the nominees, I actually just realized we should do these first in this order. Yeah, this makes more sense. Let's see what Republicans have been up to, generally speaking, not as it relates to the nominees yet. We're gonna hold off just a little bit longer on that one. Let's go here to, is this Tom Tillis? No, Ron Johnson. Oh, he's very upset. He's very concerned about something. Let's see what Ron Johnson has to say. Oh God, Ron.
I think by now we've seen all kinds of different versions of this depressing chart. Total U.S. debt. Back in 1998, we'll be talking about that year when Bill Clinton was president and we had our first budget.
I like how he wants to point out 1998 right now, because the fact is this wasn't really the inflection point on the budget. If you look at it, the inflection point happened during, wait for it, Republicans in office. Why? Because the Republican tax cuts got passed under George Bush. Oh, that's where that inflection point is, huh? Weird. Okay, Ron, but we're just going to focus on not that part. That's the good part. That's the good debt. Ron Johnson, he distinguishes between different kinds of debt.
Plus, since 1969, the debt level was about $5.5 trillion. When I arrived here my first year in the Senate in 2011, that was about $14 trillion. I ran, quite honestly, because we were mortgaging our children's future. We'll talk a little bit about 2014 when President Obama had a certain spending level. That was up to $17.5 trillion. As recent as 2000.
The fact is, a lot of that spending had to do with the 2009 financial crisis and the U.S. buying back its own bonds at a rate of $100 billion a month. Things like that really added to the budget, and that's not the only reason, right? There was other reasons too involving the financial crisis that Barack Obama and his administration chose to do to try and fix things. I wouldn't agree with every single one of them, but the fact is that you can argue that they were necessary, unlike the tax cuts that George Bush did. But Ron Johnson's not going to mention that during this 20-minute long diatribe of his. That's not, Republicans can do no wrong no matter how high the debt goes under them. The second dirty Democrat gets in office, that's when we have to start counting the budget.
19, before the pandemic, our debt was somewhere around $22.5 trillion. Today, our debt exceeds $36 trillion on a path toward much higher heights. If you look at President Biden's final budget here, he's predicting our total debt will be $52 trillion at the end of 10 years.
Okay.
This is clearly unsustainable.
Is it?
As I said, it's a depressing reality.
Okay. What's your solution, Ron?
The result of all that debt, one of the many results, was the devaluation of the dollar. A dollar you held in
devaluation of the dollar
is only worth 51 cents.
This is idiotic. I don't know how they're. I think I know how they're calculating this, and it's based upon the cost of goods. It's got nothing to do with the actual devaluation of the U.S. dollar, as he's suggesting. Okay, the U.S. dollar hasn't been devalued, people. Go look at some charts. Okay, I would advise any of you to go. Actually, let's do that. Here, I'll help you. I'll help you, Ron. I know economics is tough. It's tough. So many numbers. It's confusing. Let's talk about the devaluation of the dollar. Real quick. Okay, Ron. All right. Here is the chart of the Great British Pound versus the US dollar. As you can see here, in 2006, it was worth a whopping $2. One British pound worth 2 whole US dollars.
Help! Help!
And where are we now? Oh, $1.22. So, what is that? A 46% devaluation of the British pound, or you could reverse it and say the US dollar has actually, against the British pound, gone up even more, technically. Okay, well, maybe I'm just not looking at enough currencies. Let's go here, go look at the euro. Oh, weird. Back here in 2008, it was worth $1.50 and is now worth only $1.03. It's been devalued. The euro, not the dollar. Dollar's doing fine, actually, as it turns out. It's just greedy corporations who are devaluing our dollars by charging us more money. Stupid. Anybody home?
Today, we basically cut the value of a dollar in half since 1998. 2014, when President Obama was president, now the value of that dollar is only worth 74 cents. The value of the dollar prior to the pandemic, 2019, is now only worth 80 cents. That's why people can't afford things.
Maybe for Republicans.
This inflation caused by massive deficit spending.
This is a lie. This is just a pure lie. This dude is such a liar. This has nothing to do with deficit spending. Not a single percentage of it has to do with if anything, deficit spending has increased the value of the US dollar. Okay? What's decreased the value of the dollar in terms of Americans being able to spend their money and get more for it has everything to do with the people that Ron Johnson is enriched by and whom he enriches as Republican Senator of Wisconsin. Now, of course, Ron Johnson goes on. We're not going to listen to Ron Johnson much longer because he's a fucking idiot. But during this discussion of the deficit, Ron gets into all sorts of stuff and talks about how we need to change our spending. It's all about the deficit spending, and we got to do something. Our budget's so big. But not one time during this 20-minute diatribe of his does he mention, I don't know, military spending or tax breaks for the rich, increasing taxes, or in terms of people's dollars going further. He doesn't talk about forcing corporations to lower prices or making price gouging illegal, any of this other stuff. None of it comes up, okay? I'm sure you can guess what it is Ron Johnson wants to cut, okay? Your healthcare it already sucks. He wants to, he wants to cut Social Security spending. He wants to cut, all the social programs that help people out with those increased costs of living forced onto them by his rich corporate donors.
Follow the rich white man.
Now here is breaking news you may not have heard yet, but Speaker Mike Johnson has been busy, very busy. When he's not haunting a plantation, he's in the House trying to get stuff done. Not for everyone, just for people that he likes. Now, unfortunately, one Republican has made Mike Johnson very upset. And so he's taken it upon himself to remove this individual of power. One Republican representative from Ohio, Mike Turner, has lost his seat as chairman of the Intel Committee. Aw, so sad. More Republican infighting. We have 40 likes. Holy shit, hold on.
4 days away from inauguration, President-elect Donald Trump has made his cabinet picks. Now it's up to
Please
the
hold,
nominee.
Kyra. Thank you. We need to go back to the Galactic Cantina. You have 40 likes, according to one of our mods. 16. Who is that? I'm trying to think. Rod Serling of the Twilight Zone.
To get themselves over the finish line through their confirmation hearings. Lawmakers grilling the nominees for EPA Administrator, HUD Secretary, Treasury Secretary, and more. Jay O'Brien is up on the Hill. All right, Jay, I guess the biggest piece of news, late breaking, Congressman Republican Mike Turner is out as House Intel Chair. What happened?
Yeah, he won't be serving in that capacity in this new Congress. It was a decision made by Speaker Mike Johnson. Kira, it came as a little bit of a shock to some Republicans on Capitol Hill, although there had been murmurs about Turner's tenure in that role. Johnson saying that Trump did not have any input in this decision, and it wasn't because of Donald Trump that Turner was removed from this perch. But Turner has been critical of Trump in the past. He said of Trump's claims during the campaign that Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, which is in Turner's district, were eating dogs and cats. False claims. Turner said that those claims were tearing the community apart. He also said he had, quote unquote, grave concern of Donald Trump's handling of classified documents when classified documents were discovered at Mar-a-Lago. Turner also said he had similar concerns about President Biden, but nonetheless, he has been critical of Trump in the past. Him being removed from that powerful committee, which is at the nexus of the U.S. intelligence community, means that there is someone who is no longer a powerful advocate for aid for Ukraine at the helm of that committee. Turner has long time been an advocate for Ukraine. He was even the one, remember, Kira, who leaked a quote-unquote unnamed serious national security threat in February of last year, which sources later told ABC News was a reference to Russia's desire to put nuclear capabilities into space. He did draw some criticism from his Republican colleagues for coming out with that. Speaker Johnson later had to
Oh God, that is unfortunate development. I mean, it's not. I mean, not particularly unfortunate. It's just going to be more Republican infighting. This is really, in my estimation, just sort of a pretext. Not a pretext. A pre-show, like this is really just the tip of the iceberg. We're going to see all, in my estimation, all non-loyal Republicans be punished for their non-loyalty. Their lack of fealty for the king will be made a serious issue in our branches of government, and should be fascinating to watch the downfall of many of these Republicans for not being Trumpy enough. Maybe it'll get some people to wake up to the cult-like nature of the Republican Party. Preamble, thank you. That was the word I was looking for. You read my brain. Really impressive. You deserve one of these. Preamble. That's exactly what I was looking for. All right. Now, this is fascinating. Donald Trump has created a new, I don't know if it's a new agency. I mean, technically nothing's been created yet because Donald Trump isn't in office yet. But I don't know what to call this exactly. It's fascinating. Should be really interesting to see what all comes of this. I don't know if these individuals will be receiving power. It's not clear, although they are being named ambassadors of a sort. 3 old white guys are now going to be getting jobs in the Trump administration as apparent ambassadors to Hollywood?
Would you drum up?
Yeah, no, Willis, I don't have an answer on that, actually. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But let's try and break this down. Trump names Mel Gibson, Jon Voight, and Sylvester Stallone as ambassadors to Hollywood. Whatever that means. President-elect Donald Trump named 3 film stars, Mel Gibson, Jon Voight, and Sylvester Stallone, as special ambassadors to Hollywood. I love Forbes. I gotta say, I do love Forbes. They are hilarious. Film stars? I mean, they were definitely film stars at one point. Undoubtedly. But those three guys have barely been acting. Sylvester Stallone, I mean, after that dude got all that fucking plastic surgery, what he's done like one thing. What's it called? The Indisputables? Whatever that old man action movie was. That's the last thing I've seen him do. It's just kind of hilarious that he picked like three of the most washed up guys in Hollywood right now to go fix Hollywood. From the pop culture world that he did 4 years ago. Trump said in a post on Truth Social, the three will serve as ambassadors to the great but very troubled place of Hollywood, and will work as his eyes and ears on the ground in pursuit of bringing back the golden age of Hollywood. All three actors have indicated support for Trump. In October, when asked who he was voting for, Gibson told TMZ he didn't think his vote would surprise anyone. No kidding. And that he believed Vice President Kamala Harris had the IQ of a fence post and a miserable track record. Voight, the 85-year-old actor best known for Coming Home and Midnight Cowboy, has been a vocal Trump supporter for years, and in October said, "We're now in a time of the darkest plague ever," and called Trump the only one who will save our country. Stallone, for his part, had not made his support for Trump too well known until after Trump won the election. What a hero. And Stallone introduced him at a gala, calling him the second George Washington, and saying, "Nobody in the world could have pulled off what he pulled off." Trump's team did not immediately answer Forbes' request for comment on what exactly the role will entail. No kidding. It's not clear yet, Trump said in a Truth Social post, that they will serve as special envoys to me for Hollywood, which has lost much business over the last 4 years to foreign countries. Foreign countries. China. Back bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Trump didn't give details on what he'd like to do, or how the envoys could fit into his plans, but TV and movie filming has shifted from Southern California to other states and foreign countries for years as productions are lured. Wow, Forbes is this is hilarious. Forbes mourning the loss of Southern California jobs. Shocking. There you go, people. It's not a joke. It's real. This is a real thing. Donald Trump is creating an ambassadorship, a multi-tiered ambassadorship to Hollywood, using three of the most washed-up actors in the industry right now. I mean, it's not like Mel Gibson and Sylvester Stallone are just getting offers left and right or anything. And so, you know, this is where we're at right now. I really wish I knew more about how and or what they were going to do, or how they were going to change things in Hollywood. It's fascinating. This is a fascinating piece. Filming in Hollywood was down last year, according to The Hollywood Reporter. So sad. Which also reported last year that other countries like Canada and Australia have been working to lure shoots away from California. Something which Forbes was not sad about until just now. It's the first time that they ever considered it to be a bad thing. But now that Donald Trump says it, they're on board. Actually, it's terrible how LA is losing jobs. So yeah, I didn't accidentally put Mel Gibson and Sylvester Stallone onto the thumbnail. They are about to be in government, ambassadors to a U.S. state. That term confuses me, right? I don't know if anybody else is confused by it, but usually ambassadors are for other countries, right? You know, ambassador to France, the UK, Israel, whatever it might be, right? But usually you don't need ambassadors for internally inside of your own country. It's a weird vibe. And it's one that greatly confuses me. It really does. I just don't have another word for it. I'm broken by it, honestly. I don't have an explanation. It's all very confusing. I'm sure it'll all be cleared up soon enough, though, in the next few days. We'll know what their plan is. Of course, it's a weird time to do this. You know, I mean, I don't know if anything in the recent news is in anyone else's brains, but you know, Hollywood needs a different kind of help right now. Okay, that is not the help Hollywood needs right now. It's Jon Voight and Sylvester Stallone. Okay, like, oh my God, we need something different than that in LA and Hollywood. Houses, probably. You know, money for the cleanup effort. Maybe money for dealing with some environmental problems. Not to pay 3 random actors to be ambassadors to a U.S. state. Not even a U.S. state. An industry inside of a U.S. state. All right, now let's talk more about some of Donald Trump's nominees, and they were all in the Senate over the last day. A bunch of them, sort of like a parade of dumbasses and fascists lining up, walking into the Senate and telling us all about their stupid plans over the last couple of days. I found this one hilarious. We have to watch this. We already watched the Pete Hegseth parts of the Pete Hegseth confirmation hearing, but this one we missed on our first take, so we're gonna have to go back.
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
Sure. What is the highest level of international security agreement that you have led, and can you name some that the Secretary of Defense would lead? There's 3 main ones. Do you know?
I have not been involved in international security arrangements because I have not been in government.
I see.
Been serving in the military. So my job has been
So no.
Serving in the military.
We're talking about defense arrangements.
I'm sorry. Wait a second. I gotta check this. You gotta look at this. He's been too busy working in the military. That's hilarious. If you didn't know, Pete Hegseth left the military over a decade ago, and has been working at Fox News for over a decade now, since 2014. So he had plenty of time, actually. He's complaining that he didn't... oh shit, the volume. That's my bad. Thank you for reminding me. Sorry, let's go back since I had the volume down. Let's hear that again from Pete, because this is a fascinating. This is fascinating because he's claiming he's been too busy in military, as a dude who's been outside of the military for over a decade, to know anything or to have led any efforts on our strategic partnerships.
So can you name one of the 3 main ones?
Wait, go back.
You have led. And can you name some that the Secretary of Defense would lead? There's 3 main ones. Do you know?
I have not been involved in international
I didn't
security
think about
arrangements because I have not been in government other than serving in the military. So my job has been
So no, the answer is no. Can you name one of the 3 main ones that the
You're
Secretary
talking
of
about
Defense
defense
signs?
arrangements. I mean, NATO might be one that you're referring to.
Status of Forces Agreement would be one of them.
Status of Forces Agreement. I've been a part of teaching about Status of Forces Agreements.
But you don't
inside
remember to
Afghanistan.
mention it? You're not qualified, Mr. Hegseth.
Ooh, burn.
You're not qualified. You talk about repairing our defense industrial complex. You're not qualified to that. You could do acquisition and cross-servicing agreements, which essentially are security agreements. You can't even mention that. You've done none of those. You talked about the Indo-Pacific a little bit, and I'm glad that you mention it. Can you name the importance of at least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have with at least one of those nations. And how many nations are in ASEAN, by the way?
I couldn't tell you the exact
No, you
amount of
couldn't,
nations
because
in
you've
that,
not
but I
even
know we have
bothered to
allies
do-
in South Korea and Japan and in AUKUS with Australia, trying to work on submarines with them.
Mr.
and data
Hexat,
transfer
none
with
of those
them.
countries
We
are
have
in
allies
ASEAN.
across.
None of those three countries that you mentioned are in ASEAN. I said.
When asked about ASEAN, you know, Pete Hegseth, he's not the smartest guy. And, you know, the fact that he named only nations that were outside of ASEAN, when asked to name nations in ASEAN, I mean, come on, let's give him a break.
Come on!
That's rude.
How rude!
I mean, he was just, you know, Tammy Duckworth just didn't understand what he was saying. Okay, you know, he was just intentionally. He just wanted to let her know that he knew all the nations that weren't in ASEAN. For some reason, when asked to, don't try and make it make sense. Okay, he's gonna be in charge of the military-industrial complex. That's so exciting. Well, not the entire thing, but he's gonna be at the head of. Oh boy, just really fucked. To be fair, ASEAN's a lot of countries. It's true. It is true. Although I would also say that's also a great argument for how easy it could have been for him to have named at least one in it, but somehow managed to circumvent each one. Okay, we got more Trump picks who are testifying before the Senate. So what's up with this lady here?
So help you God.
If confirmed, I will fight every day to restore confidence and integrity to the Department of Justice
Sure you will.
and each of its components. The partisanship, the weaponization will be gone. America will have one tier of justice.
You can't remember the word justice? You're about to be in charge of justice, literally, the DOJ. That's awkward. I can't believe she needed her notes to remember the word justice. That's not a great sign. Just gonna say that.
For all.
Actually,
Are you prepared to...
Can we hear that one more time?
The weaponization will be gone. America will have one tier of justice for all.
Okay,
Are
cool.
you prepared to say today under oath without reservation that Donald Trump lost the presidential contest to Joe Biden in 2020?
President Biden is the president of the United States. He was duly sworn in, and he is the president of the United States. I was an advocate for the campaign, and I was on the ground in Pennsylvania, and I saw many things there. But do I accept the results? Of course I do.
I need to know that you would tell the president.
Now, when she's talking about being on the ground in Pennsylvania, if you don't remember, Pam Bondi was intimately involved in the attempt to overturn the 2020 election. And is, of course, the current Attorney General of Florida. And will no longer, I mean, she's leaving, she's going to be, or actually, she's the current, no, I'm sorry. I take that back. She was the Attorney General of Florida going into that. But she is no longer, but she was AG of Florida for about a decade. So I guess we can expect that the United States is going to become Florida. We're going to have Florida system of justice. She lied like 6 times in 3 minutes. I'm sure she did. I'm sure she lied more than that. This woman is disgusting. Let's not forget that she was at the head of the attempt to by Republicans to destroy the Affordable Care Act. Okay, she was literally one of the head lawyers seeking to shut down the Affordable Care Act. Legally speaking, in the Supreme Court, they tried to get it all the way. You know, like that's literally what she's planning on doing when she becomes AG. Right, that's my guess. She becomes AG, and then she starts working with Congress people and stuff to repeal, essentially. Or, well, I guess there's other options, but it's just, oh God, why are we here? How did we get here? Let's go to some sensible people to talk about Pam Bondi. Because listening to Pam Bondi without any, like, interruption is just painful. It's very painful.
Shame by Madlib. The legendary producer lost his home equipment and decades of music in the LA fire. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with...
She perjured herself. Pete Hegseth perjured himself. I'm guessing that most, if not all, of the nominees have, in fact, perjured themselves. But that would only be important if Republicans weren't in charge. Right? Because all they need is Republicans sign off on this, right? So, you know, unless they're planning on... do you see what I'm saying here? Because with Republicans in charge, even if they are doing things that disqualify them from being in the job, usually speaking, that the rules, the expectations mean nothing so long as Republicans plan on just pushing all these nominees through. Because we've been talking about it ever since Donald Trump was elected. But, you know, there's only so many nominees that these people can manage to block if they are even interested in doing so, right? Politically speaking, for many of them, they are scared shitless of their own voters and of, you know, denying Trump his desires. Like, they will be, I mean, my estimation of things is you're going to have people like Steve Bannon and other sort of media-ites, you know, Roger Stone, basically keeping track of the votes of all these Republicans, right? And putting it on social media for Republican voters to see, to, you know, essentially herd the sheep, right? To get all the Republicans in line, you know? And so they can only do so much. Even if they wanted to, and I struggle to suggest that they even want to, because I don't see any real... The only real pushback I've even seen up to this point was Joni Ernst, who was very upset about the Pete Hegseth nomination because he disrespected her as a military woman at one point. But they had a talk, and everything was fine, right? So, like, you know... I don't know. I have reservations about how much they're going to be trying to block any nominees for perjury.
On Thursday, 6 Trump nominees face Senate confirmation hearings. Senator Marco Rubio, Trump's pick for Secretary of State, John Ratcliffe for head of the CIA, Russell Vought for budget director, Sean Duffy, a climate crisis denier for transportation secretary, Chris Wright, a fracking executive, and Trump's pick for energy secretary, and Pam Bondi, Trump's nominee for attorney general. At Bondi's hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee, she avoided directly answering questions about Trump's vow to pardon January 6 defendants and refused to say Trump definitively lost the 2020 election. Bondi vowed not to politicize the Justice Department, but refused to commit to maintaining independence from Trump and his possible request to prosecute journalists or other perceived threats.
This all comes as President Biden used his farewell address in the Oval Office Wednesday night to warn Americans about growing threats to democracy. For more, we go across the country to Los Angeles to David Dayen, executive editor of the American Prospect.
Is that where David's from?
Headline, Pam
I'm glad to see
Bondi
his house is still standing.
Justice system. Thanks so much for being with us, David. As you write about your adopted city in flames, let's talk about what's happening in D.C. Who is Pam Bondi? And talk about the question she was asked and her refusal to say that President Biden was in fact fairly elected, just said he is president and stood by that, not to mention other issues.
Yeah, Pam Bondi was the Attorney General of Florida from 2011 to 2019. After she left, She immediately became a corporate lobbyist where she served over 30 corporate clients. During her time in office in Florida, she reversed many of her predecessors' investigations, in at least in part because they were donors to her campaign. She even stopped an investigation into Trump University, the for-profit college entity that he was using to defraud students, after she received a $25,000 gift from the Trump Foundation. So Bondi clearly has a comfort level with basing her prosecutorial discretion on whether someone has power and influence and whether they're willing to give her a taste of that. And that's my biggest fear. Obviously, if you run the Justice Department, you have a powerful entity of the state to seek, punishment against a corporate offender or any offender, or to, give them a break. And the fact that she won't break with Trump, that she was a powerful surrogate for Trump on the campaign trail, that she was Trump's lawyer in 2020 in Pennsylvania, looking into alleged election irregularities. Illegal. That shows a real fusion between the Attorney General's office and the presidency. And, Bondi controls that department, or when she does, if she's confirmed, Trump can threaten people to get in line with his agenda under threat of some sort of punishment. And Bondi has shown herself very willing to go along with that.
Well, David, you've gone through a list of companies that could potentially directly benefit from her position. She was, as you point out, a lobbyist for Amazon. She also lobbied for Geo Group, the private prison firm that stands to gain from Trump's immigration policy. So if you could...
Fucking Amazon and private prison lobbyist is going to be in charge of the DOJ.
Elaborate.
Sure, there are dozens of...
I mean, the first one is troubling. The second one utterly breaks me. Think about that. Somebody who is clearly corrupt, who has worked formerly for the private prison industry, is now going to be in charge of the Department of Justice. I'm sure that'll have no negative effects on society whatsoever. Oh my God. I honestly don't know which one is more troubling, actually, now that I think about it, but they're both just utterly horrifying. The implications.
Criminal, civil, and otherwise investigations against corporations that are left over from the Biden Justice Department. And so what Pam Bondi is going to do with that is really completely up to her. Amazon is under a federal investigation by the Justice Department right now. Boeing, which engaged in deception around the 737 MAX crashes. Private prison firm CoreCivic is under a civil rights investigation right now.
Yep. Tesla. All sorts of people are under investigation right now. And yet, I don't think Pam's going to want to prosecute any of that. She's going to be more focused on prosecuting people for election fraud, I guess, and for administering health care, I think. I'm pretty sure. Yep, that's right, Narwhal. That's exactly what's about to happen. Yeah, they're gonna she's gonna combine the two. She's gonna send everyone to jail, and they'll have to work fulfilling Amazon orders for $1 a day. That'll be really exciting. Get ready, everybody. Oh, thank you, David. Thank you, Amy. All right, let's go here. Let's go Talk about a guy who's about to be the U.S.'s most important diplomat, Marco frickin' Rubio.
It's a bit surreal to be on this side of the room, but you all look very distinguished.
So complimentary, Marco. So cute.
We are once again called to create a free world out of the chaos. And this will not be easy. And it will be impossible without a strong and a confident America that engages in the world, putting our core national interests once again above all else. In Moscow, in Tehran, in Pyongyang, dictators, rogue states now sow chaos and instability and align with and they fund radical terror groups.
What about
then they hide behind the veto power
white
at the United
nationalist
Nations
terror
Security
groups?
Council.
Are you concerned about
or
them,
the threats
Marco?
of nuclear war. The
Is China
post-war
funding the,
global order
the white nationalists?
is not just obsolete. It is now a weapon being used against us. Placing our core national interest above all else is not isolationism.
You know what's really exciting for me right now? I'm just trying to soak in this moment. Because you know how we all, like, kind of just really despise Anthony Blinken, right? Like, I think everybody here is pretty much on this page, right? Like, we all kind of hate Anthony Blinken, the current Secretary of State. Now we're going to get Marco. I didn't think that there was going to be a worse option than Anthony Blinken. But this should be fascinating. Oh my god. Because yeah, this is Anthony Blinken's replacement right here. Marco A for asshole Rubio.
It is the common sense realization that a foreign policy.
Yeah, our government's being taken over by Florida right now. Literally. This guy's the current AG of Florida who took over for Pam Bondi. We got Pam Bondi coming in. I mean, it's just Donald Trump, of course, is a Floridian. I mean, it's, oh my God. United States of Florida.
Centered in our national interest is not some outdated relic.
Backdoor.
Well, they immediately swung that woman from her chair. Secret Service, whoever the fuck, did not want Marco, little Marco, to be interrupted while talking. Ah, yes, Asholio. Right, Marco Asholio Rubio. Good point. Good point. Thank you, Look Bovine. That's a good correction. That's a good correction. I just don't know Marco that well. Like, I'm always forgetting his middle name. Now let's continue talking about Florida, as Ron Pudding Fingers DeSantis has named a new Attorney General for Florida. Since Marco is going to be gone, Florida is without its top prosecutor. Worry not. Ron has a replacement.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis today naming State Attorney General Ashley Moody as the replacement for Florida Senator Marco Rubio. In accepting the appointment, Moody acknowledged her hesitance to join Congress, insisting she prefers to be where she can get things done.
I probably won't like it. But I'm ready to show up and fight for this nation and fight for President Trump to deliver the American First agenda on day one.
All right, joining us now is Facing South Florida host Jim DeFede. Jim, are you surprised that the governor chose Ashley Moody?
No, not really at all. I mean, we've been reporting this for weeks, that she was the likely choice. And let me give you a little idea of why he chose Ashley Moody as well. She's incredibly popular. I had to go back and double check these numbers. In 2018, when she was first elected Attorney General, she received more.
I misspoke, didn't I? My brain is broken by all of this shit right now. She was the Attorney General. She's taking over for Marco. My brain just broke. She was the... Why does my brain mix these things up? Regardless, this woman, when she was Attorney General, was also working with Pam Bondi to try and, once again, destroy the Affordable Care Act. That was one of her big projects as well. In fact, I think at one point she was an assistant to Pam. But basically, all the same insane policies, you know. But there we are. Marco's gone. Republicans get to replace the Senate seat since they won the election. And yeah, just working from within. Oh my God, how do we go way over the break time? Oh God. Way over it. Okay, hold on. Can't do this. This is all wrong. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far, but it's time for a quick galactic intermission. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we truly do need your help to stay alive. We are completely funded by viewers like you, and without you, we would cease to exist. Great ways for you, pretty much all the ways possible, to contribute. We got YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships now, very, very fancy. Twitch, of course, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. A place where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. What do you get with a Patreon membership, you ask? Well, when you become a Galactic Patron, you get an avatar sitting here by the pool with me, or at the bar you see behind us. On these breaks, not only does your avatar get to dance around and shake it off, you also get shoutouts at the end of every stream, and much, much more. So do consider one of those options I just named while you're taking this little space break. Anyway, chat, grabs yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back. All right, chat, I'm back. Which means it's time for you to get back to your seat, space fams. Otherwise, you're gonna miss some of that sweet, sweet space content. Just about to get started right now. Gotta make these space breaks short, because I'm running late, started late, as a way to allow the leftist mafia to do what they do. Well, not allow, that's the wrong word to use. They're much bigger than I am. But, you know, to not have our stream schedules interfere with one another. So yeah, gotta make these space breaks a little shorter than usual. We're gonna get right back to this news, and we are gonna do the environmental half now. But first, let's talk about a little company by the name of TikTok. Things have been going on over there at TikTok. Things are changing with the apparent incoming ban on Sunday. Well, people have been making all sorts of moves, and everybody's got different takes on it. Let's start here with global news from just yesterday. Yes. Thank you. Unmute. Thank you.
Put your hands in the air.
Thank God.
With the clock ticking on TikTok, panic is setting in.
Looks like that ban is going into effect, and I'm probably going to lose my 3 cents per video.
Two other Chinese social media apps, Rednote and Lemonade, have rocketed to the top of the charts, seeing a surge in so-called TikTok refugees.
Somebody told me about Rednote, and I dive into it right off the bat.
And we, myself included, downloaded an even more Chinese app.
It's all ahead of a decision from the U.S. Supreme Court, which will rule on whether to uphold a ban on the platform set to go into effect Sunday.
I think they'll do so on pretty narrow national security grounds and really focusing on the fact that TikTok is controlled by a foreign entity.
Chinese ownership and influence are why U.S. lawmakers voted to ban the platform in the first place, fearing TikTok's Chinese parent company, ByteDance, could turn over user data to Beijing, or
they could just turn it over. They wouldn't have to pay for it. Okay. Well, we're not going to stop there. Let's go here to CNN, see what they think about all of this. I'm sure they have a very measured and reasonable take. I'm sure they got solutions for all of this for us people.
Major developments overnight in the future of TikTok. Remember, a ban is set to take effect Sunday as part of a bipartisan law passed by Congress, signed by President Biden, over concerns of Chinese influence over the app. So the ban is Sunday, but the New York Times is reporting that TikTok CEO has been invited to Donald Trump's inauguration on Monday.
Immediately, if not sooner.
President-elect Trump is looking into possible stopgap measures to keep TikTok from shutting down. All right, CNN's Claire Duffy is here. So much uncertainty.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really the bottom line here is we're 3 days away from this ban, and we still don't know what's going to happen here, if it's really going away or not. We still don't know how the Supreme Court is going to rule. We're now hearing that Donald Trump is trying to take some action potentially to delay the ban going into effect, although, as you said, it's set to go into effect the day before the inauguration. And what that means really for users of this platform is they are feeling a lot of this uncertainty. If you are a creator who makes a livelihood on this app, or even a user who spends hours a day, as many people do, scrolling on this platform, those folks are already seeking out alternatives. And we're seeing some of those alternatives surge in popularity this week. The biggest one is a platform called Red Note, which is actually a Chinese app. It looks a lot like TikTok. And what's really interesting is we're seeing a lot of American TikTok users flocking to this app and Chinese users welcoming them, offering Mandarin lessons, offering them information about how to use the platform. I pulled up a good example of this to show you.
Dear TikTok refugees, welcome to Xiaohongshu. I'm Chinese, but here are 5 tips to help you make the most of this app. First, it's all about lifestyle. You can always find a better way to live and most comprehensive guide to everything.
It's really a hilarious
This kid
exchange
is
that's happening, and many American users are there expressing frustration about the U.S. government and essentially saying, if you're going to take away our TikTok, we're going to go find another Chinese platform that we can use. So that's been a really interesting dynamic that we're seeing. Another app that's really gained popularity is Lemon8, which is owned by TikTok parent company ByteDance. The company started pushing it in the U.S. when talks of a ban really started bubbling up, and that's another platform that's really gaining. Those two platforms could still face the same sort of ban that TikTok is facing under this law. And experts told me that sort of gets at the challenge, this whack-a-mole challenge that the U.S. government has in trying to avoid Chinese influence over popular social platforms.
Look, those would certainly be twists, that's for sure. Again, if the CEO of TikTok is really coming to the inauguration on Monday, it's hard to imagine Donald Trump doesn't want to find a way to save it or won't do something.
Why does...
Thank you very much for that.
In just 3 days, the U.S.
my estimation of things,
TikTok is set to take effect,
right? Because
impacting 100.
The fact is, the people this is going to benefit most are American social media companies, Facebook, right, and their company, Instagram, because of course Instagram is wholly owned by Facebook. They bought them out long ago. One of those M&As that happened that we were talking about earlier. But that's my estimation of why CNN is so upset, because this is so bad for the American social media giants. This is very sad for them. But we got a solution. Harry Enton. Where's Harry? Give me Harry.
30 million users here in the United States, and sources tell CNN that the president-elect, Donald Trump, is now looking at, debating, considering, looking at the options to push that off.
Okay, hush. I don't care what you have to say. Where's Harry? Ah, yes, there's Harry. He's here to tell us. He has got ideas for us. Here we go. Thanks, Harry. All right, Harry, tell us what we can do.
Running the numbers, not
you
on
smiling
the Donald
son
Trump
of a
will do
bitch.
it,
I have no idea.
but on just how big of a force TikTok really has become in this country. So how popular is TikTok?
Yeah, the idea that I can get into Donald Trump's head and know what he was doing on any particular moment, to me, is just something that is out of my wheelhouse.
Moving on.
Moving on. Age 13 to 17, basically teenagers. I don't know if you have any teenage members of your
basically
family,
teenagers,
Baldwin, but if you ever look at their phone, they seem to be addicted to it, and they're scrolling through. What are they scrolling through? They're scrolling through TikTok. I mean, my goodness gracious, 2/3 of teenagers use TikTok. It is more popular than Instagram, more popular than Snapchat. Facebook's for old fuddy-duddies like myself. Just 32% of teenagers use Facebook. And
I'm so glad to see that Harry Enton's, magic blackboard skills are not going to waste. He became, so well known during the election cycle, and now what is he supposed to do without a fancy giant iPad to draw on with his finger? This is a skill set that is only usable in basically one scenario.
Twitter X, which is my favorite platform, to be all honest, just 17%. And it's not just that they love TikTok. Teenagers are addicted to TikTok. TikTok's got a hold of them. 50% of teenagers use TikTok several times a day. So if TikTok went adios amigos, this would have a major impact on the daily lives of teenagers, at least in your life.
So this is 13 to 17-year-olds. How about everyone else?
Yeah, how about everyone else? So, I myself have a TikTok account, but I don't really quite understand it. I guess I'm becoming an old fuddy-duddy. Adults who use TikTok, but even here, it's been a massive rise. So you go back to 2019, you can see it was just 3%. Now look at this. It's up to 32%. That's up nearly 30 points in just a 5-year span. Yes, Facebook is a little bit more, yes, Facebook is number one, Instagram being number two, but it's really the rise of TikTok. It's really younger folks. Again, those under the age.
Now, in terms of adults who use, I would push back on some of these numbers. I find it incredibly difficult to believe that 69% of Americans are actively using Facebook, a place which is basically a dead mall full of AI and the elderly. It just doesn't check out for me. But hey, I'll let Harry continue.
30 who use TikTok. There was a reason why Trump went and campaigned with those influencers. It's because to get younger voters, to get younger folks on social media, you don't go to Facebook, you go to TikTok, and the bottom line is TikTok has become a massive force in this country and only one that has become considerably more popular as time has gone on.
Okay, so if it is so popular,
yes,
and it goes away,
yes,
where do people go?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, as I said, TikTok has a massive hold on teenagers. TikTok has an increasingly strong hold on adults. But that doesn't mean that people who use TikTok only use TikTok. So who TikTok users, where else could they potentially go? TikTok users who also use, look, they're going to get their fix somewhere else, because take a look at this. 74% of TikTok users also use Instagram. You know, you can go to Instagram account.
Oh, we could do that.
In case you're wondering.
Yeah.
Or you can go over to YouTube.
YouTube's already got shorts.
95% of TikTok users also use YouTube.
Thank you, Harry.
So look, they'll get their fix somewhere else, but it will still be a massive disruption there.
Thank you. I'm so glad we have you tell us that there's other options. That is so funny. Because I think we just got done watching a video where a young woman on TikTok was showing a video of her looking through an Instagram reel and being utterly horrified by it. So yeah, this is fascinating. I love this. Harry's just here doing the good work, trying to get those American social media companies some more business. Because Instagram and YouTube, they're just, you know, they are struggling out there. How are they to make money?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Thankfully, we have Harry to tell us that there are, in fact, other social media companies. Weird. Without him, we wouldn't have known. So glad we have CNN. Owned by Warner Bros. Discovery. Always remember that. Right? Warner Bros. Discovery? CNN? Oh, wait, or is it Disney Corporation? No, I'm pretty sure it's Warner Bros. Discovery. Somebody look that up for me. It's hard to remember which media entertainment company owns supposed journalistic outlets. From time to time, there's just, you know, it's all so confusing.
Well, sources tell CBS News that TikTok CEO will be in attendance for President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration on Monday. His decision to attend comes amid a looming ban on the popular social media app here in the United States. Now, the ban will happen if TikTok's Chinese parent company ByteDance doesn't divest by the January 19th deadline. That's Sunday. But ByteDance says it has no plans to sell. And as both the Biden and incoming Trump administrations weigh possibilities for how to keep the app accessible, millions of users and content creators are wondering what this deadline will mean for them. For more on this, let's bring in Joey Contino. He is a reporter and a TikTok creator who posts news content on the platform. So, Joey, thank you for being here. I want to get your response to the news that after all this talk about banning it, the company CEO is reportedly planning to attend the inauguration. I'm sure you're holding out hope. Do you think
I was right. It is Warner Bros.
Discovery.
Discovery. Thank you, Narwhal.
Well, thank you, Lindsay.
Helpful.
I appreciate being on here. And yes, I actually think this will be delayed. The Biden administration right now is working on some kind of legal loophole to keep it around. I think too many Americans benefit from TikTok being here.
Oh my God, that is actually true. But it's the funniest pivot I've ever. Not the funniest. It's certainly making the top 5-10 funniest pivots ever, because the Biden administration just spent how long and how much money on trying to get this thing banned? because it was, disseminating too much information that was counter to their own narrative, and now they're like, maybe we should be the ones to actually. It seems like this is going bad for us. Maybe we should be the ones to keep TikTok from being banned, even though we were the ones who signed the law. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Now, according to Donald Trump's top advisor, I believe, is that Stephen Miller right now? No, I think it's Russ Vought, right? I actually don't know which one of them actually said it, but a top advisor to Donald Trump has said that there is a possibility of a viable route for TikTok to not be banned. Let's see what France 24 English has to say on the matter.
Yuka Roy is here in the studio. A very good evening to you.
Hi, Mark.
The incoming US President, Donald Trump, will give TikTok some more time before it faces a ban.
Yeah, that is if a viable deal is on the table, according to incoming US National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. He told Fox News that a law banning TikTok that is coming into effect on Sunday, unless the Supreme Court rules against it, allows for a 90-day grace period. He said the next administration would put measures in place to keep TikTok from going dark if there's significant progress towards a divestiture, meaning a sale by its Chinese owner ByteDance to a US company. TikTok has some 170 million users in the United States, and ByteDance has said it plans to shut down the app rather than sell it. Meanwhile, US media are reporting that TikTok's CEO, Shou Chew, will attend Trump's inauguration on Monday.
I want to sell it. I wonder if Elon Musk would buy it. That would be funny, wouldn't it? TikTok users in the US have been searching for alternatives. How are they getting on with that?
It would be funny, and we talked about some of the specifics around why it would in fact be funny. I think it was a couple of days ago where I think that was around the time where it was floated that Elon Musk might consider buying it. And the reason why I found it funny was that a few years ago, Elon Musk signed a pledge to the Chinese government to not undermine socialist values in the country. Also signed away user data, Tesla user data, private user data to China. I mean, he's got multiple. He has like a billion, literally billions of reasons, that being dollars, to not piss off the Chinese government and to work with them in every possible way that he can, so as to not be ejected from the country. Not him literally, but his companies, his products, and manufacturing facilities that he all has to consider. Billions of little reasons.
TikTok, as we know, has become a moneymaker for many influencers, so they're keen to find other revenue streams. Some are switching to Instagram, while others are turning to other Chinese apps like RedNote, that's seen its downloads shooting 200% this week. Privacy concerns and censorship practices are casting a shadow over the hype. The law banning TikTok can apply not just to that app, but other Chinese-owned social media platforms as well. Elitsa Gadeva has the story.
With a ban on TikTok looming in the United States, its users have been migrating to another Chinese platform in droves.
I found the RedNote and it is...
This is the app RedNote, and in only 2 days, more than 700,000 new users joined the platform.
Damn.
Many of them with the hashtag TikTok refugees.
I'm one of the TikTok refugees, and I'm used to this. I just want to thank you for welcoming us to this app. If we do anything wrong, just let us know. Looks like that ban is going into effect, and I'm probably going to lose my 3 cents per video. But you know what? That's okay. I like you guys. You guys are awesome. So, thanks.
TikTok is currently used by about 170 million Americans. Many of them make a living out of posting their content despite concern flagged by the US government over data privacy. Flopping to another Chinese platform might seem...
That's one of the things I find hilarious. about that argument. Like it's constantly being talked about. Oh, how China will have access to user data. Oh no, however would they have gotten their hands on that user data without it? God, I can't think of. Oh wait, that's right. The U.S. totally allows private user data to be sold on the open market to anybody with money. If you have money, you can buy user data. All of the user data in the United States is totally for sale. So actually, it was super easy, barely an inconvenience. They could have gotten a hold of it any way they want to. They didn't need ByteDance to get a hold of user data.
And much more in the US Senate this Thursday. Testifying in the Senate's Finance Committee.
Whoopsies, sorry. I meant to click the other video. We just went to... Whoopsie. Okay. It would be fascinating to see our government actually try and stop the sale of user data. Because, you know, it doesn't matter what country you're from, right? To get access to that data. It's literally just if you have money, right? You could buy it from Russia, you can buy it from China, because the United States has made it completely legal for that to happen. And if they wanted to fix that national security problem, which they are claiming it is, well, they should really consider doing some actual legislating, like, I don't know, like the EU has done. Okay. You can't access Facebook or Instagram in China? Yeah, but I'm not talking about actually accessing the app. I'm just talking about buying the data. I don't think there's any issues with that in terms of the ease of access. Now, let's look at another group of people who might be affected. Well, really not a group of people, but a group, nonetheless, who are going to be adversely affected by the ban of TikTok. Kittens and puppies.
All right, as it stands right now, the social media platform TikTok is going to be shut down to American users, and we've got the very latest for you. So if the company does not win a challenge in the Supreme Court, it does plan to shut itself down entirely. It could also sell to a U.S. owner in a last-minute bid. Meantime, there are some copycat apps. They have been popping up. Have you seen them? They're in app stores, including one from the exact same company that runs TikTok. Let's get out to Will Jones. He's working the story for us today, and I understand you spoke to some content creators who really rely on TikTok.
Yeah, I did, Karen, and some content creators use TikTok for income, to raise awareness about a cause, and much more. Content creators tell me that TikTok provides a special connection with their audience that other platforms just can't match.
If TikTok is banned, it could make it harder for Animal House of Southeast Michigan to rescue cats.
I'm hopeful that it won't, for the sake of the rescue.
Erin Moore is an Animal House volunteer who posts on TikTok about the cats the rescue takes in.
Good morning.
Oh, who's a cutie?
Good Morning Coraline video has garnered 22.8 million views. Coraline was found with ruptured eyes. The rescue's reach on TikTok far surpasses other social media platforms, and it translates into financial support.
Our numbers increase every year, and every year we need more support. And I feel like local support is great, but when you can reach the entire world.
Katie Greenstone is a Metro Detroit-based content creator.
There you go. Homeless kittens and puppies in the United States going to be going without necessary funds. God, horrifying. Now, one thing that perhaps our government could have considered before doing this, because from my estimation, okay, and you know, I could be wrong on this, maybe they did do the research, but from the way this has all gone down, the reaction of, you know, and then the reaction to the reaction and all this, and the sort of surprise that the ByteDance won't sell it and all this other shit just leads me to believe that the Congress, the government, did not do any real research into this platform before deciding they wanted to ban it. And thinking that, oh, they'll definitely sell it. If we pressure them, America is so great. We are so self-important that, no, why wouldn't they sell it? We're forcing them, basically, by doing this. They have no other choice. How else would they make money? Well, as it turns out, Indonesia has 157 million users. Just one country has 30 million more users than the United States. Brazil has 105 million users. Mexico, 77 million users. Vietnam, 65 million users. Pakistan, 62. Philippines, 56. Russia, 56. Thailand, 50. Bangladesh, 41. Egypt, 37. Do you see what I'm saying? I could go down the entire list to you, but it's like literally 1 billion people practically ese this app right now, okay? And only 100 million of them reside in the United States. So why would TikTok sell the company to a country which is not even the largest representation of their users? Like I mentioned, Indonesia, where I believe they were originally created, has the most users. It's insane. It is literally insane. I'm pretty sure they didn't do any research into it. They were just thinking this and only this. Let's go and see what this guy has to say about all this.
Yeah, basically there's no beginning and there is no end. Feels like I'm dreaming, but I'm not sleeping. Okay, bye. Beep. Boop. 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 Sorry guys, I was just talking to my doctor describing some symptoms. Okay, what the hell do we got here? What does this say right here? Oh! Ooh, TikTok. Ooh, TikTok. Ooh, TikTok. It's in the news. What the hell's going on with it? I don't know.
Following today's oral arguments, the Supreme Court appears ready to uphold a ban on TikTok that is set to take effect in 9 days. The popular app is used by as many as 170 million users in the U.S.
Wow.
A bipartisan law orders TikTok to shut down in 9 days unless it finds a new owner that is not in China.
Well, it's a decision that will impact 170 million Americans,
How
including
many?
a lot of people here in Kelloland.
Okay,
The
wait,
Supreme Court.
hold on a second. Hold on, let me bet. Where?
People here in Kelloland.
Where?
Kelloland. A lot of people here in Kelloland.
I don't know what
The
that is.
Supreme Court is deciding the fate of a law that would ban TikTok on Sunday
Right.
unless it's sold by its China-based parent company. Kelloland Summer Roddershot takes us to a local campus to talk with students who have grown up with the app.
Most important
Stop
place.
by any university campus, and you'll find plenty of people who use TikTok. Some use it more than others.
Hour, maybe, hour and a half. Depends on the day.
I think it's
just 4 hours. If I go to the gym, I kind of get on the treadmill, just scroll.
Find support networks through apps like that, and I think taking that away is inherently dangerous to our freedom of assembly, because I think so many people
That's a
can
good point.
only find individuals that they relate to on social media platforms.
Honestly, if it's banned, it's banned. But I feel like they said this last year, and
Oh,
they said
come on,
this the year
Danica.
before. And
Take it
never
seriously,
happened,
Danica.
So.
Okay, so the college students in Legoland are pretty pissed off about this. I like this. Open Mike Eagle. He's got a pretty funny bit on this. Let's check it out.
I personally do not like the application at all. I don't like to hear opinions from people in bed. Like, why should I listen to you tell me how Beyonce is a Satanist? You're in bed. Wake up. Who are you? And I don't like that. One video is somebody.
Okay, so as you may or may not know, probably not, the government of, what is the place called? What the hell is the place called? Oh, United States.
They're banning TikTok.
They're banning TikTok because there's too many people making video in their beds, I believe, was the argument. The oral argument.
Kevin O'Leary says he's nearing deal.
Whoa, that's PB.
Oh my God.
What the hell does PB have to say? Let's check it out.
To buy TikTok as
great.
ban looms, here's what we know. Okay?
Okay.
Here's
yes.
what we know. So
Get the paper right.
April 20th, 2024.
You can't read upside down. Come on,
House
Pete.
passed legislation against, by the way, is this the one with Kevin O'Leary's breaking this down?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you play this clip first, and then I'm going to go to Tom and we'll get some commentary. Go for it.
Yeah, get the crap straight.
But I had another agenda item that was very important to me.
Whoa, hey. Hey, that's one of the
Mr.
tank
Wonderful.
sharks right there. What, he's trying to buy TikTok or something?
We announced that
Okay,
this morning.
this one's hilarious.
I have joined with Frank McCourt to buy TikTok, and
This one's hilarious because Mr. Wonderful is poor. Okay, he's not poor, but in terms of the sort of people that might consider buying TikTok or be even in the conversation, honestly, he doesn't even deserve to be in the conversation. I'm sure he'd be offended by this, and I hope he is. I hope he's listening to this right now. You're poor, Kevin. Okay, you're a mere 100 millionaire. Okay, you're pathetic. How are you going to buy a multi-billion-dollar company? Who's going to give you a $50 billion loan? You on your little whatever $300-400 million, huh? Come on, pal. You're pathetic.
very complicated deal. It's a multi-billion.
By the way, banks don't usually give loans that are 100 times more money than you have for business stuff. That's usually a red flag for them.
Dollar deal. We're going to have to work with President Trump. This is a bipartisan situation. We have to work.
Ooh, cool. Okay, so there's a business guy who's on the TV colluding with the government to control businesses. Okay, what else is going on? Oh, there's another interesting twist to the TikTok story. Or is there?
Show me the proof, dumbass.
Should we get to the latest with TikTok?
The latest from TikTok.
Go ahead.
I love this story for a variety of reasons.
Calm your ass
Let's
down.
go ahead and put this up there on the screen. China discusses sale of TikTok US to Elon Musk as one possible option. This is from Bloomberg News and has now been actually confirmed by the Wall Street Journal. And
oh, wow, great. So this guy, what's the guy's name? Elon. Right. He might own TikTok. Okay, for now, comment or correspond.
You're calling Mr. Talk? You're on hold. That's good. Let me know when you get through on the lines. Should be a fascinating conversation. We'll satellite you in here on the stream so we can get the latest.
What? Some guy here. Go ahead.
He's got a glass jaw. He can't take because of the autism or where he's on the spectrum. He's clearly not. He's got the maturity of a 11-year-old. You can tell that.
Whoa there. Settle down there, Steve.
It's obvious.
Coming at the autistic people.
He can't take criticism. One of his weaknesses,
right,
is that he needs to be loved.
I do not.
He needs the masses to love him. You can tell he's on the stage. He needs that glory.
Yes.
This is to have a digital ghetto and to only have raised up what praises him.
Okay.
That is like the little boy's mentality. If I want to be the superhero, I want to put the cape on and kind of skip around. You see this a lot in Denver.
Skip around. He wants to do what superheroes do. They skip around. He wants us to be one of these superheroes who dance around doing ballet. It's the way that this. I've never seen a superhero. I'm just going to straight up be honest. Steve Bannon goes into a whole separate thing. I don't know what these guys do. Spider-Man, what, they dance? I should watch some of that stuff. I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't be talking about this.
That's some pretty good Spidey dancing right there.
You think superheroes dance around? And then he's like, do they not? Cut this guy off.
So he owns Twitter, and now if you own TikTok as well, like the app among young people, and you're able to influence, like, Twitterify what's going on there as well, and just your own brand and your own self-interest, etc.
Give him a break, Crystal.
That is a colossal amount of power.
Okay, sorry. I got to get, what's the guy's name? PBD. I got to get his take on this.
Please.
I simply
for my own sanity, I must hear it.
Simply gotta. What else is there to reach?
Shut up, Adam.
Someone like him?
All I'm saying is, if I'm the president of the United States,
I wish.
Okay, which I'm not. I'm a guy that's a operator, business owner, entrepreneur.
Yet.
But if I was,
right,
even if it's a guy on your own side,
okay,
it's not good for business and the economy if one person has way too much control.
Well,
that's not good for anybody.
Surprising take.
It's not.
There.
It's not good on the left.
Can I talk
it's
now?
Not good on the right.
Rare PBDW right there. That's what that is. A very rare PBDW. It's like a shiny Pokemon.
Okay, so there's my man PB with a little bit of an attitude. He's doing a little bit of this here.
Oh my God.
Wait, hold on. I'm getting a breaking report. Oh, this is from today. This is from...
For one day.
Okay, come on. Shut up. TikTok denies reports of sale to...
Yeah.
Iluma.
Okay. Pure fiction. Okay, what the hell does this stupid thing right here say? TikTok denied a report that Chinese officials are considering a sale of the company's U.S. operations to tech billionaire and President-elect Trump ally Elon Musk.
Iluma.
Ahead of a potential ban Sunday, calling the report pure fiction. Okay? We can't be expected to comment on pure fiction. Oh, that's pretty funny.
Ow,
hey,
burn.
Shut up, man. Ooh, baby, I love the TikTok story because, like, the reason for messing with it never even made any sense. Like, it never even tried.
Not even close.
That hard to make sense. Oh, they're trying to take the data. You know, the data that there's a million other ways to get because we let people do that all the time.
Yep.
They're trying to get that. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're trying to get that.
Look. We can't be taking business away from Comcast and Spectrum. Okay. How else are they going to make money? Wait, you're saying we pay for their services? That does. Wait, that's not checking out. That sounds illegal.
Illegal.
But it's not. It's very legal.
Something. I think that's what these people said. They're trying to get the data or something. And then some reporter was like, "Did you just say or something?" And the guy's like, "Nah, I didn't see you said that." I think that's on record. Somebody should check that.
Yep.
Somebody in the chat should
Getting
check
right on
that.
it. Just gonna go through all the papers.
This is pretty great if you're one of the people who put a bunch of time into like getting an audience on TikTok. Those are the real winners in all of this. Oh, you know, I thought of all this crap. I uploaded all this crap to try to get people to pay attention to me. You know, one of the many people actually responsible for creating any interest in the goddamned
Okay, come on.
Forsaken app in the first place. You know, it's like, oh, the thing might kind of gradually disappear. Oh, something else I found kind of interesting. What the hell is this?
Oh my God.
Before Mark Zuckerberg, I know that guy Mark. He's cool now, I heard.
Oh, yeah, I heard that too.
I've
seen zero evidence to that
He wanted
fact,
to own it. Oh, 3 years ago, Mark considered buying the Chinese company that became the basis of TikTok. Now he's demonizing it to make the case against regulating Facebook.
That's weird.
People have been on Xiaohongshu for 2 days.
On what?
I literally just stumbled across a live with Chinese people explaining to American people why communist countries are better because they don't privatize necessities for life. In America, we have Sean King. In China, they have Chongqing, a city that is over 4 times the size of New York. And they've managed to nearly eradicate homelessness. America literally just chased us off an app onto a platform that is called Little Red Notebook in reference to Mao Zedong's Little Red Notebook of Chinese propaganda. Communists are literally running laps around us, and it is quite embarrassing as an American. I'm not gonna lie.
By far, funniest possible out.
Wait, this stuff is on TikTok. Am I allowed to be watching this?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Am I allowed to be watching this, or is nobody allowed to? Okay, you get it.
By far, funniest possible outcome that could have happened is tens of millions of Americans make Red Note the most popular app on the App Store and are just downloading an app that is directly controlled by the Chinese government.
Wow.
Yeah, I too am stumped. It's very confusing. Whoever could have foreseen such a thing? Not me. No, not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay, we're gonna get talking about the environment now. And unfortunately, we're about to get psycho. Sorry, that's not how you pronounce that. What was that? Okay. No, never mind. Sicko Lee Zeldin had his confirmation hearing earlier in the day. He's going to be the new administrator of the EPA.
From the U.S. tightening its grip on chip flows to how AI...
No, we don't have time for AI right now. We don't have time.
Thank you, Chairman Capito, Ranking Member Whitehouse, and all the distinguished members of this committee. It's been an honor to meet with all of you to learn more about your highest priorities. I look forward to working with all senators on this committee, on both sides of the aisle, to tackle the most pressing issues facing our country. I humbly sit before you nominated to serve as the 17th Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. The American people...
That's great, Lee. That's great. That's enough. Let's go here.
More Senate confirmation hearings for the incoming Trump administration, including former Long Island Congressman Lee Zeldin, who's been tapped to lead the EPA.
Carolyn Gussoff covers Long Island and spoke to local environmental leaders who are watching very closely.
Appearing at ease on Capitol Hill, Lee Zeldin, who served 4 terms in Congress, promised the Senate panel he'll uphold the EPA's mission to protect clean air and water.
We must ensure we are protecting the environment.
Oh, yeah.
While also protecting our economy.
Democratic senators grilled Zeldin on his basic knowledge of climate science.
What effect are carbon dioxide emissions from fossil...
Now, before I let Sheldon Whitehouse go here, I just want to point out to you some, not all, but some of Lee Zeldin's either positions or former actions around statements around the environment, climate change, and things like that. In 2014, so just 10 years ago, 15 years after what? Inconvenient Truth, decades after the discovery of climate change, he still was expressing his doubts about the severity of climate change. That's right, in 2014, that's what he was doing. And then, let's see, in 2018, he also made some interesting statements where he expressed concern regarding the Paris climate accords, that other countries weren't doing enough to stop climate change. And so, you know, why was the U.S. being forced to do this? Well, now, of course, if you're not aware, the Paris Climate Accords are completely voluntary. There is no enforcement mechanism for actually doing any of this shit. But he felt that even that was going too far, and that other countries, even though the U.S. per capita is emitting more carbon dioxide and other earth-harming chemicals and compounds than any other country on the planet. But you know, that's just, this doesn't make sense in Lee's brain.
I don't want reality.
He, in 2021, as a member of the New York State Senate, pledged to reverse New York State's ban on hydraulic fracturing, also known as fracking, horrifyingly destructive activity in which we destroy our water tables to get a hold of oil buried underneath our water resources. Thereby both destroying our environment in 2 ways at once, which is really, really great. So yeah, this guy's about to be in charge of the EPA, which is so exciting. I'll let Sheldon talk a little bit here.
Combustion having in the atmosphere.
Senator, while I am someone who believes strongly that we should work with the scientists, leaving the science to the scientists, the policy to the policymakers, and that we all work together.
But he stopped short of including climate change as one of the EPA's main responsibilities.
Wow.
As senators cited the hottest year on record, unprecedented
Not our main
fires
responsibility.
and floods, and asked if he believes climate change is a hoax.
I believe that climate change is real, as I told you. As far as President Trump goes, the context that I've heard him speak about it was with a criticism of policies.
And the EPA is responsible to keep the fiery embers of climate change under...
Donald Trump complaining about all those policies intended to try and mitigate and or mitigate its effects, or to prevent further climate change. Those are all the things that Donald Trump doesn't like, and everybody else that's coming into his government don't like. It's all those business killing regulations that are supposed to help the planet. It's just, this is an idiotic statement to make.
Control, power plants, cars, industry. Are you going to fight those dangers?
As for his $270,000 in donations from fossil fuel companies,
there is no dollar.
Wait, what? Pete Hegseth doesn't believe in germ theory? Like, he just doesn't think they exist? Or what? Thank God he's not going to be in... Oh my God. Thank God he's not going to be in a too powerful of a position. Doesn't believe in germ theory? What does that mean? It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. We just got done listening to Lee Zeldin. Alright, I'm going to spare you the 3-hour hearing of Zeldin. We just don't have time. Let's go to Hawaii, where an earth-warming thing is happening as we speak. Haha, see what I did there? It's a volcano. Yep, I got jokes. I got jokes. He doesn't wash his hands. What does that mean? Does he not take showers either? I mean, he must wash his hands in the shower, right? I guess that would explain why he looks so fucking greasy all the time. Those germs are good, okay? Those are good germs, of course. Makes sense. Alright, well, there we go. Mount Kilauea. Spewing
this news is funded by viewers
magma
like you. Please support our work
into the air.
at democracynow.org/give.
Pause.
This is Democracy Now!
Pause, please, Amy. Thank you. We need a new emotional support character. We must go back to the Galactic Cantina and pull ourselves out an emotional support character. Do we have 18 already? I don't think we do. Sam. Alright. Alright, Amy. Let's talk about the LA fires. It is time.
I'm Amy Goodman. As Los Angeles braces for more high winds that could bring what's been described as explosive fire growth, firefighting crews continue to battle the Palisades and Eaton fires and other smaller blazes. At least 24 people have been killed. Dozens are still missing. Nearly 1,000 incarcerated firefighters have been deployed to help contain the fires, typically earning as little as between $5.80 to $10.24 a day. Popular Twitch streamer Hasan spoke to several incarcerated firefighters working in the area.
The cops treat us like but here we get better treatment, right? They talk to us like humans. They talk to us like humans. We got a job. We're underpaid, but we got a job. Yeah. You feel me? And then the community comes out and shows us all kinds of love. We never received that growing up. We never received that kind of love, that kind of recognition for anything we've done. So now, doing this kind of stuff and all this love coming, that's life changing for a lot of guys. Because that's all they be needing is a little bit of recognition.
For more, we go to Los Angeles, where we're joined by Carrie Blankenshire, investigative journalist with the LA Times, previously reported on the criminal justice system for the Marshall Project. Her new piece for the LA Times is headlined, How You Can Help the Incarcerated Firefighters Battling LA Wildfires. She co-wrote a Marshall Project piece headlined, Incarcerated Firefighters Do Risky, Low-Pay Work. Many say it's the best job behind bars. Her memoir is Corrections in Ink, about her own time in prison. Carrie, we spent time out with the incarcerated firefighters years ago. You recognize them in their orange jumpsuits. They're making between $5 and $10, not an hour, but a day. Explain what you know about their situation right now.
Well, as you mentioned, the pay sounds low, but this is actually one of the better paying jobs in prison. And that's why it's actually a really sort of coveted job. So even though it's this grueling manual labor, and they're out there right now, 888 of them fighting the fires in Palisades and out in Altadena, despite the risks and the seemingly low pay, this is still a really coveted job in prison. And as that clip that you played showed, it's something that's also really rewarding for the people that are doing it.
So talk about where they're fighting the fires right now and where exactly they stay, where they work out of, how they get to this point where they can be fighting these fires.
Yeah, so there are 35 fire camps across the state, which is where they live when they're not actively fighting fires. When they are actively fighting fires, then they're located at, at some sort of like make-do type camp situation closer to the actual fire. But the training for the firefighters is about a week of training. It's similar to it's actually the same as what people that are fighting this in the free world would go through to do these same tasks. And sorry, you asked where. We've only been told that they are fighting the Palisades and Eaton fires. So, the Malibu area fires and the ones in Altadena. Haven't gotten any more specifics. The prison system has not been able to give us any more specifics about like where specifically, or if there are other blazes in the area that they're working on.
Historically incarcerated.
You've only seen Hasan fangirl for one person, and it was Amy Goodman. Yeah, and it's hilarious. I think I know exactly what moment you're talking about. It was so funny to me that Amy Goodman just had no idea who he was. She's just so focused on actual journalism and the news. I remember him talking about it on stream and all this other shit. And I think she had to be told by her people who he was. But I'm pretty sure she's probably going to know who he is now. She's going to log this in her memory since he actually went out there and did on-the-ground journalism. It's just so good.
That they're working on.
Historically incarcerated firefighters has made up as much as 30% of the California wildfire force. Is that right?
Yeah, the numbers have dwindled, though, over time. There was a point at which there were over 4,000. I think that was around 2005. They're down to about 1,800 now. There'd been some consideration of in the budget. It was slated to close 5 of the fire camps, although that got taken out of the budget, so those stayed open. But they've been a significant part of the firefighting force, even though their numbers are dwindling.
You yourself, Carrie, had to evacuate. Can you describe your own situation?
Yeah, that was wild. I actually had jury duty that day because despite being a felon in California, you can be called for jury duty. So my first jury duty experience, I was worried all day about what would happen if I had to evacuate while I was at jury duty. And I came back, and within an hour, I was scrolling Twitter and saw a report of a fire very close to me, and I looked out the window and the flames were right there, and it was less than 2 blocks away. And I had to take I don't have a car, so I had to take whatever I could carry and flee on foot. And I walked a few blocks south to get away from the gridlock, and then had someone pick me up. And then a couple days later, went a little bit further to try to get a day or two of clean air in Orange County. And it was really wild to see the disparity because I got off the train in Orange County and there were rich people frolicking to the sound of somebody playing Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and the disparity was really jarring.
Carrie, I wanted to go back to your piece, which is really illuminating. You say legally one of the reasons the state can pay incarcerated firefighters so little for this dangerous and vital work is that under the U.S. and California constitutions, involuntary servitude is permitted as punishment for a crime. You say California voters had the opportunity in November to remove this exemption from the...
You know, there's another term for involuntary servitude. A synonym, if you will. It's called slavery. And yet California voted to continue this horrifying practice. But of course, we talked about it earlier, and the prison labor system is used to essentially not fight, but like to it's the wrong word. Why can't I think of words right now? It's essentially used as like a cudgel and a way to push back any sort of desires of currently active firefighters who are looking to get their wages increased, perhaps. It's a lot easier when you can just say, hey, we can force a bunch of prisoners to do it, or you could just continue doing your job, rather than to work with firefighters and to listen to their concerns and demands. Makes it harder to strike and do other things like that when they can just give your job away to somebody else. Won't even be considered strike breaking. Alright. Now this is an unfortunate story, which we started this stream off with, but we are now going to get into a little bit more. That being the death of filmmaker David Lynch, whom my title and I contend was killed by the LA fires. Perhaps not in the way you're thinking.
We're following breaking news. American filmmaker David Lynch has died, according to a family statement. The 78-year-old is best known for directing avant-garde films like Blue Velvet and Mulholland Drive, as well as the TV show Twin Peaks. The cause of death is unclear, but Lynch suffered from emphysema toward the end of his life. Jamie Wax joins me in Studio 57 for more. So, Jamie, give us a history about David Lynch and how he got his start in his career.
Gosh, what an influential filmmaker. I mean, a filmmaker's filmmaker, I would say. He started making short films in his youth, and then many people don't know his career in Hollywood really took off in 1977 with the very unusual cult classic Eraserhead, which was seen by Mel Brooks, of all people. And Mel Brooks hired him to direct The Elephant Man, which was the source of his first Oscar nomination. A brilliant film, brilliant adaptation, and set the tone for the sort of moody, odd narrative traditionally thrown out the door and making way for something far more disorienting and interesting that he did his whole career.
And how did he stay true to himself, which was sort of Zen-like? He was one of the first promoters and practitioners of transcendental meditation while creating sort of these chaotic worlds and finding Hollywood success.
It's true. I mean, I think all creative people are dichotomies on some level. He certainly was. He was this elegant, straight-laced guy who made very, as you say, chaotic oftentimes, and unusual stories, bizarre, disturbing. I say watching a Lynch movie is like when you're a kid and you spin around for...
All right. I see the chat is calling my bluff. This is fair. Bluff called. You're right. He was a smoker. He smoked for 70 years, from 8 to 78. And you're saying, StreamLord, you're really pushing it here on on claiming this killed David. Well, just hold off, okay? All right, people live and smoke and stuff.
Fun. Part of the fun is being disoriented, and that is true of David.
I hate to say it, but maybe I decided to use this opportunity to talk about David Lynch more because, you know, he's is a film directing treasure, and a, you know, like a filmmaker. But he's also directed. But the point is, he is, you know, one of those sort of avant-garde, unapologetic sort of weirdos that I actually really, really enjoy, you know. And it's sad. It's a sad moment, and we're going to talk about how it could be linked to this. I'm not saying it's entirely the fire's fault, but
his work as well, but he did operate within the Hollywood system. He did very well on television. He did very well working with studios and creating films, but he also had his big commercial misses that always had something creative and artistic for people to love.
How was he able to find his footing in both television and film?
It's an interesting thing. There are times when he created something as a film and people looked at it and said, no way. So he brought it to TV and vice versa. He has TV projects he brought to film. I think he just had a style, and I have to suspect, looking at his body of work, I think he was probably incapable of not being authentic in his storytelling, and somehow he came along at the right moment to find an audience for decades.
You say that he was one of the ones evacuated due to wildfires. What can you tell us?
Well, I mean, he had emphysema. His family has said that it was traumatic for him to be evacuated from his Southern California home. And we're talking about a matter of days ago, and now we've lost him. And, you know, you think about this. In 2019, the Academy gave him an honorary Oscar. I think that's a statement from his fellow filmmakers that he would never win in a traditional way. He was too original and too unusual. But that had to be one of the honors of his life because that was from his peers.
Jamie Wax, thank you, as always.
Oh, there we go. So, I mean, I'm not suggesting that he was, you know, in a house that burned to the ground, but the evacuation of a 78-year-old man who already had emphysema and was forced to essentially be breathing in toxic smoke, you know, that's enough stresses to sort of, you know. God, it's an unfortunate loss. All right, let's keep talking about the LA fires as they are still technically going. And certainly the cleanup is going to take the rebuild of it, and so, you know, I assume that seems to be what everybody's planning on doing, is going to be taking a very long time. This is going to be a situation we're talking about for months, at least, in my estimation. Maybe not, you know, on the same frequency we have been, but even when this does end, it's going to be something to talk about.
Members have introduced a motion to protect residents from the threat of eviction and rent hikes during the wildfire emergency. The legislation calls for a moratorium on evictions for tenants affected by the fires and a one-year pause on rent hikes through January 2026. The council members also cited a 2019 MIT study that found eviction rates can nearly double after natural disasters.
We're going to talk more about that very soon. But yeah, Gavin Newsom had signed an executive order to block price gouging and things like that. But as we saw recently, nobody's paying attention to that. But perhaps the AG of California will do something. You hear Dune was a good... Yeah, the first Dune? Yeah, I mean, the new Dunes are good too. They got a slightly different vibe than the original Dune. Of course, technology has changed drastically in the last... Jesus, when did the first Dune come out? 45? Oh, my brain just broke. Well, however long it's been since the first Dune, technology has improved. But the first Dune's good. Yeah, and that is directed by David Lynch, if I'm not mistaken. One of his films. Of course, an adaptation of the book series. But yet, just yesterday, even more winds were predicted for the area, and LA firefighters were bracing for that threat. Is it 84? Thank you.
As we enter into the third day of this additional wind event, I urge everyone to stay alert. The combination of low humidity and strong winds has further dried out the brush, increasing the risk of fire. The danger has not yet passed, so please prioritize your safety.
When I think of individuals who have lost their homes, it's not just a matter of losing a house. You've lost memories, family, all of the experiences that took place there are gone, and gone unexpectedly, gone rapidly. So at the same time as we prepare to make it through the rest of this emergency, we also have to start putting in place what we need to do to rebuild.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Karen. Yeah, right after that, brush fire breaks out in San Bernardino.
Thousands of firefighters continued to battle blazes in and around Los Angeles County on Wednesday, making gains in some areas. But officials were on high alert for the eruption of new fires as powerful winds were forecast.
The combination of low humidity and strong winds has further dried out the brush, increasing the risk of fire. The danger has not yet passed, so please prioritize your safety.
The Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire have consumed an area the size of Washington, D.C.
Jesus, the size of Washington, D.C.? It's out of control.
All right, breaking news, a brush fire breaking out in San Bernardino.
Gil Labus is in Sky 5 above it. Hi. Gil, can you hear us?
I know, Happy. Lou and Glenn, this is Gil Lavis up in Sky 5. We are over the San Bernardino area. This is Little Mountain Road and West Edge Hill Road. Now, this fire broke out a short time ago. It grew to about 30 acres. It was burning in light, flashy fuels. It had a rapid rate of spread, but the fire department got on it really quick and got it knocked down. Now they're doing backfiring operations. Any fire that you see out here is being purposely set by the fire department. They just lit this little bit of area on fire right here, but that is all that is left of the fire. They're burning off the unburned brush here back into this burn scar. That's a part of the firefighting activity out here. They do have...
Yeah, as you can see, a fire broke out, immediately consumed 300 acres, and thankfully the firefighters managed to stop it before it jumped the road. But thankfully, this was during the daytime, so those high winds really hadn't even hit the area, because I in my estimation, if it had happened later in the evening, it would have resulted in a lot more of what we've already been seeing. Let's go here to the AP. This is from 16 hours ago. AP photographers describe capturing horrifying moments.
The Palisades fire was one of the most destructive fires that I've ever seen. The winds were what really stuck with me from the fires. There were wafting embers, block after block, starting new fires, homes burning one after another. And one of the things that we try and do as a photojournalist is to contextualize where we are and localize a story. And for me, the palm trees, really a symbol of Los Angeles burning, was indicative of the times that we are in.
I chose that picture because it shows what matters.
No homeless meth cookers around.
In tragedies like this, and that's the last.
Yeah, I'm trying to listen to these, trying to listen to these very harrowing stories, and meanwhile, chat, you're making jokes. Very funny, Jerry. Very funny. Yes, I didn't see any homeless meth cookers on that hill. It seems like a weird place to be cooking meth, if you ask me. I'm sure Cenk has an explanation. Cenk and Anna, I'm sure they, we're being unfair.
Knows what matters in tragedies like this, and that's the lives impacted. When you see and hear about thousands of buildings destroyed, a picture like this can kind of remind you that each of those homes were filled with the lives and the collected memories for the people who lived there.
It was just a splash of color among a sea of gray devastation. It also seems to have struck a chord with people. I think it gives people a little bit of hope. And that's one of the nicest things about what I get to do for a living is sometimes pictures move people, and this really seems to have done that.
I had been walking through a devastated part of Altadena. There were no people anywhere, just destruction and charred trees. The yellow caution tape was tied around a tree that was cordoning off townhomes that had been destroyed. I'm going to keep photographing the trees because they're part of us, part of this natural place.
When I got sent up to Altadena on Thursday morning, the place was pretty much destroyed. And the first thing I saw was the charred bunny sculpture on the left. And as I was shooting that, a very weary looking firefighter walked toward the camera and gave the picture some scale. I knew it was a powerful image. I really hope the Bunny Museum comes back in all its glory.
The mobile home community, once full of life, is now reduced to ashes. The air was thick with smoke, making it hard to breathe, and emotionally it was difficult to document such a tragic event, knowing that many people had lost their homes and possessions. Documenting the aftermath while respecting the emotions of survivors is always a challenge.
It's true. It's very true. And I mean, honestly, I sometimes struggle to talk about these things in a even-keeled way.
California's finally getting a break from...
Because I do, in fact, attempt to at least consider things like that on a pretty regular basis. Whether or not I'm being sensitive enough, whether I'm considering the, the effects or the feelings of people that we're talking about, right? Victims and so on and so forth. It's a difficult balance to strike, but I think it's an important thing, But this whole situation has been just utter tragedy. One tragedy, it's just a big freaking pile of tragedies. Oh God. Speaking of tragedy piles, let's talk about this one. This is fucked. This one really... this one... I don't know why. This one, pissed me off. I don't even know, who to be pissed off at specifically. Well, I kind of do. But... I don't think that the reasons I was pissed off had anything to do with... how do I put it? Just something about this story just kind of broke me inside a little bit. So, I'm not even gonna, whatever, let's just go right into it.
California's finally getting a break from those strong Santa Ana winds and wildfire danger.
But take a look at the new threat in the Pacific Palisades. NBC4's Lauren Coronado is live with some new video of this home that was actually split into pieces by a landslide.
Lynette, Adrian, good morning. We're right off PCH and Sunset, and of course we've seen a lot of the homes that are burned to the ground. It's just so tough to see those images. And now there's this, a home split in half just behind me. It's surrounded by mud and debris that had slipped from the hillside. It's really just terrible to see what happened here. And it doesn't even appear to have been touched by flames, but the homes above it certainly were. You can only imagine a difficult loss for the homeowner to come to terms with.
This is totally fucked. Everything about this is totally fucked, okay? Jesus Christ. The one home that was left standing in the neighborhood that wasn't burned to the ground gets destroyed in a landslide, not days after the rest of the homes in the area were burned to the ground. This is just, like, everything about this makes me feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Oh, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Having thought it survived the fire, then this slide, you can see it split literally in half. And check out this video we captured, a view from the homes above the one you're looking at. These were ocean view properties, piles of charred debris. In one shot, you can see where one home was ripped from its foundation. We don't have a clear timeline of when the slide happened, if it happened during the fire, right after, or a few days after, but the destruction is heart-wrenching. And
Yeah, and I mean, it wouldn't be shocking to hear that this was, you know, essentially caused by all of the water that was being sprayed to put out the fires, right? Oh yes, the irony is not lost on me, Bob. No, it's next level irony that really, it's just too much.
That's too much, man!
Gotta keep going. Cannot stare into this fucking abyss. Holy shit. Let's talk about school children in LA. Because if you hadn't thought to yourself up to this point yet about what it is kids are going to do, because of course school should, I mean, I think should have already started back up. Break, you know, in California, I'm pretty sure ends first week in January. But with everything that's been going on, those kids, of course, many of them, at least the ones in the areas affected by fire, have been out of school. Partly due to the fact that the school in Pasadena was, well, not burnt to a crisp, but burned. Very badly burned. And, the Pasadena Unified School District is considering plans on how to ameliorate this situation.
Happening today, students in the Pasadena Unified School District will find out what's next. Many of them will have to go to a new school because of the fire and it damaged so many classrooms, playgrounds, and auditoriums. NBC4's John Caddy's Klimac joins us live from one of the damaged schools. John, it's a really tough way to go back into the classroom, but these kids really need some sense of normalcy.
Yeah, that's the idea here, to somehow feel like it's normal, even though we know it's very far from it. We are at Elliott Arts Middle School. We're noticing here, the fence is kind of broken through here, but we're noticing this kind of area looks like it might have been...
None of Alanis Morissette's examples of irony are in fact irony, but are unfortunate coincidences. I will not have this. That's unacceptable. How dare you speak badly of Alanis Morissette? And, you know, how are you supposed to fit unfortunate coincidences into a hook? That's too much.
That's too much, man!
It doesn't rhyme with anything. Unless unfortunate schmoincidences, I guess you could do that. All right, let's go here. 10 hours ago, LA Mayor Karen Bass. Quote unquote, we are not out of the woods yet. This isn't an unfortunate coincidence, don't you think?
Home in Pacific Palisades,
yeah, that doesn't have the same sort of rhythmic.
By the wildfire, has now broken in half after.
Does not have the same sort of rhythmic vibe.
Weather conditions in Southern California are improving this morning, thank goodness. But officials say that people in the LA area are not out of the woods just yet. Most red flag warnings are expiring today as crews work to extinguish the major fires there. But hotspots do remain. Plus, another round of strong winds is expected next week.
There is a chance that the Santa Anas might spike up again next week. But I think that we have to, while we're still being vigilant, while we're still in this emergency, we also have to begin the process of recovery and rebuilding.
Southern California winds are finally slowing down, and that is helping firefighters working to contain LA County's deadly Palisades and Eaton wildfires. But it may be a short window of opportunity that they have, because there's another round of dangerous Santa Ana winds forecast for early next week that could start new fires, could reignite old ones as well. The California National Guard has been taking aerial views of the destruction, and here in the last 24 hours, the fires have not grown and are being contained. So that is the good news there. Right now, the Palisades fire is 22% contained. The Eaton fire is 55% contained. Evacuated homeowners are frustrated because officials today said it could be at least a week before they're able to return to their homes. But here's why officials say they really do need to wait.
They're shutting off the natural gas. They're cutting the electrical lines, so there's nothing that you can touch and get electrocuted if it was re-energized by accident. And we're removing the health danger by getting the household hazardous materials out. But for
yeah, if for some reason anybody watching this doesn't know, touching a live main wire coming off of the grid is enough power to kill a human being. And, you know, just having leaking gas near smoldering wreckage, just generally speaking, is pretty dangerous for humans.
the ones who want to see their home that's been destroyed just for some personal closure, we still have to do those core, the core actions that I just described. The last thing we want as public safety and the county and city leadership, we don't want people going back to an area and getting injured.
CNN's Veronica Miracle is there in Altadena, which is where the Eaton fire has affected so many people. Tell us about conditions. Tell us what folks are saying there.
Yeah, Brianna, the conditions are not great, even though we're more than a week out from the fire. Here in the burn zone and the mandatory evacuation center, there are crews all over the place, and there are hazards all over the place. Of course, we have so much compassion for those who want to come back in, and we've seen a lot of people at the checkpoints who are just so frustrated and emotional because they want to get into this area. But we want to show you also what we have been seeing over the last couple of days firsthand, some of the dangers here. You know, they have been marking all of the buried gas lines. They're tending to all of those. There are nails all over the place. I mean, this is just here on the sidewalk because fencing comes down, the nails fall over. But when you're walking through those areas onto the property where all of the ash is, nails all over the place. And then you have situations like this here. This is like something we've seen on every block. Power poles that have been dismantled. They were either hanging and suspended and have now been taken down and are being tended to, but the hazard doesn't stop. And then just down the block, you can see there's some road closures right there. There are all of these burned and charred trees, and everywhere we go as we are in these in the mandatory evacuation zone.
Yeah. And now there's other concerns still present that are unrelated to safety. And that is that being the search for bodies, which is still ongoing, which the county needs to do, right? Before people can be allowed back in. It's just a fact. What are we doing on time? Okay. Yes, let's do this. This one I found incredibly cathartic. And, you know, it's about time these insurance companies started worrying about their, you know, perceived reputations in this goddamn country of ours. And one State Farm has decided to pull its Super Bowl commercial. No way.
What?
Yeah, I know. It's shocking, Lil Jon. But the fact is that State Farm, their love of advertisements is somehow superseded by their concern for their public image. Oh, God, there will be no Jake from State Farm at the Super Bowl this year.
The largest insurer in California has canceled plans to run an ad during next month's Super Bowl, despite having one of the best received spots during last year's telecast.
What? Neighbor. Yeah, neighbor. Just like it's written on the paper. This lady's in labor. Cut. Look at this. This is labor. Like a good neighbor.
God damn it.
That was the
Shut up, Arnold.
And you know it.
That's the ad that ran during the big game last year starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Well, this year, State Farm won't be running an ad, citing the LA wildfires as the reason for pulling their spot. So far, the company hasn't released details about what the ad would have been, but the devastating wildfires complicate the optics of a lighthearted and jokey 30-second advertisement amidst the devastation caused by the fires.
Yes, it
the
would
ad
be.
was also supposed to somehow tie into the Apple TV hit series Severance.
Honestly, if you haven't seen Severance, you should. This is actually a fucking great show. I wasn't sure what to think when somebody suggested it to me, but holy shit, if you haven't seen season 1, you gotta watch it. I'm not kidding. But, you know, I feel like State Farm just doesn't want people thinking about them right now, because they're concerned if people think about them, they'll remember that they canceled a bunch of people's insurance policies, you know, before these recent disasters, either the LA fire or maybe say Hurricane Helene even. You know, they are having a pretty bad time actually doing their purported jobs, and it's not shocking people aren't feeling them, and that they're scared of people remembering that they exist during the Super Bowl and having hard conversations around the dinner table with all those chicken wings in hand about how, you know, State Farm and all these insurance companies are just profiting off of us while they don't do the things that they're purporting to do. Such a great situation we're in. Now, while the fire itself presents danger, of course, to humans, it also has a side effect known as smoke, which is also not great for humans. You know, being burned, not good, of course. But inhaling smoke for an extended period of time, also, as it turns out, not good for your health. Here's CBS to explain.
A public health emergency is now in effect in Pasadena, California. While the Eden fire is more than halfway contained, officials say the toxic ash and debris pose a threat to people in the area. 4 fires are still burning in the LA area. Wind gusts are easing, making conditions easier for firefighters. But Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is urging residents to continue to pay attention to evacuation orders.
If you're in an area where you're not supposed to be, please leave. If you're in an area that is still facing a warning, please get ready to leave now and consider leaving early.
Let's go ahead now to CBS News reporter Andres Gutierrez in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood. Andres, thank you for being here. What are the conditions like right now, and what is the wind forecasted to do?
Well, good day, Lindsay. At this point, there is just a gentle breeze here in Palisades area. You could see that there is a gentle breeze, just enough for that flag to be waving there in the distance. The red flag warning, one only in place just north of us in Ventura County, where they may experience wind gusts of up to 20 miles per hour in the Acton and Simi Valley areas. The fire chief noted today during the news conference that while they did experience those Santa Ana winds yesterday, it did not cause the Palisades fire to expand. As of now, it has burned more than 23,000 acres, and they've contained 22% of it. They have until Monday to continue increasing that containment area before the Santa Ana winds pick up again on through the region during that day on Monday. Officials have said it'll be at least another week before residents can make it back to the fire zone. Right now, utility crews are making sure that there is no danger to the public, and that includes cutting off the natural gas lines as well as the electrical lines, because the last thing they need is for folks to get back to this zone, to come across a down line, and they throw back the energy on, and for that person to get electrocuted. Besides that, the EPA is going around assessing any hazardous materials, because you had pesticides, you have lithium-ion batteries, gasoline that burn during these wildfires, and so they need to assess where those are at and clean those up before they can let the general public back in.
Lithium-ion batteries. Lithium-ion batteries are everywhere, in everyone's houses, in every apartment in the United States. Oh my god. But yeah, they're still cleaning up, but now there is a public health emergency, according to health officials, over all of the ash blowing around. Because yeah, inhaling ash, inhaling smoke for long periods, they're just generally speaking probably not good for you, but for long extended periods of time, even worse. But worry not. I'm sure our medical system in this country will definitely take care of people, right? Right?
I don't want reality.
Okay, hush, Mark Wayne. I don't need you with your commentary. God damn it. Oh, well, this gives me great hope. Oh yes. Okay, this will solve it. This will solve it. Concerts. This will in fact solve it. Here we go. I know what you're talking about in chat right now.
Thank you all for coming.
They're taking the bets on the betting thing. Now I can't think of what it's called. Polymarket. Live from Polymarket Studios, it's the Young Terribles.
Rob Bonta, California Attorney General. At the outset, let me just say forgive me for my dress today. I, over the weekend, toured and surveyed and got a briefing on the damage in Altadena from the Eaton fire, and I'm doing the same today for the Palisades fire. So after this, I'll be heading out to evacuation site, the location of the fire in Palisades, and get a briefing as well. First and foremost, I want to say to everyone who has lost loved ones, who's lost a home, who's been injured, who's been evacuated, who has been impacted in any way by these devastating fires, you have my sympathies. You have the support of my office, of me, and we have been doing on the road to recovery. And
I just want to get him to where he's talking about the thing I want him to talk about.
This hits close to home. As a fellow Californian, of course, but also someone who has called Los Angeles home in the past, who has a daughter who goes to college in Los Angeles County, and someone who leads an incredible agency that I'm very proud and honored to lead, that include members of my team who have lost everything, who have lost their homes, who have been evacuated, who are being impacted. And so I know the trauma and the tragedy that families are reeling from and suffering from and feeling goes across Southern California. And so many are facing the unfathomable. So you have my support, you have my sympathies. Those impacted by this terrible disaster should be focused on healing, on recovering, on rebuilding, on caring for their loved ones, and nothing else. That is what they should entirely be focused on. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Folks across the region are being preyed upon by greedy businesses and landlords, scam artists, and predatory buyers looking to make a quick buck off their pain. They are seeking to re-victimize the victims of the fires. Illegal. To exploit them in their vulnerable state. Illegal. They are looking, these predators are looking at the disaster with dollar signs in their eyes instead of kindness in their hearts. And that is unconscionable. It is despicable. It is disgusting. It is sick. And it's unacceptable. And most importantly, it is illegal. That conduct, that predatory conduct is unlawful. So let me be crystal clear. I take these crimes exceedingly seriously, and we will hold you to account. Be it landlords, short-term rentals, or hotels, price gouging evacuees, or predatory buyers swooping in with low-ball property offers, whether it be scams or looting, you can be sure we will hold you accountable. We're on the case, and we will prosecute where laws have been broken. Don't think we're bluffing and try to call it. You will regret it. You can't exploit victims and break the law for the sake of turning a profit and get away with it. There will be consequences.
There you go, Attorney General Rob Bonta of California. He goes on to say that anyone who does any of the things that he just listed, among others, that are illegal, all those people will be prosecuted to the furthest extent of the law. And don't call bluff. You will be regretting that, apparently. Which is, you know, it's honestly pretty, it's pretty good to hear. You know, I do hope that they do all of that and more. Because otherwise, I mean, the suffering that's going to be coming in these, you know, next 6-12 months of rebuilding and cleaning up is going to be just an untold fucking disaster on humanity. All right, let's go to that concert I was talking about.
Some of the biggest names in music, and we mean the biggest, are coming together to raise funds for wildfire relief.
Gonna get copyright struck. God damn you.
Billie Eilish, Lady Gaga, and Pink, just a few of the acts who will perform at Fire Aid, a benefit concert for wildfire victims taking place on January 30th at both the IKEA Forum and Intuit Dome. Tickets go on sale Wednesday, January 22nd at noon through Ticketmaster. The concert will stream live on many platforms, including our very own KTLA Plus. And for more information, you can head on over to...
Well, that should solve it. I guess we're done. We don't have to do anything now because we got Lady Gaga, Billie Eilish, and Pink to do a concert. And, of course, that will solve all of the financial problems. I'm sure they'll be able to raise like at least $100 billion, right? Right? But seriously, we can't be relying on concerts to solve this problem. We need the government to step in and do some stuff. You know, that's my estimation. We need insurance companies to step up and insure some stuff. And, you know, God. Let's look at another situation. Something that I actually suggested happen. Unfortunately, this is not quite what I meant. You'll see why. I'll explain why in a moment. But Disneyland is, of course, in LA, and the resort at Disneyland has opened up its hotel rooms to some people displaced by wildfires. I wonder who.
Hotels at Disneyland are helping to house about 100 Disney employees who lost homes in the Palisades and Eaton fires. New York Times reports they've been given accommodations at the Disneyland Hotel, Pixar.
How thoughtful. How thoughtful. Oh my god. Oh my god, Disneyland, such a charitable organization. Oh, thank God we have Disney. Hold on. Oh, weird. There's 1,000 guest rooms at this hotel. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. So they're going to house 100 of their own employees at Disneyland Hotel. Just Disney employees. If you're not a Disney employee, you can go fuck yourself, okay? Sincerely, Disney. They do have about 900 more rooms available in this one hotel, but they have to make money somehow. I mean, come on.
That's too much, man!
What a generous, generous company willing to house their own homeless employees. Just, you know, the philanthropy is just utterly overwhelming. I can barely manage to hold back my enthusiasm. Let me guess, at a discounted. I honestly don't know the exact details of whether or not they're charging their own employees to live at their own hotels. Either way, in my estimation, this is such a pathetic sort of half measure. Disney needs LA to exist, otherwise Disneyland doesn't exist, okay? Nobody's gonna go to a city of ashes to go visit Disneyland, okay? Rent probably starts in a month. Yeah, well played. Alright, we're done talking about the LA fire for now. Let's talk about a different type of environmental situation in Buffalo, New York.
I'm Central Weather Meteorologist Josh Nichols with this week's edition of Josh's Weather Academy.
Okay,
We're
Josh,
in the midst of another blast of bitter air, and that means some of us want to get outside and take advantage of the outdoor winter sports that take us out on the ice. But just what is a safe ice thickness?
Ooh, good question.
Many
Thanks.
people in
Thanks,
Western
Jeff,
New
for
York
the
love to be
question.
outdoors in winter, and that means more than taking advantage of the snow. It can also mean being out on the ice, which, given the recent cold, is starting to grow in coverage on ponds and on lakes. Knowing the ice thickness of a water body before, for example, going ice fishing, is key to your safety. So what is a safe ice thickness, if any? The answer is that there is no such thing as perfectly safe ice, but there are guidelines that you can follow. If you're planning on walking on pond ice, the rule of thumb is that 4 inches is barely safe. Snowmobiles or ATVs need a solid 7 inches, while a small car needs a minimum of 8 inches of ice for it to be acceptably safe. Larger vehicles need even more. So before you head out on the ice, always check it with a tool like a chisel. There are many factors that...
That's right, people. If you're in one of the northern states where things freeze up on your local ponds, lakes, well, just make sure that that ice is thick enough before you go venturing out onto it. We don't need any of our space fams drowning due to weak ice. And of course, ice is not getting as thick as it once did, historically speaking, due to climate change. Ice thickness has drastically decreased over the years in places such as Buffalo.
It's science.
All right, let's go all the way south now from New York to Florida, where residents on Florida's waterfront are growing concerned for some reason. Why would people in Florida be concerned about environmental impacts? That's weird.
Waterfront living in South Florida is a true luxury, but it can also be a burden for homeowners who have a seawall.
Whether along the coast or a canal, age and climate change contribute to eroding seawalls, and seawall maintenance can be costly. That's something a growing number of property owners are learning.
Next, weather meteorologist Dave Warren reports from Hillsborough Beach and Boynton Beach.
Seawall pandemic. A lot of the seawalls that exist today are 30 to 60 years old. The typical seawall was designed to last.
I love the way he's talking about it, like the seawalls are sick or something. Yeah, the seawalls are sick. It's a pandemic of water. It's not the seawalls that are that are like, you know, like, it's such an idiotic way to put that. Oh my god.
To about 50 years.
That's the reality for many residents along South Florida's waterways.
It was a nightmare.
John Carlson's nightmare began when his seawall needed to be upgraded.
I got cited because the water came over my bank and went into the roadway, but they made me do the seawall anyway.
It started as a minor fix, but he soon realized it would be much more.
Unfortunately, when the seawall was constructed, some errors were made.
Those errors cost him. It's a lot more money, but looking back, he says it's worth it.
You're better off paying too much and get it done right than too little.
Yeah. Coming from guy who owns 60-foot yacht. I mean, I assume this is his seawall with the giant fucking yacht in front of it. Look at this fucking
Better
thing.
off paying too much.
Jesus Christ.
And get it done right.
Yeah.
Than too little.
Oh yeah, it's much better.
And lose the whole thing.
His story is one that will likely play out many times for anyone who lives on the coast or...
Okay. So yeah, I mean, this is one of those things that you can kind of expect, right? Because, you know, when water goes over these seawalls, you know, it erodes from behind it in a place where it's not, you know, technically supposed to be getting eroded from. Things like that are definitely detrimental to these kinds of human constructions along waterways and such. Yeah, thankfully for that one dude, he's got the money. He's got the money to keep building that seawall until the whole place goes underwater, I guess. Now, you know who's been having a super tough time recently? They can barely make a giant profit every year, and they're struggling. BP, British Petroleum. They are struggling horribly, and they are going to have to cut their workforce in order to keep their profits up. It's the only sensible thing to do.
BP will cut more than 5% of its global workforce. The energy giant made the announcement Thursday. It's part of CEO Murray Auchincloss's efforts to reduce costs and rebuild investor confidence. BP told Reuters around 4,700 employees and 3,000 contractor positions will be cut this year.
That is very sad.
Last year, Auchincloss said he would cut the British company's costs by at least $2 billion by the end of 2026.
Oh, God. That is so much.
To boost returns and address investor worries over BP's energy transition.
Oh boy. And BP's energy transition, what does that mean? They're transitioning back. What are you talking about?
He aims to boost returns and address investor worries over BP's energy transition strategy.
Energy transition strategy. Yeah. It's funny that they completely omit here at Reuters that they're transitioning back to oil. Okay, if you hadn't heard, BP has given up on green technology because all the green technology that they had been pretending to be working on, they're not making enough money from it, so they've given up on all of that. And the fact is that they never really wanted any of it to work anyways. They just want to be able to keep drilling forever. So, you know, this is... I assume them probably cutting as many of those jobs out now rather than later. You have friends working for BP? Yeah, that's actually sad. For multiple reasons. But hopefully we can come up with some better jobs. Not gonna lie. This is one time where my seemingly never-ending worker solidarity meets with some of my other personal ideologies. And this is one time where I am not going to cry foul over cutting jobs. I would prefer it if all BP jobs stopped existing tomorrow. I mean, because it's, you know, like, it is not, I don't intend to be cruel, but the fact is BP is literally behind all of the, they're not the only ones, but them, ExxonMobil, and all these other assholes are sort of just behind all of the horrifying shit that we see here, relating to the climate, relating to the LA wildfires and all this shit. Like, it's basically all of their faults. They worked together to deceive the public of the world on the effects of climate change, of oil production's contribution to all of that, and, you know, good riddance, BP. That's just my opinion. I know you're a former employee of the oil and gas industry, Jerry. I know. It's unfortunate that, you know, your capabilities, your engineering prowess, you know, can't be utilized for more beneficial things to our society, or couldn't have been used, I mean, over that time. We need to transition away from oil companies. That's my opinion. We need to create jobs in our world that aren't directly related to fossil fuel extraction and utilization. Drill babies? We can't be drilling babies. That's not right. Baby drilling. All right, let's go to this was actually a story from about last week, but we didn't cover it because there was so much other shit going on. But while Los Angeles was burning, climate activists at The Hague were in fact protesting. Okay, let's see what Extinction Rebellion was up to here at The Hague. Seems like the asshole police on horses are blocking traffic more than the protesters right now.
Press.
Now, this is the climate activist group known as Extinction Rebellion, a very apt title for a group intending to stop our extinction. Whoops. I did not do what I intended to do just now. Where is it? Did I skip over? What just happened? Yeah, this is the part I want. This is what protests should look like. I love this. Come on. Come on. We need more tuba at our protests.
The enchanting Thai island of Phuket is facing...
How are we doing on time? Ooh, 4.5 hours in. We should have already taken our second break. Alright, it's time. Second break time. Here we go. Alright, chat, well, you've made it through a great portion of this stream. We are getting close to the Earth news, but if you somehow have not, remember to hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both incredibly important for the stream, getting us out there, and all of that stuff. Now, once you've done both of those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely reliant on viewers like you to continue our space work. So many great ways for you to do that: YouTube, Cash App, PayPal, Twitch, and Patreon, where you can get the most space benefits for your dollars. So do consider one of those sweet, sweet options. Alright, chat, grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back. All right, chat. I am back, which means it's time for us to get to the final half of the show. Get back to those seats, Space Fams. You're gonna miss everything. All right, where to start? Ah, yes, where we always start the final half. In space. Where billionaires are still trying to take over. Seemingly, successfully. If only the Galactic News Network was more financially viable at this time, we might be able to make more of a uphill battle for those billionaires here in space, but for now, we are left with very few devices and with which to stop them. Now, of course, the other night we watched Jeff Bezos fail to launch his Blue Origin into space, but 20 hours ago, they managed to successfully launch Jeff Bezos' penis-shaped rocket into outer space.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 1. Lift off.
That is the laugh of a witch.
All 7 engines.
Oh my god. Are they hiring witches at Blue Origin, whatever it's called?
Lift off. All 7 engines.
That is the cackle of what sounds like a villain. Just, you know, I don't want to base anything purely on someone's laughter, but to cackle like that after watching this billionaire launch a rocket into space feels to me like you'd have to be an absolute fucking villain to be this excited about it. Not gonna lie. So yeah, Jeff Bezos launching more rockets into space. All right. Another thing happened about 13 hours ago. Actually, we're going to skip the rest of the space news for tomorrow because of how slowly I am moving. I'm sorry, everyone. I know it's making you very sad that we don't get all of our deserved space news, but you'll get it on the next stream. Don't worry. Another stream tomorrow, hopefully Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Because Monday I'm planning on doing the inauguration of fascism, Trump, into the office of the president. President. Which one is it now? I forget. Let's go on. Talk about Earth news specifically. Let's see what has been going on here. Let's see what Keir Starmer has to say. He's got some stuff going on over here, apparently. Look at this face from here. Oh, Kevin. What's your deal, pal?
The ceasefire is very welcome. It'll be a huge relief. The ceasefire is very welcome. It'll be a huge relief to hostages and their families who've been through.
Do you know who even bigger of a relief this is for? It's a bigger relief for Keir, right? Because I feel like he's been getting a lot of criticism lately for the UK's foreign policy as it relates to Israel. And this way, if the ceasefire sticks, he won't have to answer for the UK's, foreign policy as it relates to this matter. So it'll be very convenient for Keir in particular.
Most awful of times. It's really important they're released just as quickly as possible. It'll be released for the very many Palestinians who've suffered hugely as well, and this must be used to get desperately needed aid in at scale and at speed. But it must also, and I've been talking to regional leaders about this, be used obviously to get through the various stages, but also as a path to a lasting peace, which has to be a two-state solution, a viable Palestinian state, and a safe and secure.
Is he the Christmas story kid? Oh my God. Hold on. We need to do an investigation. Christmas story kid. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is breaking news. Breaking news. Keir Starmer is in fact Christmas story kid? The evidence is overwhelming. Based upon this one photo, I can say yes, 100%. That's him. Don't look it up. Just, just accept it. It's true. Okay. What else we got? All right. I'm glad somebody said something funny in the midst of that not funny story. I appreciate you. All right. Let's go to España, where people in Spain are celebrating something called St. Anthony's Day. Not familiar, but looks fun. Now, I don't know if they're burning St. Anthony or what the deal is, but it seems to be mostly fire-based, this celebration. But hey, fire can be fun as long as it's not burning your house down or the planet. I figured we'd just throw that in there because we got some real tough ones to get through here. This third half. Oh, God. You know what? We might have to save these ones for tomorrow, just based upon how slowly I'm going today. Well, I'm not even really going that slow. It's just, no, it's not true. I am going slow. Don't lie. Don't lie to yourself, StreamLord. You are going slow. Really, really slow, pal. Whose fault is that exactly?
I don't want reality.
This is where you might expect my dogs coming in with the random hilarious. Yeah, no, totally. You see a large bonfire, epic-sized bonfire, really. It seems like a decent place for a cackle. Not at a space launch from a billionaire's private space company, but actually, in a way, it is on brand. The Dr. Evil of it all. They had like meetings on cackling, if I recall, over there at the Dr. Evil Corporation. Right? Am I right? Wait, hold on. Before we get to this next piece, which is going to be, in many ways, cathartic, I think, for some. For many. But it's a bittersweet moment, really, in many ways. Before we get to this, let's look at this here. Just to double check, because we're talking about cackling. Yeah, remember this? Proof that this laughter was on brand.
Gentlemen, in exactly 5 days, we will be $100 billion richer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's on brand for billionaires who want to, launch rockets into space. Cackling is, in fact, a big part of that, as it turns out. Now let's go here to the final press briefing of State Department ghoul Matthew Miller. This is very sad. Like I said, it's a bittersweet moment, really. Not just historical. Live footage from the Trump cabinet.
Good afternoon.
Oh, God. All right. Here we go. Matt Miller.
As President Biden just announced, earlier today, the government of Israel and Hamas agreed to a ceasefire along the terms of the proposal the United States laid out publicly in May.
This is so goddamn quiet, Matt.
Time in the making and comes as a result of extensive diplomatic engagements by President Biden.
Yeah, was it because of extensive diplomatic engagements from President Biden? Was it? It's really weird because it's taken a year and a half for us to get here. I guess that's proof because of how extensive it was. I'll take it all back.
Central Intelligence William Burns, Brett McGurk, and other officials across the government, as well as our partners in the governments of Qatar and Egypt. This ceasefire will bring immediate relief to the people of both Gaza and Israel. Hostages will begin to return home in the coming days. Humanitarian assistance will surge into Gaza. The fighting
That's all very exciting, Matt.
And the people of Gaza who have endured and suffered through
play.
Well, welcome back. It's been a while.
I just want to mess with my podium too. It's a little
Well played, sir. Well played. Yeah, I feel like Matt has been kind of hiding from cameras recently. He's been letting, people like Vedant Patel and others speak for him. Can't be bothered to come out here and answer questions himself.
I've been here.
Yeah, welcome back to the podium and bye.
Matt, I always count on you to be sentimental, and I thank you for carrying forward that same amount of sentimentality today. If that's it, if you don't want any questions, I'm happy to leave and make it bye right now.
I just wanted to, before starting off, before starting out, I just wanted to say, look, thank you very much for your service and your willingness to be up here every day. Well, except for the last month.
Oh, he's got jokes, dude.
There was a holiday followed by a week when I was on the road with the secretary. So I do think I have.
He was too busy. He was on the road. He was road tripping.
I was on the road.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, but yeah, no.
Thank you, Matt.
Listen, it's been. I think everyone in this room appreciates it, whether they appreciated your answers or many times.
None of us appreciated Matt Miller's answers. Literally no one appreciated Matt Miller's answers aside from Matt Miller and the Biden administration. I don't think any normal human beings were a fan of Matt Miller or anything he ever said.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy or
I've appreciated,
necessarily pleasant for
it.
anyone over the course of the last 2 years that you've been up there. But it certainly has been instructive, and I think that we can all say that we're
what a wordsmith.
Glad that you endeavored to be and tried to be.
Dude, the word choice in this comment is truly, I mean, this is right. This is textbook writing right here, people. Take notes, okay? This man is using words in a way that we could all take some lessons from. Secret messages, double meanings.
So, anyway,
let me interrupt you just to say thank you. I will offer some thoughts at the end.
Oh, we're all excited to hear those, Matt. I can barely hold back my enthusiasm.
Maybe not always. I've usually appreciated your questions.
I just wanted to say, so anyway, thank you for what you're doing today and what you have done in the past. Let's start with the ceasefire.
Okay, all right. We're not gonna sit here and listen to Matt and oh shit, what's his name? Oh god, I can't think of this journalist's name right now. We've listened to him so many times. It's fucked up. Oh god. Oh, somebody help me. Somebody help me. I just broke inside. God damn it. Anyways, we don't have time to listen to them spar for the whole time, but I just felt we would at least, sit in here, observe the final Matt Miller press conference, because it's a historical moment here, galactically speaking. We've been hearing this man lie at the stand, at the podium, just sort of ad nauseum, and for an extended period of time, ever since the Israel's assault on Gaza and the Palestinian people come out here and obfuscate and, prevaricate. And, I just felt we needed closure, and I hope that did it for you. Because that's probably all we're going to get. I'm sure you're all deeply saddened by that. All right, let's go on. See what Qatari officials, or a specific Qatari official, had to say on this supposed Gaza ceasefire a couple of days ago when it was announced, if you hadn't heard. Go web go. What can be confirmed, of course, is that the drafts have been delivered to both parties. Yes, the obstacles to the main contentious issues between the two sides have been overcome. And yes, discussions are now underway regarding the final decisions. However, we cannot provide any details about the nature of these specifics or where these discussions stand today, except to say that we have moved past the major obstacles and the disagreements between the two parties. Meetings are currently ongoing here in Doha between the parties, or as you know, indirectly. But the meetings are now in session and all parties are present in Doha, as in all previous rounds of negotiations. It is difficult for me, especially given past experiences that you are all aware of, to set any time frame for an announcement, except to say that today we are at the closest point to reaching an agreement, as we have been in past months. Yes, and if you hadn't heard, those announcements were made, and claims were made, and supposedly everything's fine. Biden even made a comment on it here. And somebody asked what Biden found to be a funny, funny question.
Well, those of you who have followed the negotiations can attest, the road to this deal has not been easy. I've worked in foreign policy for decades. This is one of the toughest negotiations I've ever experienced. This deal was developed and negotiated under my administration, but its terms will be implemented, for the most part, by the next administration. In these past few days, we've been speaking as one team. This has been a time of real turmoil in the Middle East. But as I prepare to leave office, our friends are strong, our enemies are weak, and there's a genuine opportunities for a new future. These developments in the region, which the United States helped to shape, changed the equation. And so now, the terror network that once protected and sustained Hamas is far weaker. Iran is weaker. Iran is weaker than it's been in decades. Hezbollah is badly degraded. And after more than 15 months of war, Hamas's senior leaders are dead. Thousands of Hamas fighters are dead. And the military formations have been destroyed with nowhere to turn.
You know, I think this might be one of the last times we see any of these people. I'm pretty sure Biden's going to go into hiding after this. Same thing for Anthony Blinken. I think everyone's going to forget about Kamala Harris within, about a month. Yeah, I've been hearing people talking about, leading up to this, what the future for Kamala Harris is. And the videos regarding that are getting, like, in the hundreds of views. Like, literally nobody gives a shit. And... you know, it is a fascinating place that we are at right now politically because, no matter how much we hate these three, we're about to get even worse people. Because Anthony Blinken's now going to be replaced by Marco Rubio. This guy is going to get replaced by Donald Trump. And this lady here is going to be replaced by JD frickin' Vance. Boy. Oh boy.
Finally agreed to releasing hostages. You know, there was no other way for this war to end than with a hostage deal.
Yeah,
and
no
I'm
kidding.
deeply satisfied.
If that's the case, Joe, if the only way to get it was a hostage deal, then why the fuck did we keep sending Israel so many goddamn weapons? Huh? Why did you keep signing, the work orders and all this stuff to send them, all the bombs and stuff? If the only way to get there was, if you knew this whole time the only way to do it was a fucking hostage deal, then why the fuck did we give them a single bomb?
To end than with a hostage deal. And I'm deeply satisfied. This day has finally come.
Who does the history books credit for this, Mr. President? You or Trump?
Oh.
Is that a joke?
Biden still got jokes.
I'm staying in the race.
We've been listening to Secretary Blinken.
And please hold. Please hold. Okay. Happy Freya's Day. Is it Freya's Day? I thought that was earlier. I thought that was... Okay. Do you think Blinken will be forced to live in Israel like a sex offender? God. Could be. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Oh yeah, here we go. I knew this was gonna happen eventually. All right, we're here. We're gonna do this. Whoopsies, that's not what I wanted at all. That is highly offensive. What in the actual fuck? All right, I need you to not be this way. Yeah? Okay, great. Good job. All right, let's go and talk about Anthony Blinken, a guy who we're probably not going to be seeing anymore, made his final statement.
Finally,
here.
I just wanted to share this morning.
Get your hands off me. Get your hands off me. Get your hands off me. Answer a damn question.
I look forward to answering questions in a few minutes.
You know about Israel's nuclear weapons. Everybody from the ICJ. I was sitting here quietly, and now I'm being manhandled by 2 or 3 people. You pontificate about a free press. You pontificate about a free press. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. I have been asking questions.
Help! I'm being repressed.
By Matt Miller that he will not answer my questions until I'm asked.
Please, sir, respect the process.
Wow.
I'll have an opportunity to take questions in a few minutes.
Wasn't the point of the May 31st statement to block the ICJ orders? He blocked the ICJ orders.
Please, sir, respect the process. Thank you.
Oh, respect the process.
Respect the process.
Everybody from the.
Wow, dude. Respect the process, says Anthony Blinken, while he has a reporter carried out literally from the process as it is, as it were. Now, what I found fascinating about this specific video, not the contents of the video, but the video, the upload by C-SPAN themselves, I found most fascinating was this. If you look up way here, top left corner, you'll see the word reporter used. And C-SPAN was basically the only major news outlet to title, and I believe me, I have looked through them all, or at least most of them, I think. I don't know about every single one, but I looked pretty hard. And none of the major news outlets, CNN, MSNBC, CBS, ABC, of the ones that actually posted any of this shit to their fucking YouTubes, referred to this man as a reporter, aside from C-SPAN. Speaking of which, let's see how CNN reacted to all this. I'm sure it was very measured and reasonable, of course. What do they name it? Interrupted by protesters. Oh, not a reporter. Okay.
Secretary Blinken taking questions on Israel-Hamas, that deal. But as you heard, he was repeatedly interrupted by some cringeworthy activism by activists.
So cringeworthy. Yeah, you know what this is? You know what this fucking story is? You know what your reporting is? It's fucking cringe, okay? You dirty bitch.
Which is highly unusual in a situation like this. Let's listen to that as he was thanking the press in the beginning of his comments.
Not always the most enjoyable thing, but it is the most necessary thing in our democracy.
Reporters in Gaza were on the receiving end of your bombs. Why did you keep the bombs flowing when we had a deal?
I'm happy to address questions.
We had a deal. Everyone in this room knows we had a deal, Tony, and you kept the bombs flowing.
I'm happy to address questions when we get a chance. Thank you.
Oh, it's so cringe. How dare a journalist do journalism?
Your questions when we get to questions. Thank you. Thank you.
You helped destroy all religion Judaism by associating.
Yeah, I have a statement. Yeah, I have a statement to make. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I gotta talk. Sorry.
You waved the white flag before Israeli.
I look forward to taking questions when I get a chance to.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
All right, so that's what happened as this press conference started. I'm going to bring you in, Alex. I mean, we were both sitting here pretty stunned, frankly.
So stunned. How dare somebody interrupt Anthony Blinken?
Those were activists who
I'm sorry.
were interrupting the secretary.
I just spoke over a lie. Please hold.
Journalists. Those were in here pretty stunned, frankly. This is supposed to be a press conference with a room of journalists. Those were activists who were interrupting.
Okay, that was a fucking lie. I invite you to look up Sam Husseini on Wikipedia, whose article on Wikipedia labels him as a writer, and in fact, his previous jobs would lead one to believe he is a journalist. Formerly worked at the American Arab Anti-Discrimination League and at the media watch group Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting. Fairness and accuracy in reporting. Reporting. Is that the same thing as journalism? He also has written a multitude of articles for a variety of journalistic publications, including Counterpunch, The Nation, The Washington Post, Is the Washington Post a journalistic organization? USA Today and Solana, are those journalism outfits? I can't be sure. I'm very stupid, so I couldn't possibly put that information together. But if that's not journalism, then CNN is not journalism. All of CNN's reporters, not reporters. Okay? Like, that's where we're at. CNN is attacking journalists that aren't CNN journalists, essentially. It's fascinating. It truly is. They really are just doubling down on their horrifying coverage of all of this in a way that is just completely fucked. I can't trust Wikipedia. Oh, good point. Good point. Can't do it. Mr. Wikipedia.
Your name, please?
Let's go here. Talk a little bit more about this horrifying coverage.
This is just breaking. Here's a video of Sam Husseini, who's a Jordanian Palestinian journalist. And I guess he was thrown out of Antony Blinken's final press briefing here.
Bloody Blinken?
Yelling at him, why aren't you in The Hague? Which is a great question. Here's some footage, and then we'll show you how CNN framed it.
2 or 3 people. You pontificate about a free press. You pontificate about a free press. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. I am asking questions after being told by Matt Miller that he will not answer my questions until I'm asking questions. Wasn't the point of the May 31st statement to block the ICJ orders? You blocked the ICJ orders.
These are all great questions.
Please sir, respect the process.
Respect the process. Respect the process. Well, everybody from Amnesty International, to the ICJ saying that Israel's doing genocide.
Why aren't the rest of the journalists doing anything?
The process.
You know, it's probably good that I'm not a real journalist, because somebody starts doing that to me while I'm in the middle of asking an important question like that, starts physically assaulting me. I'm gonna start assaulting back immediately, right? Almost immediately. You start grabbing at me in that moment, I'm gonna start gouging eyes out. You know, it's actually not that hard. Eyes pop out pretty easy. You start doing all sorts of stuff. To me, I'm gonna start blasting you in the fucking face. Okay? Like this video really makes me angry. This fucking old man is being attacked, shaking. He's so upset. Just trying to ask, simple, journalistic questions as the free press here from a government official. But of course, we're living in a fascist state, and it's about to get even more fascist. So everybody, get yourselves ready for that one.
Criminal! Why are you in The Hague? Why are you 2 or 3?
What a incredibly brave way to just go out with a bang with this administration that has committed genocide. There's no other way to put it. And every journalist and I don't want to be too hard on these State Department journalists, because they, like Matt Lee of the Associated Press has been great, and Ryan Grimm has made appearances in that briefing room and asked some really tough questions.
Of course, Brent Talker too.
Yeah. So there's a lot of really great reporters there, but this is the kind of hostility that he should have been met with if he was made available. But all these State Department spokespeople should have been met with every day.
Or repeat the question that he got thrown out for. Why isn't he at The Hague?
Well, this is that. I mean, maybe they did, but this, how is America? We're going to talk about free speech in this country, and this is how a journalist is treated for asking this kind of question. But luckily, we have other members of the media who are going to stand up for fellow reporters. Like the way that they stood up for the record number of journalists killed by Israel in Gaza. Oh, wait, that's not what happened. Here's how CNN reacted to this this reporter.
As you heard, he was repeatedly interrupted by some cringeworthy heckling by activists. I mean, we were both sitting here pretty stunned, frankly. This is supposed to be a press conference with a room of journalists. Those were activists who were interrupting the Secretary of State.
Oh, no.
When he initially was thinking the press and talking about the Israeli-Hamas deal.
Yeah, I think it's really surprising. A lot of our viewers will have seen protests on Capitol Hill, for example, during confirmation hearings, but it's very rare for something like that to happen at the State Department. I'm over there all the time in that briefing room, and you need to have a reason to be at the State Department. You need to have an appointment. You need to have press accreditation to come and go. So it's unclear who those people were. So I think there's a real security question there. Allow me to be cheesy for a moment. This is a testament to American democracy and the way that American administrations approach their press rooms. They give accreditation to a wide number of journalists, and increasingly what I would call less mainstream journalists, more opinion journalists, who have the opportunity to go to the State Department, to go to the White House, and to ask questions of the representatives of that administration.
So I just clicked what he is both, auditioning and just saying, I'm one of the good ones, and two, protecting himself, because to call that guy an activist, which I was wondering if he was they were going to reveal that they were misinformed about who this person was, and if they thought it was someone from Code Pink or something like that. No, he makes it clear there that he thinks that this reporter is an activist because of the fact that he doesn't work for one of those legacy outlets, and is besmirching that reporter for that very reason.
Yeah, if you don't work for one of the organizations owned by a multimedia entertainment company, such as, because of course CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC are all owned by entertainment companies. They're not journalistic outlets anymore. They're just here for clicks. They don't do actual journalism anymore. They just think about what is going to make them the most money, right? Well, not them, but their parent companies like Comcast or Disney or, like Warner Bros. Discovery, right? Paramount. Like those are the people who own the journalistic outlets. The major journalistic outlets are all owned by just, money-making entertainers. And that's what journalism's for. It's not meant to inform us. It's meant to entertain us. And it's ridiculous that a journalist would ask questions. That's activism, okay? Don't ask tough questions of poor, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. He's trying to give his farewell address. That's incredibly rude.
How rude.
How dare you do such a thing? Oh my fucking God. The state of the world, the state of our democracy, all of our institutions are they're all falling apart. It's all falling apart right now. They know they know the state of things is not good. That's one thing that I've come to a conclusion of, is that essentially, the powers that be understand that things are at a fucking tipping point right now with the climate, with the economy, with everything. But their existence is predicated upon all those things staying the fucking same. And so they continue to just serve the powers that be, so much so that they're just selling out to them. Everywhere, right? Washington Post sold to Jeff Bezos, right? Like, it's all just, that's where we're at. All right, let's go back to talking about that hostage deal that we referenced just a couple moments ago. Starting to Israel and see how people have been reacting to things there. This was just yesterday, out at the AP. There are very mixed feelings. On one hand, happy and mixed, with terrible pressure. Terrible pressure that it will really happen. And I'm constantly trying to put myself aside to look at the picture and protect myself from the fear that it might not happen. And even if it does happen, I don't know how Ofer will come back. He's alive, if he's alive or not. But I do believe that he is alive. I really hope that he will really be among the returnees. I really hope that it won't end with only 33 hostages. Whoops. With 33 hostages returning home, but all of them, because everyone must return. Both the living and the dead. The soldiers too. Everyone must return home. This war must end. We must talk about the day after. We must return all the kidnapped people home. Ooh. And from here I say thank you to U.S. President Trump, because as I thought, when he was elected, when he said he wanted everyone to be at home, when he entered the White House, so this was the luck of our kidnapped people. Wow. There you go. Israeli protesters giving credit to Donald Trump. I said it. I said it before, I think. I knew it was going to happen. Donald Trump was going to get, at least from some people, the credit. Vibes of Iran-Contra happening right now. Not that Joe Biden deserves any real credit for this, but Donald Trump deserves even less credit.
Six soldiers were killed in Gaza this week alone. Nearly every...
Well, why were they there? They shouldn't be there. You pointed out is Gaza. It's not Israel. So why are they there? They shouldn't be there. They're committing genocide right now. So why should I care that 6 soldiers died? That's their job, to die and to kill. I'm sorry. I don't even have the world's smallest violin handy right now.
Every day, more names of fallen victims are released. How much more blood will be spilled for Netanyahu's personal interests? How much more blood will be spilled for delusional messianic beliefs at the expense of the lives of our hostages and...
Yeah, well, it's also a complete sham, right? The return of hostages has been majority based upon any deals that have been agreed to between now and October 7th of 2023. Right? I mean, you know, that's been the only successful thing to have brought back hostages in any meaningful way.
Our soldiers.
I really truly hope that President Trump will have an influence on our Prime Minister and our...
What is, these people are delusional. What do they think Donald Trump is going to do exactly? I don't understand. I don't understand what this delusional belief is even coming from. I think it's out of purely is it this sort of, what do you call it? Misplaced, like optimistic, naivety, right? Like, I mean, to think that Donald Trump wants it to actually end, he doesn't give a shit. He does not give a shit. And if all the Americans get returned, he will almost undoubtedly just green light whatever Israel wants to fucking do. If they want to continue, if they want to stop, whatever, it doesn't matter. And none of it's going to be because of Donald Trump, right? the fact is, my estimation, this was neither Donald Trump, of course, nor Biden's doing. This was actually the doing of a small group of Israeli people. Like, we've been covering it, and we watched earlier how there were town halls being held in different towns in Israel, right, by soldiers who were essentially protesting their service in this genocide, right? That, they had garnered, I don't know exactly the number, but many IDF soldiers' signatures on what do you call them? Like a I can't think of the word. This is what happens when I go too long. This is what happens when we get too late. My brain starts really losing words. A large number of IDF soldiers signed onto essentially a demand letter to cease all operations in Gaza. They no longer wanted to be involved in this. And we saw recently in the Knesset a number of parliamentarians starting to say things that, have sort of broken from the mold, if you will, on all of this. And I would say that the combination of those things, more than anything, were the catalyst to all this, right? Because that was very recent when that petition, thank you, that petition was signed. Thank you. And that, if anything, I think is the pressure that is being exerted here, because the U.S. government has put negative pressure on Israel. They've held nothing back, no matter what red lines or whatever else was put in place. The U.S. government stopped putting out red lines because they realized that they were just sort of goalposts for the Israeli government to keep doing whatever the fuck they want. We've done nothing to stop them, and there's no way for anybody to claim that any American involvement has helped to stop any of this. All right, let's see what Palestinians thought about all of this, or at least what they were doing on the night of this announcement of this ceasefire arrangement. Now, I'm seeing some people in chat who are perhaps rightfully pessimistic, skeptical, if you will, on this ceasefire arrangement. I too have my sort of doubts, my own sort of, feeling of skepticism on all of this, which is, I mean, to be fair, it's like I said, it's founded. It's founded, rightfully so. You are skeptical because how many times have we been pushed these sorts of narratives at this point? Too many times to count. That I think we heard must have been. I mean, if you count each individual instance and each individual sort of purveyor of this bullshit, like over the last 15 months of us being the closest we've ever been to a ceasefire arrangement and all of that. I mean, we've heard it too many times to count. Dozens of times it feels like. We're so close. So freaking close, people. I mean, so, I think very fairly people have their doubts. But I think it's also, a good idea for us to at least try to remain optimistic about it. That said, less than a day ago, demonstrations were held in Israel where people were less than stoked, I guess you might say, about it, it would seem. Almost like they don't want a ceasefire. And some ministers were coming out complaining about this agreement.
Country that wants to be independent like every other country and wants to do what's good for us. We want to live in peace, and we are inventing a lot of good things for the whole world, and many people are happy about what we bring to the world. Wherever there's something bad happening, the Israeli doctors and the Israeli rescue teams are there first. We're going everywhere to help the world. We help Africa with water.
Wow. Listen to this delusional woman. We're actually helping the world, don't you see? We just love peace so much. We're so great. Okay. Now, some of that skepticism was probably fair. Because around the same time this was going on, Benjamin Netanyahu came out to accuse Hamas of reneging on aspects of the ceasefire deal. This dude hates ceasefires.
Now, a group of Israelis has gathered in West Jerusalem to protest against the ceasefire deal. Bereaved families of Israeli forces in Gaza are among those demonstrating. They're calling on the government to abandon the deal, calling it a surrender. The Israeli Prime Minister's office has released a statement on the ceasefire deal. It reads, Hamas has reneged on parts of the agreement reached with the mediators and Israel in an effort to extort last-minute concessions. The Israeli cabinet, it says, will not convene until the mediators notify Israel that Hamas has accepted all elements of the agreement. Well, Hamas, meanwhile, has released a statement saying it's committed to the ceasefire deal announced by the mediators in Qatar on Wednesday. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Hamda Salhout now, who's joining us from Amman, Jordan, because Israel's government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting from Israel and the occupied West Bank. The Prime Minister's office, the Israeli Prime Minister's office, Hamda, talking about a last-minute crisis that's preventing the signing of the agreement. What exactly is this crisis?
Yes, please explain it to us. It's all so confusing.
Well, according to the Prime Minister's office, they say this crisis is solely because of Hamas saying that they're backtracking on parts of the agreement, looking to exploit the agreement, and Israeli media reported that some of it is due to the names of Palestinian prisoners who would be released from Israeli jails. But let's remember that Hamas released a statement shortly after saying that they remain committed to the deal that was signed that was announced on Wednesday evening. But it's also worth mentioning this comes amid the backdrop of a lot of internal conflict in the Israeli government, and some Israeli media this morning is reading into it as a crisis internally within the government rather than any sort of crisis with Hamas at all.
Yeah, weird. Because I wonder why would Benjamin Netanyahu have a reason to to go back on this deal? Well, that protest was one reason, and of course the leader of that protest is another. That being one Itamar Ben-Gvir, psycho-genocider, lover of genocide. Truly, he's really more of a connoisseur than anything of genocide. Very choosy about which ones he likes. Therefore, if this reckless deal is approved and implemented, the Jewish Power Party will give the resignation letter to the Prime Minister. The Jewish Power Party will not be part of the government and will withdraw from it. If the war on Hamas is renewed, that's what I said to the Prime Minister, with force in order to decide and realize the unachieved goals of the war, we will return to the government. Okay. Now, of course, I don't think anybody here is sad about Itamar Ben-Gvir quitting. But Ben-Gvir Bibi, they're sort of two peas in a pod, and also the existence of Itamar Ben-Gvir's party, the JPP. I think it's technically labeled a terrorist, or no, actually, I think it's a different one that Ben-Gvir is involved in. That's technically considered a terrorist organization. Either way, Benjamin Netanyahu needs those guys to stay in power. If he doesn't have them, he will lose his, ever slimming majority in the Knesset, and that will present all sorts of other problems. He's already been very, very worried that he's going to be ousted the second that the war is over, and if he loses them, it's almost a guarantee. And that would really suck for old Bibi, and yeah, it's all very sad. Now, since the ceasefire arrangement was announced, but not yet signed, Israel decided to take that opportunity to go ahead and carpet bomb Gaza a little bit more. So within the last 24 hours, Israel's killed at least 70 more people in airstrikes. How great. How great. Wow.
لغاد بعد اذنك لغاد يلا
هنا على الخيام هاكو هان
You can see how much Israel loves peace. Even while they're talking about peace, they're murdering people indiscriminately. So peaceful.
I don't want reality.
Alright, let's talk a little bit more about the future of this ceasefire and of the region in general. With Democracy Now! They had on a power panel to discuss this.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
To talk more about the ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza, we're joined now by three guests. Mohammed Shihada is a writer and analyst from Gaza. He's chief of communications at Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor. He joins us from Copenhagen. Jeremy Scahill is co-founder of Dropsite News, and Daniel Levy is president of the U.S. Middle East Project and a former Israeli peace negotiator under Prime Ministers Ehud Barak and Yitzhak Rabin. So, Daniel, I'd like to begin with you. If you could just start by responding to Netanyahu delaying the cabinet vote and what you think the cause of that is, in particular, the pressure on him from right-wing members of his coalition.
Right. So what we're led to believe is that the proximate cause, in other words, what the media in Israel is being background briefed on, I'm not sure if they're saying it publicly yet, is that this has to do with the lists of prisoners that would need to be let go by Israel, the Palestinian prisoners. There are thousands of Palestinian prisoners often held in detention without trial in Israeli prisons. And this has to do with the names that Hamas is insisting will be on that list. We don't know.
What prison did Saddam Hussein go to? I'm pretty sure he didn't go to a prison. If I recall correctly, he was brutally murdered by a mob.
Whether this will torpedo things or not. What we do know, and let's stick with that, is that Netanyahu didn't want to get to this moment. You can listen to the lies of the outgoing administration, of Secretary Blinken. You know, sometimes in a negotiation, it's useful to have some constructive ambiguity. One of the mediators may even have to align with the narrative.
That's right. He wasn't brutally murdered by a mob. He was hung after he was convicted by an Iraqi court. I'm pretty sure. That's my bad. That's my bad. It's hard to remember all of this stuff at once, especially when I get this tired.
Of one of the parties to give them that victory narrative, even if they haven't got the victory, to get a deal over the line. But there's also a kind of lie which is just a lie, and it undermines things. And we've been told throughout that the problem is Hamas. That's the reason there's no deal. But every Israeli journalist who's been serious, who's covered this, and it's rare to have unanimity there, from left and right, pro and anti-Netanyahu.
Yeah, you're right. I mixed up Gaddafi and Hussein. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Netanyahu worked hardest to prevent this deal, and Netanyahu has changed under the pressure of a president who's perceived to be someone who can act like the leader of a superpower, who Netanyahu can't wrap around his little finger like he could with Biden. That's the circumstance in which Netanyahu has found himself being dragged into a deal that threatens his domestic political stability. He wants to continue with this war, and therefore Netanyahu will do everything today. And I imagine if we move forward throughout the period of implementation, and as one tries to get further down the road, he will do everything to torpedo this, hoping that it will be easy. Given narratives that exist in the West, it will be easy to say, look, you see, Hamas are the ones who are to blame. Mm-hmm. That's the fragility of this thing. That's where Netanyahu is. And that's what we're having to contend with in these very hours.
And explain what the objections are of Bezalel Smotrich as well as Ben-Gvir, and explain what it would mean if one of them left. Smotrich said he will not approve this, and if both of them left. Will Netanyahu survive as prime minister?
Okay, let's do the coalition math first, if I may. Smotrich or Ben-Gvir, if one of those leaves, and Ben-Gvir is the one who has, his faction have set this out more clearly, that on its own, if they left the government and even voted against the government, would not bring down the coalition. Together, if they left and voted against the government, that brings down the coalition. They can certainly leave and say that they are leaving because of this deal, but if Netanyahu reverses the terms, then they will return, or that they will leave, but they will hold their fire in terms of bringing down the coalition. And I think that's the ballpark in which we are. The opposition will offer a safety net over the implementation of the deal. They won't offer a general safety net. What all this adds up to, without boring people with the intricacies of Israeli coalition math, what all this adds up to is that Netanyahu has a political problem if he moves forward with this.
Did you hear that? Even that got a laugh out of a Democracy Now! Producer, someone. I don't know who laughed. I couldn't quite tell. It was a very short sort of, but that was well played, Daniel. Nobody's got time for the intricacies of parliamentary Knesset math. But he makes a great point. Like I was referring to before, this coalition is built on very unstable ground for Netanyahu, and if he actually accepts this ceasefire, which most of the Israelis, seem to want, at least as it relates to the return of hostages, it creates an incredibly awkward circumstance for him if he wants to continue being prime minister. But of course, we've been saying this now, I don't even know how long. The war is the only thing keeping Netanyahu in office at this point, from what I can tell. People, how many protests have we seen outside of his mansion, right? Like, a lot. A lot. It's math.
It's science.
All right. Should we listen to more of this right now? God, I guess it depends on if I want to do this or not. We were so deep into this. It's so late. I should have given you all the opportunity to extend the stream by adding a goal. That was dumb. I feel bad now because I would have kept going. Here, I'll give you a tiny goal, a 30-minute goal. Here. I'll put a 30-minute goal in here for one brave individual. Alright, finish the content, StreamLord. All it's going to take is one super chat of $10 to keep this thing going. Finish all the content I had planned for the night that I haven't gotten through.
With numerous Israeli, Palestinian, and Arab officials involved in the talks, they all expressed surprise, including the Israeli officials, that the Biden administration has continued to publicly blame Hamas as the obstacle to a ceasefire when it was clear to all involved that it was Netanyahu who was holding up the agreement. So if you could talk about this latest development of the postponement of the cabinet vote, and also respond to the terms of the agreement that was passed yesterday, agreed upon yesterday.
Thanks so much, Nermeen, and thanks for bringing together a team of very good and close friends. Good to be here with Daniel and Jeremy. I'll start with the first issue on the terms of the agreement. It is literally word for word. I read the whole text very carefully. It's word for word, the same text as the one that was produced by Israel's own team on the 27th of May.
Look at that. Immediately, within less than a minute, Scared Crow, you are a hero to, I think, all of us. Everybody thank Scarecrow in chat, because Scared Crow has given us the rest of the content that just unlocked just now. Truly fantastic. What an act of philanthropy. Space philanthropy really does bring some more to my heart.
Was produced by Israel's own team on the 27th of May 2024, so about 7 to 8 months ago. Hamas accepted it on July 2nd. Hamas was informed by mediators that the Israeli team gave a positive response as well. Netanyahu immediately rejected it as soon as Hamas's answer was given and imposed 4 conditions that his own generals, his own advisors, his own negotiators said that these conditions are impossible and render a deal unfeasible, but he insisted on them. The Biden administration immediately took a very easy approach. They decided to absolve themselves of any responsibility for refusing or failing to pressure Netanyahu by rewriting history. That's what a very senior Israeli security official told me recently in November. He said Biden's team is engaging in a shameful attempt to rewrite history, basically gaslighting, putting all blame on Hamas so that it sounds that they tried their best with Netanyahu, they got him to accept, and Hamas is to blame. The other thing is that mediators and Israel's own negotiating team have been begging Biden's team for months to name and shame Netanyahu, believing that it can create some domestic pressure on him. Biden refused consistently. We know yesterday in the Times of Israel, it came out citing Israeli negotiators that Blinken, when he used the narrative of saying Netanyahu accepted, Hamas rejected, it threw a wrench in the negotiations and collapsed them. That's what an Israeli negotiator himself said. So in a way, we had a consistent effort by Biden's team to cover up and buy time for the unfolding genocide in Gaza. The other element about what is happening now and where things stand is that Netanyahu, in the very last minute, as Daniel said, is trying to impose new conditions that would destroy the possibility of reaching a deal. His office just released a statement that negates completely the very explicitly stated terms of the appendix that was attached to the deal yesterday. For example, in the appendix, it says that the IDF should reduce its soldiers at the Philadelphia corridor that separates Rafah from Egypt throughout the first phase of the ceasefire. And they should withdraw from that Philadelphia corridor by day 50 of the ceasefire. Netanyahu is now saying, no, there would be zero reduction. No IDF post will be removed. There will be redeployment, and there will not be any withdrawal by day 50. The second point that he's insisting on is to say there will not be any ending of the war unless Hamas accepts Israel's condition to achieve the objectives of the war. What are the objectives of the war? Is that Hamas should cease to exist. So he is saying to Hamas, dismantle.
The thing about the Philadelphia corridor that still blows my mind to this day is that part of it is owned by a different, not you know, and I don't mean Gaza, right, or Palestinians. I mean Egypt. I mean the Philadelphia corridor is partially in Egypt, and Israel just sort of unilaterally seized it and said, "Hey, Egypt, you know, deal with it. We are putting tanks on literally on your land." The fact they are objecting to removing troops from there is one of the dumbest. I mean, it's not. I mean, I gotta stop saying stuff like that because I feel like I'm saying it constantly. I'm always hearing so many dumb things. They're just constantly like fighting each other to be the dumbest. It's really hard to keep track. I need to sort of list so I can be more accurate on who's actually being the dumbest at one particular time or another. But it's just the logistics involved and all that's it's a real hellhole.
Was announced yesterday. You wrote a piece on the Trump factor. Yesterday, President Biden spoke twice, right after the announcement, which also puts enormous pressure on Netanyahu since all the world and networks are reporting there's a deal, and yet he is trying to bring together his coalition to support it. Biden spoke both in the afternoon and he gave his farewell address from the Resolute desk in the Oval Office last night and said, "This is my deal from May," though did give a nod to President-elect Trump weighing in at the same time as if there's two governments. Explain what the difference is this time from when Biden did put this forward in May.
Well, you know, it's very clear if you read the Israeli press and listen to Israeli politicians and political leaders that this deal would not be signed, certainly not at this time, but for the intervention of Donald Trump. And much of the media coverage of Trump's threats on this were focused on Hamas, because Trump kept saying if the hostages aren't released, there's going to be hell unleashed in the Middle East. And, you know, he wasn't specifying what his threat was, but it was, you know, most of it was focused on Hamas. But what happened was that, you know, Trump's special envoy to the Middle East is not someone like an Antony Blinken or a Henry Kissinger. Instead, it's kind of, you know, like a scene from The Godfather where Tom Hagen gets sent as the consigliere to sort of do the bidding of the Don. He sends another billionaire real estate tycoon, Steve Witkoff, to the region. And Witkoff then is in the room with CIA Director Bill Burns, with Brett McGurk, the current envoy, with all of these mediators.
Oh my God, what an apt analogy, Jeremy. My God. Oh, this is a fantastic movie reference for this moment. Good God.
And we understand from Israeli media coverage that last Friday, Witkoff is in Doha. He calls Netanyahu's people and says, "I'm coming tomorrow to Israel, and I expect Netanyahu to be there." And they say, "Oh, well, no, it's Shabbat. He's not going to be able to meet with you." And Witkoff, who himself is Jewish, was like, "I don't care what day it is." He arrives there, and by all
it's a
accounts,
Friday?
sort of said, this deal is
so we
going to
can't do
happen
it
before
Okay.
President-elect Trump takes office. Now, some of this I think is true, and I don't think we can understate the role that Trump played in forcing this deal through, and it really exposes the utter moral rot that existed within the Biden White House on this issue of stopping the war. Because before he even gets into office, Trump is showing the vast powers of the American presidency. He's doing.
I don't see where Jeremy is getting this from. I genuinely don't. I don't. Like, I almost never, I don't think I've ever disagreed with Jeremy ever. And maybe he's done more, you know, probably likely he's done more research than me, but I just don't see how Donald Trump had anything to do with this. None of it checks out to me.
Unorthodox way. He's doing it before he assumes office, but it just shows that Joe Biden could have ended this long ago if he used some of the levers of American power available to him, as Daniel said. This does benefit Netanyahu to an extent because it can sort of be portrayed as, you know, Trump forced into doing this. But the devil's in the details. Last night, Mike Waltz, Trump's incoming national security advisor, echoed something that Netanyahu has been hinting at, which is that the Israelis view this as a bitter pill that they have to swallow right now, but they're not even talking about phase 2 and phase 3. Netanyahu really is sort of implying, and Mike Waltz co-signed that last night in interviews, that it's really just a phase 1 deal, and that once we get a decent number of hostages released from Gaza, then we can resume the war. Trump's national security.
If that's the case, then nothing has been done, right? If the claim is that Donald Trump has made the ceasefire happen, but based upon the premise that Israel gets to go right back to it, then it's all very nonsensical in my mind. It just none of that makes any sense. Okay, all right. I honestly, I didn't even get to listen to this whole, usually, you know, I try and go through all of these videos before we even watch them together, but I did not get the chance to listen to this whole thing, so I'll you know, I'm gonna go in and actually look into it. You know, this whole time I'm claiming that, you know, Donald Trump had nothing to do with this. Jeremy Scahill's trying to give him credit right now, and I honestly don't know where to go on it, so we're just gonna move past this interview, and we still got plenty of other stuff to fucking look at. because we still got the rest of the world to talk about. But before we get to the rest of the world, let's take a look at some other stuff regarding Gaza.
The UN says war-ravaged Gaza will need billions of dollars to rebuild. Israel and Hamas have now agreed to a ceasefire deal, but it is unclear when rebuilding efforts might begin and how they would be funded. After 15 months of conflict, here's a breakdown of the destruction in the Palestinian enclave. The Hamas attack on Israel on October 7, 2023 killed 1,200 people, according to Israeli tallies. Gaza's health ministry says Israel's retaliation has killed more than 46,000 people. Gaza has been reduced to 46 million tons of rubble. The UN warned last year that removing it would take 14 years and cost $1.2 billion.
14
The rubble
years.
likely holds human remains.
14 years.
The Palestinian Ministry of
It's insane.
Health estimated in May that 10,000 bodies were missing
It's
under
fucking
debris.
insane. 14 years.
The UN report
14 years. 2040 is when the rubble will be cleared. For fuck's sake. 2040. People claiming this isn't a genocide need to wake up.
that rebuilding Gaza's destroyed homes would take until 2040, but could drag on for decades. The agency's data found that 2/3 of Gaza's pre-war structures have been damaged or flattened. That amounts to over 170,000 buildings. Within that, the UN estimates, is the destruction of over 245,000 housing units. That's while over 1.8 million people in Gaza are in need of emergency shelter.
Hamas has played the spoiler.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said neighbouring Arab countries aren't keen to help rebuild Gaza if it will be, quote, levelled again a few years down the line.
Yeah, no kidding. And I mean, even without that future potentiality in there, right? Like if you were to remove from the equation of rebuilding Gaza the detail of the potential for Israel to just go back and destroy it all again, even without all of that, as a simple space lord floating through low Earth orbit right now, just in my own estimation, if I were one of the Middle East countries who's been getting bombed by Israel recently or has been watching from afar, I'd be like, there's some other people who should probably be paying for the rebuild, not us. We're not the ones who bombed it. Just because they're Arabs doesn't mean that, it's our responsibility. That's my personal opinion. I think there's a few people ahead of that, ahead of, I don't know, say, Iran or Yemen or Qatar, who would be on the top of the list, right? United States, Israel, Germany, the UK, first four that come to mind. People who have been most supportive. Canada. But yeah, that'll be the top 5, I would say, of people who need to rebuild first. Need to be sending billions of dollars over to rebuild what they paid to bomb. Before we start asking Egypt for money. I mean, fuck, Israel invaded Egypt, and now they, we're gonna get Egypt to rebuild? Yeah, okay, funny. That's funny. Maybe Israel should get out of the Philadelphia corridor first. And speaking of all that devastation that needs to be rebuilt, let's look at some fucking satellite photos. Since we're in space, let's look down and take a view from, bird's eye, if you will. This was in 2023 before any of this began. And this is it now. Wow. Wow. Just wow. Here's Jabalia. Same time. And 15 months later. Jesus Christ. Mawasi in May of 2023. Looks like a lovely agricultural area. Oh God. Uh-oh, what is happening? Why am I hiccuping? I'm being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh God. Hold on, I need a drink of water. This is unacceptable. Please hold.
Apple has been dethroned as the top smartphone seller.
Okay, I'm back. Now, let's move away from the Middle East momentarily, or at least for the evening, and go to Asia, where we have a lot of stuff to talk about, honestly, and thankfully we have the ability to continue thanks to our generous donations from chatters here tonight. Let's go on now to China, where American businesses are, having a tough time for multiple reasons, but in particular, one phone and computer manufacturer / data thief by the name of Apple has lost its top spot in China as Huawei is taking over the market.
Apple has been dethroned as the top smartphone seller in China. Figures from research firm Canalys on Thursday showed it was overtaken by local rivals in 2024. Apple's market share declined to 15%, with iPhone sales down by a quarter over the final 3 months of the year. It was the firm's worst ever annual sales decline in the country and comes amid multiple headwinds. Analysts say the lack of AI on its latest models is one big factor. In the US, it offers handsets featuring so-called Apple Intelligence.
Wait, people don't want AI on their personal communication devices, just sort of implanted into their software, into their operating systems? Why wouldn't they want that? That's crazy. Why wouldn't you want, a data leech keeping track of every single thing you do to be able to make itself more efficient and money-making? That's not cool, man. Come on.
How rude.
Come on, China.
China! One big factor. In the US, it offers handsets featuring so-called Apple Intelligence, but that
I find most funny about this is, Chinese people sort of made a decision on their own to not have these devices, and I find it kind of hilarious because while like the dichotomy of this as it's juxtaposed to the current TikTok situation is kind of hilarious, right? Like, there's so much to unpack on that one. I'm just going to leave it for you to sort of, pontificate on.
Rates ChatGPT, which isn't approved for use in China. Competition is also steadily mounting, with Chinese brand Vivo now the market leader on a 17% share. Huawei was just behind on 16%. The firm has rapidly gained ground after returning to the high-end phone market with models powered by local chips. Meanwhile, Apple has sought to fight back with rare discounts. Earlier this month, it offered close to
rare discounts for China? Come on.
I have to have my China.
Where's the discounts for Americans? It's almost like Apple only cares about one thing, and that's market dominance. And they'll take a loss if it means that they can maintain that dominance. Fascinating. Alright, let's go here now. To Reuters. What's this? We're going to go back to talking about TikTok? We were already talking about TikTok today. Weird.
Don't be creepy.
欢迎来到中国的自媒体。
Welcome to Chinese social media, says Paul Ashton, an American influencer in China who is no stranger to RedNote, the social media platform known in China as Xiaohongshu. This week, a person close to the platform told Reuters more than 500,000 American users piled into the platform in protest of an imminent ban on TikTok. Ashton is based in Shanghai, but online he goes by Bao Bao Xiong, literally Hug Hug Bear, and his videos have billions of views. He was excited to see the surge of so-called TikTok refugees as a foreigner in China and RedNote veteran.
I have loved
that dude just bowed too
seeing
deeply.
The way, the enthusiasm and the joy at which I've seen a lot of Chinese netizens.
White guy over here just bowed too deep. If I understand, if I'm not mistaken.
As a foreigner in China and
you see, he bent too far at the waist.
I have loved seeing the
yeah. He's still trying to catch up. That's fine. That's fine.
The enthusiasm and the joy at which I've seen a lot of Chinese netizens engaging with people that are English speakers. Like, one of my favorite memes I've seen so far is just like, "Hello Americans, show us your cats." Like, if there's one thing that binds the internet, it's that we all love cat pictures, you know?
While China has for years tightly controlled its cyberspace through its Great Firewall, and Chinese social media platforms have in the past run separate domestic and abroad versions of their apps, RedNote is unique as it only maintains one version of its app, and gives both Chinese and American users a rare opportunity to interact directly with each other.
I'm not sure how many of the new users will actually stick around and hang out, but I hope that they do, because I think that that would be a really important shift in cultural exchange that for the first time in a long time puts the ball in China's court a little bit more, but then even more specifically puts the ball in the hands of Chinese people in China.
In China, RedNote as a platform is popular for finding recommendations for beauty, travel, or food. On Wednesday, many of its users posted selfies and messages welcoming new American users. Though Beijing-based academic Liu Xinliang, who studies the digital economy, says RedNote was caught unprepared.
It's an accident, but since it is an accident, it is actually good for them, and there also may be certain risks. If they want to catch this wave of prosperity, I think they may have to do at least a few things. The first thing is to make your interface and UI more friendly. It's the first time that a large number of people have had such a large-scale exchange, and the exchanges between the two sides are relaxed and enthusiastic. From what I've seen, they were all learning about each other's living habits, local conditions, and customs.
There were also signs.
Well, Guilos are invading China. But in a friendly way. It's a real turn. Things, we're not done talking about TikTok, though. We're gonna get into it a little bit more. Let's talk more about this Chinese version of TikTok, also known as the RedNote.
The U.S. government is moving to ban TikTok from the United States if they don't sell the company over concerns about privacy, that they may be peeping or leaking or stealing user information, and as a response, American TikTok users have decided to do the only reasonable thing they can think of: which is to migrate en masse to using Xiaohongshu, the Chinese version of TikTok, in order to save the US government the trouble and just giving China their data willingly.
What?
The conversation around TikTok being a security risk is one that has been going on for a while.
This meme is
Most
hilarious.
popularized about a year ago, where a number of US senators met with the
Ever since this the red note thing became a discussion, this meme has been killing me. I'm a Chinese spy. Give me your data. And then there's just this woman holding a fucking gun. Oh my god. But the reason is because of just how sort of satirical it is, right? How paradoxical it is into the actual current situation, where people are just willingly rushing to it because the U.S. government is keeping them from enjoying their favorite app.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Whoa.
TikTok in an effort to try to uncover a little bit more information about how they work and whether or not they are a privacy invasion app, as they so tried to paint it. But as the footage was released, most people noticed that most of these senators were just aiming to paint TikTok as Chinese and Chinese as bad.
Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
Racist.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator. Again, I'm Singaporean.
It was clear that this interaction between the CEO and the senators was not so much so that the senators could better...
Look, Americans can't be bothered, you know, to look at a map, learn the difference between different Asian people. That it takes a lot of time, okay? Nobody's got time for that.
That's too much, man!
...understand the app, but rather to reveal the fact that they already had preconceived notions that TikTok was in fact nothing more than Chinese spyware, which led to some hilarious results. We saw senators asking questions like, does your app connect to the internet, and wouldn't that be spyware? Leading pretty much everybody to understand that this wasn't so much about a privacy or a security breach, but rather the US government being a little bit concerned with people being able to use an app that wasn't controlled by them.
This is not an attempt to ban TikTok. It's an attempt to make TikTok better. Tic-tac-toe, a winner.
I love that reference.
As 2025 starts...
That's a reference that's going to resonate with Gen Z. Tic-tac-toe references. We all know how much Gen Z loves tic-tac-toe. They're constantly playing it. It's like, you know, this is Nancy Pelosi showing that she gets it. She's hip. She knows what kids do. They love games. They're always playing those games on their phones. She's sure it's tic-tac-toe.
Talk better. Tic-tac-toe, a winner. A winner.
As 2025 starts to roll around, the ultimate date where TikTok's ultimate fate would be determined, the conversation starts to stir back up, with some people, as far as Bloomberg is concerned, reporting that TikTok may in fact be in talks to try to be sold to Elon Musk, who had previously purchased Twitter before renaming it to X, which would be a terrible fate for everybody involved. Most poetically put, Elon runs Twitter the way that Wheatley ran the Aperture Laboratories in Portal 2. Not very well, arguably with his ego in mind before any other decision, and would realistically be improved if it was instead ran by a potato. Thankfully, numerous...
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true.
Other publications...
Now, of course, we talked about it earlier.
Within an hour to state that TikTok...
Yeah, okay, he's going to get into it, but yeah. I mean,
had spoken and said they were not in talks of being sold to Elon Musk.
What?
But they also can't speak on every stupid little rumor that's going to come up, which is fair, which has led us to this current date, where users of TikTok have decided, you know what, if it's such a big deal that you're going to get rid of my favorite app because you're worried they're going to steal my personal information, I'm just going to give it to China.
Dude, Xi Jinping. With love. Oh my god. I didn't see this part when I was watching this earlier. Oh,
and for good reason. I mean, the outcome of where TikTok is going to...
We gotta go back. We gotta go back. My passwords for Xi's eyes only. medical report, list of medications she's on, a sample of her DNA. Oh my god. This is expert trolling. This is truly top tier. This is A tier. This is S tier. This is S tier trolling. This is what this is. Oh my god. Passport, social security, of course. Got to get those in there.
And for good reason. I mean, the outcome of where TikTok is going to end up is looking a little bit bleak at the moment, with ByteDance and TikTok both claiming that they don't intend to sell the company and are basically trying to pull the bluff of the US government, thinking that they won't actually ban the app. But if they did, they would need to sell it to something US owned. Obviously, Elon Musk makes sense if you don't think about it at all, but he hasn't said anything on the matter, unlike rapper Meek Mill and YouTuber Mr. Beast, both of whom have tweeted to varying degrees of seriousness that they would be interested in purchasing TikTok. The reality, however, is TikTok is not necessarily irreplaceable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's vertically scrolling video.
That too.
Ever since it garnered popularity.
Yeah, but the fact is TikTok isn't actually for sale. The US government put TikTok up for sale, but TikTok, I think, sort of vehemently said, we're not actually selling because there's about 1 billion other people aside from you Americans on our platform. So, you know, if you want to use it, move out of the country or try one of our more Chinese apps like the Red Note. Like, it's just fascinating. There's all this discussion around the selling and buying of TikTok is happening essentially in lieu of the representation, like the legal representation of TikTok, right? Like the CEO and everybody else is basically saying adamantly, no, we're not selling. But the US government and all the richest people on the planet are, you know, sort of putting their hats into the non-existent ring. It's a really weird dichotomy.
You've seen everything from YouTube Shorts to Instagram Reels. I mean, if you really wanted to be able to post silly little videos that you could scroll through with just one finger, there's a dozen apps out there. And Xiaohongshu, the Chinese equivalent of actually like Instagram or Pinterest, but like it scrolls and works the same as TikTok, isn't that bad.
But China's stealing your data. I don't care.
China.
I would drop ship my DNA to the front door of the Chinese Communist Party before I watch an Instagram reel.
Oh, burn.
Numerous people who have signed up for the app decided to hop in, and with a completely fresh For You page with no algorithm to judge them based on anything, decided to explore what exactly are they doing over there in mainland China. Turns out, Chinese people aren't that different to the rest of us American people.
What?
They've been shitposting about Luigi Mangione, which doesn't even make sense because they're on the other side of the world. Someone asked, why is it that so many Chinese netizens are shitposting about Luigi Mangione? To which one user uses ChatGPT and translate functions to reply, the person...
It really is a form of cognitive dissonance, Jerry. You're 100% right about this estimation of yours here. Yeah, it really is. It's pure denial, right? It's looking at the facts and then completely disregarding them and moving forward as if the facts don't exist. It's basically Mark-Wayne Mullins saying,
I don't want reality.
Yeah, it's fascinating dynamic.
Firewood for the masses should not be left to freeze in the wind and snow. Hope you can understand. What the fuck? Yo, the next time I'm ordering General Tso's chicken, I'm doing it with a salute, bro. What the hell? Chinese users on Xiaohongshu have noticed the influx of American-speaking TikTokers seeking refugee on their vertically scrolling video platform and have decided to all start making the same joke about them all being Chinese spies and posting images of people with a gun going, please give me your data. I am here to steal your data. Oh man, it's good. Many English-speaking TikTokers have done their best to learn a teeny bit of Mandarin in order to be able to contribute to the culture and assimilate into the shitposting that occurs on Xiaohongshu, only to discover that some of the memes on this Chinese TikTok app are just as freaky and difficult to understand whether you speak the language or not.
Oh my god. What in the... Wait. Is that Kevin Hart as a cat in the shape of a box? That is one of the most disturbing things I've seen all day. And we've been looking at images. Just, what the fuck am I looking at? This is gonna haunt my dreams. Oh my god. Is that... What the fuck am I looking at? Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this horror show? Some sort of it's like if, you know what this is? Is if this is if David Lynch if David Lynch, who we were just talking about, had directed SpongeBob. Because I'm pretty sure this has got to be... I mean, it looks exactly like Plankton, if Plankton was, in fact, drawn by David Lynch in his spare time. This is maybe one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen. What is happening?
Funnier still, like a step up from the individual who was asking for help with his homework in the comments of a Pornhub video, some Chinese citizens have taken to asking for help on their English homework in the comments.
Like, people see what I'm talking about, though, right? Like, with David Lynch directing SpongeBob thing, right? Because this looks exactly like Plankton. If Plankton was somehow, like, in the real world and having a really tough day, right? Like, I'm not the only person that sees it. That looks like Plankton to me. But with, like, a human face. Is incredibly disturbing.
Individual who was asking for help with his homework in the comments of a Pornhub video, some Chinese citizens have taken to asking for help on their English homework in the comments of this Chinese TikTok app, and Americans are helping them with their English homework.
Okay, fine. To all the Chinese people on Xiaohongshu, I'll cut you a deal.
Mm-hmm.
If you teach us all Mandarin,
okay,
I'll do your English homework. I swear to God.
Wow.
I swear to God.
Wow.
Like I think that's a fair deal.
That is a fair deal.
That's a fair exchange. What do you guys think? Let me know.
That's a beautiful cultural exchange right there.
A cultural divide for the time being,
Oh
in
my
where
God.
people aren't fully able to grasp the extent of the memes being shared by people who don't speak the same language. For instance, I still can't make heads or tails of what exactly is going on here. I also haven't picked...
You can? I think I understand it perfectly well. This is just Family Guy with anime eyes and a Chinese flag. That's all it is. I don't think there's anything more to it. It's Chinese Family Guy. Alright, well, looks like TikTok situation is really not going the way the government expected it to go. We seem to be talking a lot more about China in a sort of a positive light than we were before the TikTok ban. So, you know, that's where we're at. All right, we still got a few more stories here. Let's go a little south of China to Thailand. And this one's just for fun. $61 likes. Oh, you are all deserving of another emotional support character, but because we're on the third to last video right now in my list, I think I'm going to make an executive decision here. Roll over that emotional support character, which you all rightly deserve, onto tomorrow's stream. Well, today technically, because Thursday's over. But Friday stream, weekending stream, we will definitely we'll get you started off with a free emotional support character because of all the work you've done today. You see how today's work is paying off for tomorrow? It's all very exciting. But here, great job. Not just for all of those likes, but for having made it this far in the stream. I mean, we are almost done. We've gone 6.5 hours. It's a long stream. A dancing underwater dragon wows tourists at Thailand. Gears up for the Lunar New Year. Ooh, yeah, it's coming quick. I think it's on Monday, isn't it?
I've been to many aquariums before, but none of them had cultural events like this. It's pretty creative.
I just came to a conclusion just now mid watching this. I think we need to celebrate the shit out of Chinese New Year this year, considering everything that's going on with TikTok. I was already planning on kind of doing it, but now I'm convinced that we have to celebrate Chinese New Year big time around here. In fact, everybody needs to in America. Oh, God.
The equipment for the dragon dance has become longer and larger, so we need to be more prepared than before.
I've never seen a dragon dance underwater. It's pretty interesting.
Last year, like unnatural or unsmooth movements, and use that to improve the dragon's movements to match what we want. It's more.
It is Monday, right? Let me look it up. I think I'm right about that. Oh no, it's next Wednesday. I'm sorry. It's the 29th. Why did I think it was the 20th? Okay, whatever. I'm stupid. I'm a big stupid head. Okay. But it is coming up very soon. But it does give me more time to prepare. We're going all out. The fact that I now have a full 2 weeks almost to get that done. Oh boy. Prepare yourself for dragon dance and other Chinese New Year themed stuff on this stream. You know how much I love the holidays around here in space. Earth holidays can go suck it, but space holidays, oh my god. I'm about it. As long as you get a red envelope. You know what's up. I wish I could provide you all with red envelopes. My red envelope to you all will be the stream, I'm afraid. God. Alright. Let's go quickly to Taiwan, where apparently Taiwan's semiconductor has logged a record profit in 2024. I wonder why.
TSMC logged record quarterly profit on Thursday, with demand surging for chips used in artificial intelligence processing. While business is booming, TSMC does face headwinds from US government technology restrictions on China. And President Biden's administration this week said it would further restrict AI chip and technology exports. Though Taiwan and other close US allies will be allowed unlimited access to US AI technology, further curbs could impact demand from clients. President-elect Donald Trump's incoming administration, which has threatened broad import tariffs, also brings much uncertainty. TSMC's chief executive said on Thursday that he believes US export controls on AI chips for China were a manageable issue for the company. The world's largest contract chip maker.
Now, I think one of the reasons why Taiwan Semiconductor is saying that the tariffs won't be problematic for them has something. I mean, it's probably not 100%, but I'm sure a great amount of their lack of concern is due to the fact that Taiwan Semiconductor has some factories inside of the United States. So that may very well offset some of the possible costs of these tariffs. But for the rest of Chinese companies, it's certainly going to pose a massive problem. Not just them, but also for Americans, since most of the stuff Americans consume comes from China, or at least has some footprint that's, you know, Chinese based, whether it's materials. China happens to have very large, some of the only, existing, nickel and not cadmium. God damn it. But they have some of the most important rare earth mining operations on the planet. So that's going to cause a problem for a lot of people. But also, I think could be that maybe Taiwan Semiconductor also thinks that since they're in Taiwan, Donald Trump will carve out a loophole for them, which may be the case. It's hard to say for sure what's going to happen. I'm not going to estimate as to whether or not their lack of concern is rightful or logical, but I guess we'll see what happens. It's not going to be long until the effects of this are probably seen, because since Donald Trump will be inaugurated on Monday. Alrighty, let's go to the last story of the night. This is from 2 days ago, Associated Press. South Korean law enforcement officials enter Yoon Suk-yeol's presidential compound to detain the disgraced South Korean president. Okay, now I'm going to read quickly from this Reuters report, which literally dropped 20 minutes ago. Now, this was, in fact, finally successful. We've seen multiple attempts to arrest Yoon Suk-yeol ever since he declared martial law and then was successfully impeached by South Korea's Congress. But this is out of Reuters from literally, like I said, 20 minutes ago. Seoul, January 17th, Reuters. South Korean investigators probing President Yoon Suk-yeol for alleged insurrection asked a Seoul court on Friday to extend his detention, as he is currently arrested and under police custody. As the leader has refused to be questioned. Yoon Suk-yeol has just been sitting in a cell, refusing to say a single word. Now I'm what's the word? I'm adding in my own sort of shit as well. But in order to hold Yoon in custody for longer, investigators at the Corruption Investigation Office for High-Ranking Officials, or the CIO, need a court to approve a detention warrant for up to 20 days. So yeah, he was successfully arrested and detained. Police have been trying to question him and get some information from this man, but he's giving them the silent treatment, so they are asking for a extension on that detention. Boy, oh boy, what a world we're living in, people. We're going into 2025 with something of a bang. Not the best bang, but a bang nonetheless. All of it is just... Oh, God. I'm sure it'll all be fine. I'm sure 2025 is going to be lit. AF. We're going to solve everything, actually, everyone. I'm sure of it. Okay. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. It was quite long and difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight, but till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. Whoa, where did I go? Where's my face? Oh, there I am. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons, of course. Gabby, Gaunt Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Decipher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Geo Dragon, Moanoap, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month. Space benefits await. Link to Patreon is in my chat on YouTube and on Twitch. Now, looks like our space fams have engaged the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Oh, that's what I need to do. Narrate that.
President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept that giving tax breaks to billionaires, that we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's a fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the President and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent.
I don't want reality.
Because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that the majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the president and the Republicans should be defeated. Mr. President, included in the agreement are a number of business tax cuts. And I'm not going to be here to say that some of them may not work. Some of them may work. Some of them will work better than others. There are a whole list of them. But this is what I will say. Economists on both ends of the political spectrum believe that if we are serious about addressing the horrendous economic crisis that we're in now, 9.8% unemployment, that there are far more effective ways of creating the jobs that we have to create than those tax proposals. With corporate America already sitting on close to $2 trillion cash on hand. It's not that our friends in corporate America don't have any money. We've got to help them. They've got $2 trillion cash on hand. The problem is not, in my view, that corporate taxes are too high. It is that the middle class simply doesn't have the money to purchase the goods and products that make our economy go and create jobs. So I think that if our goal is to create the millions and millions of jobs that we need, and if our goal is to make our country stronger internationally in a very tough global economy, I would much prefer, and I think most economists would agree with me, that a better way to do that, to create the millions of jobs we've got to create, is to invest heavily in our infrastructure. Now, the truth is, and I don't think anyone disputes this, the infrastructure in the United States is crumbling. I'll go into more detail about that later. Got some very good information on it. But, you know, you don't have to be a civil engineer to know that. All you have to do is get in your car today and drive someplace. And in my state and all over this country, what you are going to see are roads that are in disrepair. You're going to see bridges that in some cases have actually been shut down. You're going to see water systems. I remember, Mr. President, I was in Rutland, Vermont second or third largest city in the state of Vermont. And the mayor there showed me a piece of pipe. It's very funny. It's an old pipe. And he said, you know, the engineer who helped develop this water system and laid this pipe, he went off